irritated, George.
Furious has his hand up, but he may be in a hole. I have a feeling Furious is connecting from a car, and I don't think Furious can hear us. Furious, go ahead if you can hear us. Well, Furious, we cannot hear you. So when you get your connection back, just speak right up. And he doesn't have it back. So Brian, I noticed that you put up in the nest this letter from Mike Turner and other members of Congress. I guess all members of the House Intelligence Committee, requesting that the prohibition of Ukraine using American weapons to strike targets inside Russia be dropped. There's a lot of discussion about this prohibition, a lot of public discussion about how it really ties Ukraine's hands. And it is necessary to end this prohibition. You know, Antony Blinken testified earlier today as well. I didn't have a chance to watch his testimony. I haven't read about it yet. I'm hoping someone here watched Blinken's testimony. Maybe Furious George did. George, let's try again.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So yeah, I'm glad you brought this up, Alan. And hey, nice to see you guys up here. Brian, Alan, nice to see you guys up here. I just wanted to say, yeah, this is very important, right? So the House Intelligence Committee, because this clears up. Look, this is the House Intelligence Committee. It's not Furious George. It's not Alan Brewer, and it's not Brian Porras saying that the United States is restricting Ukraine's ability to use Western weapons against Russian targets in Russia. Let's stop with the nonsense. People pushing back on that. I think the freaking House Intelligence Committee knows a little bit more than everybody else on here, not on here, but on other places that want to push back because they just don't want to swallow the bitter pill that their guy isn't doing the job right. Sucks to be you, sucks to be me, because I'm here in the United States, but it also sucks for Ukraine. So how we get it to unsuck is get off our asses, pick up the phones, and if you look at the list that you see the 12 members that have signed, if your senator or House member have not signed that letter, call them today and every day till they sign it. This is how we get this done. There are 3 key points in this letter. One is to lift the restrictions under certain circumstances. I can understand that. That's maybe an easier way to get this to move forward. The other thing is more F-16 training, right? Because we need that. And then the other thing is obviously critical air defense. The United States does not need 48 Patriot batteries. We're not under attack. And, we actually have F-35s. They would be able to shoot down any cruise missiles, ballistic missiles. If someone fires ballistic missiles at the United States, that would be suicide. So let's stop the nonsense. Let's stop the pushback that, oh, he meant this, he said that. No, I think Mike Turner, who's been a rep for years, right, Alan? I think he knows what the F he's talking about. And he's saying that there's restrictions and they need to be lifted. So obviously that argument is done. I don't care what Blinken, Schminken, or the paper boy next door said. This is coming from the House Intelligence Committee telling you there are blockades to Ukraine using weapons against targets in Russia. So swallow that pill, guys. I know it stinks, but guess what? Now we have some work to do. Now we got to make those phone calls and get those idiots to change and get rid of Sullivan. That's the first thing, because that's where this is all coming from. His de-escalation has completely blown up in our faces. As Alan was saying, they wouldn't be blocking signals and doing whatever they want in the Black Sea if we had slapped them across the face, like the petulant child, when they did it in the Baltics. And now they're telling, certain countries in NATO that that they're going to do rights. I mean, this has gotten out of control. It's over. Sullivan needs to be shit canned. Moving forward, because at this point, that idiot is not only losing more, he's going to lose votes. And we can't have that, because we all understand what the alternative is, and it's not good for anybody in any country. So let's please call your senators. Look, I've been working with Senator Fetterman from PA. Great guy. He's on board trying to push some of his senators to get a similar letter out from the Senate and get them on board. And remember, this is key, because in about 2 weeks' time, Alan, the White House is supposed to present to the Senate. Remember, that $61 billion had a little caveat that they had to have a clear policy and what that policy would be in Ukraine. And Senator Fetterman and another senator, I can't remember his name now, are pushing back on the fact that the White House administration says, oh, well, we want Ukraine to win. Well, how are they winning if you're handcuffing them on the use of weapons, and you're giving a safe space, a safe zone to the Russians across the border, where they could indiscriminately bomb and kill Ukrainian civilians in Sumy and Kharkiv and what have you. So please, if you do anything tonight, make that phone call. Make the phone call, call your congressman, and call your senator. Senators, I think, being more important, because they're the ones that have to review the policy in 2 weeks, and putting this bee in their bonnet, this buzz in their ear will help.
George, where does that Senate review start? Does it start in the Armed Services Committee, in the Foreign
Armed Services?
Armed Services. Okay.
I think it's both. I think it's a combination of both. But the bottom line is, the more people call the senators and say, hey, look, this letter is coming from the House Intelligence Committee. We know this is a problem. I know you're waiting for the White House to give you a clear, what their strategy is. Well, how can they have a clear strategy if they're for Ukraine to win if they're handcuffing Ukraine? What are you going to do about it? Those are the questions you need to pose and push forward on your respective senators from whatever state you're on. This is very key. We can finally break this stupidity, and hopefully, if the right people pick up the torch, especially in the Senate, I think we can move mountains with this.
I agree with you, George. And it's really significant that this letter is coming from the House Intelligence Committee. As George was just saying, they have the intelligence. They know that there is no risk whatsoever to the United States or to NATO if Ukraine uses every supplied weapon it has to strike Russian targets inside Russia. There is no risk, none whatsoever. Brian, back to you.
I need to go ahead and step down. My short shift is over, and for those who have not totally had too much of me today, I will be on this evening at 10 p.m. Eastern, U.S. to take you into the 1 a.m. time frame Eastern time. So, Alan, it's been great to have a short inaugural co-hosting session with you today, and appreciate everybody pulling up. And I'll leave you in the good hands of Aria, who'll be coming up, and he and Alan will take good care of you guys.
Thank you, Brian. It hasn't been easy filling some of the gaps here at MriyaReport lately, so I really appreciate your being here in this gap that appeared in our schedule today. To Fancy Vishavanka, to Linda, to Vuchko, and Arya, you're going to be right up in the seat beside me in a moment, so I'm leaving you for last.
Thank you, Aaron. Nice to hear everybody here again. It's a joy listening to Furious George being furious, and I hope that there is going to be a day when it's just gonna be George, and then we're gonna be for a beer on Crimea, because I still believe that Crimea will be liberated and we're all gonna meet there. But until then, I completely agree with Furious George. It's like we get one item out of the way, or one blockade out of the way, and the next one appears. And I think it's just we gotta keep up the pressure until these blockades break down. And I personally believe, like since the beginning, even before the full scale invasion, the West had a false policy with Russia. It sticks to a false policy with Russia, um, which is the fear of escalation that always gets mentioned, and and we always mention fear of escalation as reasons why some there would be some red line to Ukraine. Two things I want to say about these red lines. I don't believe anyone who says there are no red lines, because now it has come that far that Zelensky and the Ukrainian government is so impatient with this bullshit that they step up and say, hey, we got red lines. That's what we have. Here is what we're not allowed to do. And honestly, if Ukrainians, and if especially Zelensky says they have red lines and he explicitly names them, it's him whom I believe, and not Blinken, not Biden, not Jake Sullivan, right? And I think at this point, Ukrainians are so frustrated seeing their guys dying with their hands tied behind their back that they say, guys, we gotta stop this bullshit. It can't go on. And I completely agree with him. Like, it can't go on that, this charade is happening with Russia, right? Where they just can attack the Ukrainians from across the border, loving it off, because they are having this advantage that the West gives to them. And that's what I wanted to say about the red lines. But going back to escalation, I think and I think George mentioned it already, the whole policy of being afraid of escalation, and it goes back to Russia invading Ukraine fully. Actually, to 2014, where we let Russia invade Ukraine in the first place, but it goes back to full-scale invasion, and further, right? Where Russia escalated with every time we were scared to help Ukraine fully, Russia stepped it up a notch, and that resulted in sabotage acts in the sea, deep sea cables. Not only that, that resulted in the Hamas escalation in Gaza and Israel. That resulted in the Houthis running a proxy war by Russia and Iran against Western supply chain. And we are only left to guess what's next, but I'm 100% I'm certain of, if we don't do the next step of taking it up a notch, Russia and China will, because they are boiling us as the frog in the water. And I think if we don't change the game and don't turn the table around, they're just going to continue in the world. It might not be directly in Ukraine, might be that China says, okay, I'm having a go at Taiwan, because who knows what, right? And yeah, I mean, one thing that I forgot to mention is the whole jamming act against European aviation that you mentioned. I mean, that alone I always understood as an act of war, that suddenly we are accepting, or missiles flying into European airspace, which in the past was something that I also understood as an act of war, but that NATO started to be accepting because Russia, and we don't want to retaliate. So I think we need to change the game here, because otherwise I see ourselves in Europe as fighting a land war against Russia and Ukraine in the future if we let Ukraine loose. And we must not let that happen. And I'm 100% sure if we let Ukraine lose that war, there's going to be a land war in Europe, not in 2 years, but certainly 5 to 8 years. I'm 100% that this is what will happen, and we must not let that happen. And I hope that politicians are waking up to see that we cannot let that happen. I don't know. There's once in a while there's a few politicians who step up. There is quite some good group of generals that are stepping up and voicing their opinion. I think Ukraine is not alone. Ukraine is not alone because you are here, but we just gotta be louder. And I really appreciate what you're doing, Furious George. What you call for. I think that's exactly what's the next thing that we need to do. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava, and thank you, Fancy Vishavanka. Oh, damn. I only had two hands to remember, and now I can't. It's to Linda and to Vuchko. Linda.
Two things. Unfortunately, it looks like Furious is gone, but maybe you guys, whenever he shows up here, if I'm not engaged, maybe somebody can ask him. I totally agree, and I would love it if he were to craft a tweet to say exactly what needs to be said, and what he was saying, and basically put that in a tweet. And then that tweet can be posted, either down in the purple pill or up in the nest, so that we have something concrete to reference and to share and to spread, and accelerate, etc. So if anybody, if he shows up again, maybe somebody can suggest that to him, and I'll be calling my senators here in a little bit. But the other thing that I wanted to say, and this has frustrated me for 2 years now, is that critical equipment like Patriots, like whatever is critical, Abrams tanks, Bradley tanks, F-16, whatever, right? Whatever is deemed most critical on a prioritized list. Some of these things, without knowing for sure, but I'm assuming that some of these things could be manufactured in as short of a week if the manufacturing facilities were given orders and they could retool in order to make them. Maybe, a week is too soon, but nevertheless, maybe a month, right? But these, and some is going to take longer than that, right? But if we don't start that process of getting into a war mentality and a war economy where we can start manufacturing things, that lead time is going to be continually pushed out and 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 pushed out. So if the US, for example, indeed has 48 Patriots, and therefore it's deemed that we can't give any of them up, why didn't we start manufacturing new Patriots 2 years ago? Because it was obvious more than 2 years ago now that more were going to be needed. Who's manufacturing them? I don't know. Some of you guys might know. Why are they not making more? There's no legitimate reason why we are not manufacturing now and have not been manufacturing for the last 2 years stuff that we know Ukraine was going to need and does need and has needed. There's no excuse whatsoever. So that's my 2 cents.
It's worth more than 2 cents, Linda. It's worth at least a dime. Vuchko, then back to Fancy Vishavanka. Vuchko?
Thank you. I'm going to have a power cut on the top of the hour at midnight, so thanks for calling me in sooner rather than later. I have a Ukrainian wife. I've lived here for 10 years. As you can tell by my accent, I'm not Ukrainian. But just a few things I wanted to add. With Furious George...
Are we crashing again?
Pardon? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Vuchko. I think there was someone in your background. I don't see any open mics here, so keep going.
Well, hang on. You probably hear the missus doing the dishes. Wait, I'll close the door. Just give me a second. Sorry about that. I've got the mic turned up and noise cancelling's off. All right, so all right, with Furious George and Jake Sullivan, he's the national security advisor, and he himself has a team of advisors. And there's a controversial character by the name of Samuel Charap, C-H-A-R-A-P, who is pretty much a John Mearsheimer type thinker. So this might be part of the reason why Jake Sullivan, is a bit off when it comes to, as when Furious George was angry with him, because imagine having someone like John Mearsheimer advising him. We'll just leave it at that because there's not enough time for me to go into. But the next time you have Jonathan Fink back on here to speak, some of you, if you remember, come up and ask Jonathan Fink about Samuel Charap, and then you'll learn a lot. I'll try and dig up a thread way back in my tweet history after I finish speaking and paste it under the purple pill. But the other thing I wanted to just mention that I did mention a few weeks ago now in this space regarding the GPS jamming, right? I from 2014 to 2022, I used to live in a town called Pokrovsk, which is not far from the old contact line. So right near the front now. The front's moved very close to because since Avdiivka fell, and then Ocheretino is now pretty much well crept out. Anyway, because I lived there near the contact line, so 50 kilometres as the crow flies, maybe 60 by road, so 40 miles for the Americans. I paid attention to the OSCE report, so the Organisation for Security and Cooperation in Europe. He used to monitor the contact line to make sure we were both sides were complying with the the Minsk agreements, right? And of course the separatists broke that from the start. But they'd fire at us, we'd fire at them. So we'll leave it at that. But with the GPS jamming, right? So I'll just quickly bring this up again. Then I'm going to post an OSCE report that people might be interested in reading. Right, in 2021, about the middle of 2021, what the OSCE had a large unmanned aerial vehicle. So it wasn't like a toy drone like is used on the front, like just you buy that has a camera on it, or the larger ones that even carry the ordnance and whatever as FPV type things. This was huge. It was halfway between the little robotic toys that they're using and the proper unmanned aerial vehicles like the Predators, right? So it was a fairly large thing, 4 or 5 feet across, right? And this UAV, the OSCE would use it to monitor the contact line, like I said. And just to point out that the separatists would never let it take off from their side of the line. It would always be launched from the Ukrainian side because, of course, the separatists being, pro-Russians and Russian proxies were not for open an open type of ethos, right? So always from our Ukrainian side, the drone would be launched. And what started happening in the middle of 2021, the drone had dual redundant GPS receivers, right? And they were starting to be, in 2021, the first instance of GPS jamming was noted by the OSCE, right? And at firstly, it prevented it from taking off. So the thing would be getting ready to take off, and it would be jammed, and it wouldn't be able to take off. But then the separatists, or the Russians, it was really the Russians doing this on the other side, got smarter. They thought, well, let's let it take off, and then we'll jam it. And what happened is the OSCE lost a few of these drones, because once they jammed it in the air, it didn't know where it was, and it just kept flying and flew off into oblivion, and then just crashed, right? So at that time, it seemed like, the Russians, the pro-Russian proxies in the DNR and LNR, so-called DNR and LNR, all right, were doing that because they didn't want the drone to see what was going on their side, right, which wasn't really, I think, what was going on. In hindsight, they were practicing this GPS jamming for this upcoming invasion and what they're doing now in the Baltic Sea. It was part of their, refining the skills at seeing, and they could get a real world look at what would happen if they jammed, something like an aircraft, and see what happens. And that's what I think they were doing in hindsight back in 2021. So, just to let everyone know, that's what was going on back then. And I'll paste the OSCE report now. I'll finish up and let someone else speak. And thank you for that.
Thank you, Vuchko. Fancy, before going to you, I want to go to Arya, both to welcome him as co-host for the next few hours here at Maria Report, and because Arya has some information for Linda. Arya, welcome.
Good afternoon, Alan. Everybody else who's here, and everybody who's listening. Linda, I agree with what you were saying completely. I've been saying it a lot longer than 2 years. I remember every time I've seen us decommissioning and getting rid of equipment for pennies on the dollar that will be needed in any real war. It's been going on for over a decade now. And it's been a major issue. And even during this process, we were doing it in the beginning. It took us over a year to stop doing that. As far as missile production, right, it's not like making a bullet where you can have somebody with a spin caster in a basement doing it. It's not like making a tank where, assuming you have more simple components, you can make an older style tank, right? A lot of the components in the Patriot missile system are highly specialized. The majority of them are produced by 3 different companies, right? So it's not like there's one company making these parts. They're dependent on the other company's production. So I know there has been a huge influx of U.S. funds into Raytheon and Boeing, and I'm blanking right now on the other one that's involved in
Lockheed
Martin,
and also Aerojet and RTX.
Thank you, Alan. And there's been a huge influx of cash, right? They've brought up since 2018 the number of interceptors from 350 to 550. They're saying by 2027 it will be a 650. They've also set up or currently working on setting up a factory in Germany to produce over 8,000 to a year, to be able to give NATO what they need, because otherwise we can't domestically meet those needs. We can't even meet our own or Ukraine's needs as far as Patriot systems. They're extremely expensive to make. The facilities to make them are extremely expensive to make, and a lot of the machinery, to the best of my understanding, needs to be highly specialized, right? It's not like they can just bring in a CNC machine or some other stuff that they're sitting in a warehouse somewhere or you can buy off eBay. I think we are expanding it. It's not enough, right? We are playing catch up to playing catch up, and it is a major issue. And unless there is bipartisan support which is willing to explain to the American people why their taxes are going up or why something else is being cut, right? Which I do think needs to be done. And we're going to need to have 5 or 6 factories making them if we want to actually have a missile defense, right? Otherwise, we have an illusion of a missile defense. And this is something we have learned from the Israelis. So, you know, most people don't want to have to do that, right? People will throw money at these projects if they live in an area where their constituents support it and it's popular, or if general public opinion goes behind it. But nobody wants to put their political future on the line, right? Going back, I forgot which gentleman said that he was, you know, working with Fetterman's office, you know, as far as Ukraine goes. You know, I really have to you know, say I have the utmost respect for Fetterman because he has been, you know, stepping up, and he has put his political career on the line to stand by issues that are moral and right. And you know, I don't know what happened in his head, if it was the stroke or he woke up one morning, but God bless him. You know, he's been doing amazing, and he's right now in I'm trying to remember which Caribbean island, trying to secure the release of 2 Americans that traveled there that had like a round or 2 of ammo, or a little box of ammo in their, you know, travel on suitcase because they had forgotten it, and they got arrested. So he's there trying to free them, right? That doesn't get him a lot of political points. But he's not like heavily publicizing it like I'm the one here to save them, right? He's part of the delegation to do so. But in any case, we are doing more. It's not enough. We need to push for more. But I still don't think we are going to do what we need to do, and this is a major issue. I also think that we need to figure out other ways other than Patriot systems and very expensive missiles, right? One of the things we should be working together on, which I know there's been talk from European countries on, is collective sharing of information and resources, and making a joint project where we can take the existing information that we have and work together. And I hope that that's done, and I hope when that is done, that proper security procedures are taken in place so the CCP or the Russians can't steal it. But back to you, Alan.
Thanks very much, Arya. Yeah, that's all good news about the increased missile production. We can take a deeper look at everything that goes into creating the Patriot air defense systems. They're systems. It's not a single unit. So to Fancy, Vishavanka, then back to Linda.
I really enjoyed the conversation today. And one thing to add to this air defense, yeah, I think we should get creative there. And I think one way of reducing the number of missiles needed for air defense is by permitting Ukraine to strike with Western weapons inside Russia, to attack those airfields and to attack those launchers of ballistic missiles that are shooting from Belgorod into Ukraine. So if you take out the launchers, you reduce missile cost. It's all like an easy financial calculation. But I'm feeling like that mathematics is not our strength in the West, neither in the US nor in Europe. And I do think I see the area of calculation that is happening. I mean, this is just now my personal belief from observation. I do think that not only the United States, but also Europe, that we believe that, you know, behind closed doors, that Russia can be pressured enough into losing enough, into suffering enough in Ukraine, that it eventually will come to the table, and there will be then a negotiation between Ukraine and Russia. I 100% believe that this is the current strategy pursued by Biden, but also by Scholz, for instance, in Europe, right? That they say we support Ukraine, but only so much, you know. So I think there's an asterisk, and that asterisk part is kept secret, and that asterisk goes on, but only so much, that Russia is forced to the negotiation table. That's the current strategy, but I think it's a miscalculation, and no one's no one's checking these numbers, right? Because I personally believe, and it's already happening, that the costs are just going up. First, Russia manages to destroy energy infrastructure. If we helped to prevent that earlier, it would have cost the taxpayer way less. We think we invest just a tiny bit and hope that Russia comes to the table. Russia doesn't come to the table because they get the upper hand. So we give a tiny bit more money and hope again, and we repeat this loop. Unfortunately, increasing the costs of every next step. And I think that's where Western policy makers need to wake up, because I think eventually, as I said before, it will come to losing Ukraine and then having a land war against Europe. And that cost is way bigger than firing up a few more factories now. I think that's what we need to explain to the taxpayers also. Like, hey guys, we spend some money now, we make some sacrifice now, but it's gonna save us tremendous amounts of lives, but money too, in the next 20 years to come. And I honestly believe that's what's on the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Fancy. Arya, go ahead, then back to Linda.
Very well said, Fancy, and you're 100 percent correct with what you were saying. You know, and it is my personal opinion that is the feeling of the West, right? And if there are the few leaders that don't have that mentality, they're highly aware of it, right? They're not, ignorant. I'll say, for instance, like the president of Czechoslovakia, or the head of Lithuania and the head of Latvia, right, who have been extremely outspoken on this type of stuff. They're very aware that other European support and U.S. support only extends so far, right? And it is a really big issue, because I think you are correct, Fancy. There is this idea we have, and it's in the United States and in certain other European countries, that all these bad actors, whether they're China, Iran, or Russia, are just acting out because they don't think everything's equal and they're afraid. And that if we can de-escalate enough and give them enough carrots, that they'll calm down and start playing nice again. And that doesn't work with little children, that doesn't work with countries, that doesn't work with bad actors, right? If we were serious about this, you are correct. We would have given them the missiles needed to take out the production facilities for the Shaheeds and other missiles. We would have given it to them with the agreement that they would only be used on those facilities, which I'm sure they will. The Ukrainians generally are pretty good on following that type of stuff, because they want to get more stuff, right? If you slap away the hand that's handing you a piece of bread, you're not going to get a second piece of bread, right? They've done strikes which we haven't wanted, but it wasn't, we're giving you these weapons with the understanding you're not going to use them in this way. Do you agree? Yeah. And then flipping around. So if we give them, even now, the missile systems needed to take out those factories, you're talking about saving hundreds of billions of dollars over a few-year period in just defensive missiles alone. That's leaving aside infrastructure costs, human dead, and everything else, right? But we're not doing that, which makes me believe 100% that you are correct, that we do think eventually Russia can get back to the table, right? And I'm blanking right now on which European country it was. I think it was England, right? David Cameron. Yeah, it was England. It was David Cameron. He's made some wonderful statements in regards to Ukraine, right? Like wonderful statements. And then he went to meet with Trump on the chance that Trump wins the election, because the British need to have a contingency for that. And he was trying to sell him on the Ukraine war. And I'm 50% between he was just trying to sell Trump and talk to Trump and Trump speak. And 50% between this is what the British government actually think. is, they said to Trump, we need to support Ukraine and keep giving them weapons because that's the only way the Russians are going to come to the table and negotiate, and this will end, right? And I do believe that there were many European countries that have that mentality, right? In a perfect world, they want Ukraine to win, but they're not willing to pay the price. And I don't think most politicians or people in general are willing to pay the price, right? Almost everybody would rather kick issues down the road than deal with those issues.
But
Alan, I have no idea at the hands. Back to you.
Okay, Arya, there are plenty of European nations willing to pay the price and are already paying the price to support Ukraine much more forcefully and generously than the United States. What about Denmark? What about Estonia? What about Latvia? What about Lithuania? What about Czechia?
You're correct, Alan. I misspoke. Thank you.
Well, those nations in particular have not only stepped forward to supply Ukraine with, I'll say, just about damn near everything they have in their military warehouses, but they are the ones that have taken the leadership. Poland, although there have been issues between Poland and Ukraine, but these are the nations that are leading the discussion. The other thing I want to say about this, Arya, is that the very first thing that needs to be done is whatever the debate inside the Biden administration, it has to become a public debate. Now, Lloyd Austin and Antony Blinken, because they clearly don't agree with the administration line, actually have made it a public debate by making statements in press conferences, in congressional testimony that run counter to the administration's policy. Now, they haven't been reprimanded. They have now towed the line. They simply mouth the administration policy, but they essentially made this debate public. I wish I was a fly on the wall whenever Jake Sullivan speaks to Joe Biden, whenever there's a National Security Council meeting inside the White House. Boy, I'd love to hear that debate, because I'm sure Jake Sullivan has been at that table saying, after the Russians lose 100,000, well, okay, 200, well, okay, 3, 4. How about 500,000, Jake? 500,000 casualties are not going to make a difference to Putin or to Russia. And someone better damn well be telling Biden to look at how Russia is preparing to fight a long, long, and wider war. That's why Putin, who is no idiot, has put an economist in charge of the defense ministry inside Russia to align Russia's military needs with its economy. Russia actually has some pretty smart bureaucrats. The head of the Russian central bank is one of them. I happen to think that the new defense minister is another. There might be a system, a regime riddled with corruption. There's no question about that. But look at how corruption charges are being used now by Putin to rid himself of the least talented in his regime. It is a purge by any other name. So, first step here in the United States, make the debate public, make it transparent. As George was saying, as Linda is saying, all of us need to get into that debate by contacting our senators, by contacting our members of Congress. And, we're going to talk a little bit more about this bipartisan letter that was sent today to Lloyd Austin. It covers 3 very important points. It's not only about lifting the prohibition on Ukraine from using American weapons to hit targets inside Russia. It's about some other important things too, and we will get to those things here on Maria Report. Back to you, Arya, then to Linda, then to Fancy Vishavanka. Arya?
Very well said, Alan. And I appreciate you, keeping me on task. The first time I made a pass there, I think I made the distinction and nuance. And then the second time I made a huge generalization. And I appreciate, you calling me out on it and reminding me on it, because that should not be done. And I appreciate it. That was all I wanted to add. Let's move on to the hands, and just Alan, letting you know I'm having issues bringing people up. So if you could please bring Ayana up and just keep an eye on it.
Will do, Arya. To Linda, and then to Fancy.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, very good discussion. And I have two things. Number one is assuming indeed, none of us have firsthand knowledge, right? But assuming indeed that Jake Sullivan is like the the bottle stopper, right? Um, Whoever the bottle stopper or ers are, um, it's time they be replaced by the ilk of a General Grant, a General Eisenhower, a Hawkeye Pierce, and a MacGyver. Because Arya, yeah, I agree. You know, with regard to some of these highly sophisticated weapons, etc., there's lead time. There's reasons for that. You know, highly technical parts, etc., etc. But that's not all of the weaponry. That's parts of the weaponry. Again, Hawkeye Pierce, MacGyver, right? What can be done, of what is needed, what can be done fast that's doable, and do that first. Even though it might not be the top priority, but at least it's a priority and it can be done. So you do what you can do fast and first. And then simultaneously, you start coordinating and laying plans to do the stuff that takes a little bit longer. So that's, my wish. Yeah, I want that kind of an attitude brought to the fore and in the mix of decision makers. The other thing that I wanted to say with regard to the American opinion, and I'm just going to speak for American, and I think this could be spread around the world as well. The reluctance to get involved, et cetera, a lot of that is manufactured opinion. A lot of that is coming from bad actors, has been coming for a long, long time from bad actors. And who's, the biggest bad actor in the room filled with bad actors? Russia, right? And they've been playing us for decades, not just years, decades, starting right after World War II. Now, there's a way to counter that. And we saw it in World War II. There was a lot of propaganda, and American opinions were reformed because of the propaganda that was done during World War II, where people were supporting the war effort. That was a concerted effort. Movies, radio, music, etc., magazine articles, whatever, right? Lots and lots and lots of propaganda, and people got behind it. Even though World War II was a huge inconvenience to the people, huge inconvenience, huge. But they did it because they were positively propagandized to support what needed to be done. And that can be done again. And guess what? We have new technologies that during World War II, nobody wasn't in their wildest dreams. And we have ways to approach that problem that are new, that are not being used to the degree that they can be used. And I have more than thoughts on that. And if anybody is interested and is serious and wants to have a discussion and might want to participate in getting some of that to happen, I already have a starting point, and contact me and we can talk if you're serious. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Linda. On to Fancy and then Vuchko.
Yeah, I think eventually Linda's got the core point there with manufactured opinion and current point of view. And she's right. When we think back on Second World War, I think there was America First movement with Charles Lindbergh helping the Nazis, and it took a tremendous effort by the Brits to change the opinion. And I think that's what we need today. Coming back to why our policies are like they are, I believe, like individually, probably it's not Jake Sullivan or Biden alone who are making bad decisions. I think, unfortunately, we have to find out what incentivizes them to act like they're acting. For instance, when they punished Ukraine for striking oil refineries, right? I mean, that was ridiculous, but there was a scare that oil prices would be affected. So basically, in this case, what the West is trying to do is the West is trying to fight Russia, but at the same time trying to buy from it, trying to do business with it. So we have not really decoupled from Russia. That's one of the biggest problem. So that's the single biggest problem that I see. We have not honestly decoupled our economy from Russia. So we keep buying gas. We don't, or like we didn't tell, or our leaders did not tell people openly, hey guys, we're gonna put sanctions there, we're gonna supply Ukraine with weapons, but we're going to try to continue doing business with Russia because gas gotta stay cheaper and we care about elections. So this was not told to us. It was just as Ukraine started to hit targets which America or the West did not intend them to strike, suddenly we discovered that there was some things in Russia that we wanted to use or wanted to have functioning. And I think that's a main problem. And I think that ties into the economy. I think it also goes back to Linda's arguments, basically that Russia prepared it over decades. And I agree, Russia basically utilized our capitalism against us, like not Russia, but also Soviet Union. Slowly they prepared, infiltrated our energy economy into it, weaponized our economy against us slowly. I mean, you can see how Russians moved money into Europe, into the United States, a big part through Austria, through Raiffeisen, but not only through French Total, Abramovich buying British society. All that was part of this big plan, and that's why we are only half-assed in that game. And I think that's what we need to solve as well, because in order to defeat Russia, look at the parts from the West which are being supplied, where Ukraine goes. Look at this missile we intercepted. Look at the parts. It's, I don't know, 70% America, 10% France, 20% Germany, whatever, like that's approximately it, right? And we are still all supplying these components because we kind of sanctioned Russia, but really not. And I think this is like going to the root cause of all of it. It's not like, okay, if we solve that root cause, basically then we'll solve the issue of Patriots system, then we'll solve the issue of targets being allowed to be struck at solely Ukraine's discretion. I think we need to fight the root cause, because what we're trying to address partially, and I think it's good to address it partially, right? It's fighting the symptoms by fighting, hey, give them this permission, give them that permission, give them this ammunition. we are fighting symptoms, and I think it's good to fight the symptoms. But as with every disease, you must not only fight the symptom, you gotta fight the root of the disease, the infection that's causing all the symptoms. And I think that's that our businesses are still interlinked, our economies are still interlinked without admitting it to the public what's the problem. And I think part of this open conversation that needs to be had is exactly this, right? To show people, hey, we are still, I don't know, making up numbers now, right? Like we are still 50% with our economy, with our comfort that we afford here. We are still financing the slaughter of Ukrainian children. Do you agree that it's fine to slaughter Ukrainian children to have 10 cents cheaper gas? Yes or no? You know, this is the conversation that needs to be had, because that's the calculus which is happening eventually, and it's because Russia weaponized our economy against us. But I think if we fight that, we solve it.
I think that's a very good point, Fancy. You know, the unfortunate thing is that there is a lot of indirect trade with Russia. For example, exports from Germany, from many EU nations, from France. I haven't seen figures from the United States, but I have seen figures of exports from the EU to Kazakhstan, to Kyrgyzstan, to Tajikistan. These are waypoints, and these are waypoints for critical components that Russia needs in its war machine. I think that Kyrgyzstan, for example, it is just a destination written on a waybill. Kyrgyzstan doesn't need these components, doesn't use these components, but we know who needs them, we know who uses them, and we've seen these high-tech Western components repeatedly in the debris of Russian missiles. Well, and then people scratch their heads, so how did they get there? Aren't there sanctions in place? Well, yes, there are sanctions in place. They get there because there are Western companies continuing to do business with Russia through countries like Kyrgyzstan. It absolutely has to be stopped. And in much the way Fancy suggests, there should be shareholders at annual meetings asking these global corporate executives that very question. 10 cents to your bottom line for how many thousands of killed Ukrainians? Here's one shareholder who won't stand for it. And I think there would be thousands of shareholders who would join in such a shareholder action. So if you own corporate shares of companies that continue to do business inside Russia, or if you hold shares in a company that exports to Russia through places like Kyrgyzstan, write a letter to the chair of the board. Take shareholder action. That is another kind of democracy. Use your voice as an owner of a corporation. You are demanding to behave ethically. You can do that. Now, Fancy, I want to take a little diversion here, or I want to question you. You said that the United States punished Ukraine for striking Russian oil refineries. I don't think the United States ever punished Ukraine. It simply made a public statement that it didn't encourage such strikes on Russian infrastructure. But I don't think the United States ever punished Ukraine for that. But the problem that I've discovered today is that if Ukraine were to use American weapons against targets inside Russia, according to President Zelensky, there would be a cessation of American military aid to Ukraine. And that would, of course, be a devastating punishment. It astonished me that such a potential punishment was even possible. It is just unconscionable that that the United States would draw such a red line for its ally. For its ally, I hang my head in shame if the United States has done this. I want to go to Vuchko, to Fancy, to Pickled, and then to Aria. Vuchko.
Thank you. Just in time. It's like the doomsday clock for me. It's 5 minutes to midnight, and then the power cuts. So, like that Iron Maiden song, 2 minutes to midnight. Just quickly, what Fancy Vishivanka was saying. Yeah, they were going to punish us. They frowned upon it. But the biggest point to make with that, the refinery stuff, right? The refineries make products like petroleum and diesel that crude oil is turned into, but it was strange. It's not going to affect the crude oil price because let's keep in mind there's a price cap on Russian crude oil, but it's not sanctioned or banned, right? So that's a big loophole there. I'll leave that at that. There was a previous speaker, one of the ladies was talking about air defences. So the Patriots, right, which are very expensive, like $1 billion for the entire system, launches, radars, everything, right? And she was sort of saying they mightn't be in production. There's only so many left. Why aren't they making more? There's another option which is cheaper and just almost just as effective. That's NASAMS, right? So that's the National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile System, and it's manufactured a joint venture between the United States and Norway. So it's manufactured by Raytheon, and I think the Norwegian company is like Kongsberg or Königsberg Aerospace. Someone correct me on that. I'm going off the top of my head here, but just quickly because I'm running out of time. The NASAMS fire something called the AMRAAM, which is normally an air-to-air missile that American aircraft use. It's the Advanced Medium Range Air-to-Air Missile, so AMRAAM, the AIM-120, right? The best in the American inventory, right? It's retasked in the NASAMS to be used as a SAM, so a surface-to-air missile, right? And it can engage targets up to like 80,000 feet. And the AMRAAMs are far cheaper missiles as reloads than the reloads that the missiles that are used in the Patriots, right? So, and they're still in production, right? So Raytheon and that Norwegian company, they're still making them. So anyone here from Norway or in the United States, maybe it might be a better option to petition your state senators or representatives to get some contracts going with Raytheon and that Kongsberg company in Norway to make some more NASAMS for Ukraine. And thanks. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Vuchko. More NASAMS are on the way to Ukraine, and we'll get to NASAMS. I think maybe we'll get to a pretty deep air defense discussion tonight. Vuchko, knowing your time is short, go right ahead.
That's all I have to say. Thanks for letting me speak. When I drop out, it's not because I'm bored of the space. It's because my power's cut. So thank you very much. Дуже дякую і слава Україні.
Heterum Slava. Thanks, Vuchko, for being with us tonight. To Fancy, to Pickled, and then to Aria. Fancy Vishivanka.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to add to this argument that the shareholder basically can step up, need to step up. I think, yes, that's to some degree true. In this case, I would be happy if Axel was up, He likes to always chat about the economy. I think there's a second thing that needs to be addressed, which is if companies are allowed to do such deals via third party, if it fits their bottom line, they will go down that path. If they're not directly doing it, there will be intermediaries who make it easier for them. So until you legally close those holes, companies are just like capitalism. I'm the biggest capitalist probably that there is in Austria. I don't know. I love capitalism in general, but I think unfortunately it has its weakness. I'm sorry, Pickled. I'm really sorry. We should have a discussion of it at some point. But I love capitalism, but it has its weakness, and this weakness is exactly this. If you don't establish laws around it, it will just go down the route. The system will go down the route that it's incentivized to do, right? And we currently have our system not disincentivized to basically F ourselves in the butt, through doing business with Russia. And until we plug that hole, I think problem is not solved. I really think lawmakers, legislation needs to do that work. I think shareholders, yes, that's a good approach, and I think sometimes it works. But I think as a second layer, we need to push our politicians, our lawmakers, to adopt sanctions, like secondary, tertiary sanctions, to prevent companies from doing business via middle men and via intermediary countries, because it's open to see, right? And then there just needs to be a fine for companies if their equipment ends up there, right? And I think if you punish companies, if their chips or equipment, whatever, ends up in Russia, then you see how fast, how inventive they get that their stuff does not end up there. I think that's where we need to adjust the thumb screws.
We definitely have to tighten those screws, and the penalties on such companies need to be heavy. They need to be penalties that matter. Any number of ways to go about it. I agree with Fancy. Any company's component found in debris of Russian missiles should be penalized. I don't care, frankly, how that component arrived in Russia to be installed in a missile. It's in a missile. It's a high-tech component, maybe part of the guidance system, uh, and it killed Ukrainians. That company gets penalized. Maybe the company can protest and say, well, there's a black market. We can't track all of our exported components. We don't know how it got to Russia. Well, then the government just has to be in the position of saying, you damned well better find out how it got to Russia. And until you can tell us, pay this penalty. The other thing I would say is that any global corporation that pays taxes to Russia, and this is a matter of record. Any company that pays taxes to Russia should be penalized. There should be quadruple or some heavy multiple of the taxes that company has paid to Russia levied as a fine, as a penalty. Then, if they so choose, let them continue to do business with Russia, but under heavy, heavy penalties and even sanctions. Deny them markets that are much more profitable to them. Take away their export licenses. That would stop it. Pickled Flickafella, Aria, and Yenny. Pickled.
Hey, Alan, thank you very much. Hi, Aria. Thank you for hosting this space. Fascinating conversations as always. Really appreciate the discussion because, and especially when we start talking about the economy and, trying to come up with creative ways to really analyze and approach this problem from different angles, I think is just phenomenal. And I fancy Vyshavanka, yes, my facial expression, because I thought I was the biggest capitalist, and here you are claiming that. So yeah, we definitely need to talk about. But you know what, Alan? I would take you even further. Court of public opinion for companies that have any types of financial, activities with Russia, whatever it is, any type of movement of liquid assets, whatever, and labeled as a foreign agent. And you know how there's those criminal pedophiles, when they move into a new area after they're being released and they try to integrate in society, they have to walk around and let everybody know who they are. That's exactly what needs to happen with any company that has anything to do with Russia. Because I would love to walk into whatever area where I'm doing my shopping as whatever entity I am, and I'll look around all the different choices, because we live in this wonderful free market economy, and I'm going to say, well, that one's got a sticker of Russian flag on it, because that's what they do. I'm not going to I'm not going to pay money into it, because I think as a society we acknowledge the fact that what Russia's doing, it's not just wrong, but it has direct threat to our existence. Our political leaders, I don't know what the hell is going on over there. Even when we talked about in this space, in this particular conversation, restricting Ukrainian use by of Western provided to Ukraine, what they can and cannot hit. That's just, to me, it's contradicting, because if we're trying to, kind of position ourselves as this third party that's not involved into this conflict, but we telling Ukraine what they can and cannot hit. That's like we are literally being involved in this conflict by trying to, leverage targets and all that stuff. Plus, like who are we trying to convince here? The Russians, who since day one been telling us that they're already fighting us. Like in their informational space, we already crossed that red line long time ago, because in their mind, Crimea is part of Russia, right? And here we are, Ukrainians attacking Crimea. Yeah, I mean, I think I think they already put that into the new constitution towards, these new territories that they occupied, where they're committing war crimes and genocide, to include like Zaporizhia, that they control maybe like 20% of. They couldn't, even try to occupy the city of Zaporizhia. That's considered to be part of their territory. What kind of garbage is this? So there's no convincing Russians in any of this. Are we just trying to convince ourselves somehow? It's just, it's frustrating. But at the same time, I really appreciate this space, because, listening to you guys, I learn so much. I get really energized about, about different topics. And then, my goal is, after these conversations, after listening to you guys, I'm trying to kind of channel this energy, outward. So this way I'm not, just kind of bouncing around echo chambers, but, kind of try to channel this information and this frustration by calling my representatives, texting the office of the president. I think there's like a, text thing. I did it once. Now they keep pinging me because they want me to donate to their campaign or something like this. But so I really appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you for the opportunity to be on the speaker panel and share my thoughts about this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Pickled. Talking about creative ways to penalize global corporations that continue to do business inside Russia, or whose high-tech components are found in Russian missile debris. I wish there was some millionaire out there, or maybe it would take a multimillionaire, who would fund a public information campaign and air nationwide commercials here in the United States during popular programs like, I don't know, the PGA Golf Championship or NFL football at halftime. Let consumers know that their favorite potato chip, maybe it's made by Doritos, does business inside Russia. And every time you bite into a Doritos, you might as well be chewing on the foot of a dead Ukrainian, because that is what Doritos is funding. Get the information out there. So, Pickled, the court of public opinion, that's an important court to present your case in. To Yenny, to Aria, to Joanna, to Linda. Yenny.
I'm out walking my dog, and so my phone was in my pocket. Um, so yeah, from what date are you considering doing this mega punishment? Because apparently, IKEA was slapped with, I don't remember, this huge tax in Russia, and IKEA pulled out of Ukraine or out of Russia in, I think it was like September of 2022, because that was the earliest that they could do a complete pullout out of the country. And even then, when they had uh, sold off some of the malls and buildings and crap that they owned, I don't know where this tax is coming from. Mockers talked about it 2 days ago, and I had to look it up. And IKEA and the subgroup that they created just for Russia was completely gone by September, October 2022, because that was as fast as they could. Then you have Ericsson, who is one of the biggest uh, telecom infrastructure people or companies. And they couldn't, there was no way that they could pull out of Russia before they did, whenever that was. I think it was like early 2023, because of the contracts, and they would have, there was something. So they really couldn't pull out of Russia. So are we going to punish the companies that are trying to pull out and really can't? Or are we punishing the ones that Russia decides to punish and then slap a tax on them for like $1 billion because they want money there? I'm guessing they're not going to get a lot of money out of like IKEA. But these are the things. Or are we punishing those companies? And who's going to make those kind of decisions, looking at, okay, so you pay taxes in Russia in 2024. This is for the fiscal year of 2022. So now we're going to punish you. Who's going to make the call, and who's going to look to see, did these companies actually do everything they possibly could to pull out? Or did they, like, is it Mondelez? Mondelez, I think it is. It's a chocolate that I think falls under the Nestle, their that umbrella. They decided not to pull out, or partially. I don't really know how that one worked, but and that actually covers a Swedish brand as well. And so I actually stopped buying it because they're still in Russia to this day. They're the ones that make Cadbury eggs. But then you have, like, I think, a choice as to why they're staying, so that before we go, because I'm all for like punishing companies that don't care about the sanctions. I'm all for secondary sanctions. You choose to do business with Russia, you're going to be punished. Oh, you're doing everything you can to pull out, and you there is no way you can. I think that there's a difference there. So there are nuances to these stories. Anyway, thank you.
You know, Yenny, I don't think these corporations should be protected by nuance. And I think that any company that wishes to cut off its business inside Russia can do so. You're telling me that global corporations haven't broken contracts before? Of course they have. And they've gotten away with it. The Yale School of Business tracks and grades global corporations in their business dealings with Russia. We'll get a tweet up in the nest with their latest assessment of who is profiting from doing business inside Russia and who has completely severed ties with business in Russia. I think the Yale School of Business is probably the leader in grading and assessing global corporations in whether or not they have acted ethically and completely closed down their operations in Russia or lied about it. I'll see if I can get that up into the nest. Aria, to you, and then I'm going to flip some coins here in the background and go to hands. Arya?
Appreciate it, Alan. Just for those who are listening, this is one of the privileges of Alan taking the reins. I get to relax a little bit more, and he gets to have the fun of remembering which of the 5 people holding their hands up are next. Godspeed with that, Alan. In any case, just I'm somewhere between Jenny and Alan, you, in regards to the companies and punishment or action pertaining to components to Russia, right? So I agree, Alan, that if they're selling stuff to Tajikistan or China or UAE, and it's, they can't account for where it's going to go afterwards, past individual buying a certain amount from a store, right, which you can't stop, and they're still doing that gray area business, then there should be huge fines, right? Those companies that are still through subsidiaries or different branches in other countries trading with Russia should be punished. But I don't think somebody should be punished because, the Russian government paid some little guy in France or Japan or Korea, to go into a retail store for stuff like that, right? When it's a military component, when it's something that's advanced technology, I agree with you. There needs to be a higher level of understanding on those, or of monitoring who we are selling to, things that can be used against us like that. But if the Russians decide to buy 10 GPS systems on at some local store in Japan while pretending to be on vacation, and each one brings back 2, I don't think it's fair to Garmin or whatever the GPS company that made it, if they did take those restrictions. And just one other thing real quick. There was said before in regards to how long it took the United States to get ready for World War II, and somebody brought up the American First Group during that time, right? It wasn't just them; there were a lot of other anti-war groups, and the person mentioned that it was the British, that really changed our opinion, and I would disagree with that. The real pivot was Pearl Harbor. Right. Until Pearl Harbor, a significant section of the country, both Democrat and Republican, were opposed to the war. There were some people that were sympathetic, but the country at large was not ready to do that. And
the most important sympathetic person in the United States was Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Let me get to that, Alan.
He was preparing the nation for war. Arya, and yes, Pearl Harbor propelled America into the war, but America would have joined that war in any event. It's history. But Arya, to this point of Russians buying Garmin GPS devices in Japan, for example, and bringing them back to Russia 2 at a time, and then contributing them to the Russian defense industry. There's a way to deal with that. Every single person returning to Russia is searched. The luggage is unpacked and searched. You would do a body search of them. Maybe if they have a Garmin GPS device stuck up their ass, you're going to find it. And if they are carrying any such component back to Russia, they don't go back to Russia, they go to jail. There is a way to completely embargo needed goods for the Russian war machine. In fact, maybe the way to do it is with an embargo. I know it's an act of war, but take it. See what Russia does. Use an embargo to strangle the Russian war economy. That's what they are ramping up, a war economy. Face up to it, get the job done, embargo Russia. Arya, because I was so rude and I interrupted you, you can go. Then Joanna, because I know how late it is for her. Then Fancy, then Terry, then Linda. So Arya, Joanna, Fancy, Terry, Linda, Arya.
It's all up, brother. No worries. You know, I really, it's all good. You know, I heard the little bit of emotion in the voice. Uh, 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 you know, in regards to the last thing you said, because that's the easiest. I agree with you, right? We should be embargoing countries that are doing open business of components like that with Russia. But that's where I will say that comes into dealing with those countries and not the companies, right? You can't penalize a company because a country is refusing to check people's luggage, right? I agree with you. We need to do much better, and we need to do that. But I just would say that is pertaining to a country, and you're correct, right, in regards to Roosevelt, his domestic speeches and attempts at mobilizing the U.S. government to sway public opinion in regards and to restart our armaments industry and everything else, including Lend-Lease. You are 100% correct on that. That was my second point, and then my third point was we made those foreign actors and those groups that believed America had to be dismantled or changed into a totalitarian state illegal, right? The German American Bund was banned. All groups that were sympathetic, there was a similar Italian group, it was banned, right? We should not be allowing foreign actors that are clearly financed by Russia to take advantage of our open societies to destroy us. Right. That was the third thing there. Alan, I have no idea who to go to, so back to you.
It is Joanna, Fancy, Terry, and Linda. Joanna, welcome.
Thank you, Alan and Aria. Oh my God, so many things to say. I'll try to be short. Because there are other hands. So taxation. You cannot sanction Russia with taxation because, or the companies that are working with Russia, because usually they create subsidiaries, and you know, the international taxation or the taxation of the country of origin does not apply. Yes, they do some consolidated accounting. Yes, they may choose to pay taxes in some other place, but it's very hard to target those companies, and you need like years in order to devise this. So this force about sanctions. Yes, we were very not good with the sanctions, and I agree with Jenny. Secondary sanctions are needed. There are some hints that it started with the banks. We know that there are some problems with the payments in Turkey, in China, even UAE. About China, Putin even spoke to Xi Jinping trying to solve this problem, because apparently there is a problem. So secondary sanctions are needed because, let's be honest, have you seen an amazing economic growth in Kazakhstan or Tajikistan or Turkmenistan, but the imports in those countries are fourfold or fivefold or even 20-fold as compared to before the war? So we know this is happening. So that's why we need secondary sanctions. That's what kind of broke Iran and North Korea. Well, Iran managed to survive, probably with help from some friends. We know who the friends are. But it's the only way to apply secondary sanctions. And the problem is that we were really nice. We were trying to, when I say we, I mean the democratic countries, US, Canada, EU, Japan, Australia, all the countries that are in the supporting Ukraine. So we try to be nice. We try to play by the rules. You know, the sanctions had two objectives. One, to hit the oligarchs, and they succeeded in a certain way. We know that they are rich, and the fact that they are rich is because they manage to avoid some things, and they have like fiscal paradises and things like this. So it's very difficult to know if they are really hit by the sanctions. And the second was to limit the revenues of the Russian state. They were not intended to make the Russian population suffer. That's why the food, the fertilizers, the medicines are not sanctioned. So we tried to do this nicely, but we failed because these kind of sanctions work for about 3 to 6 months. Then a country like Russia reorients itself, and they can do parallel import or import substitution or whatever other schemes in order to circumvent the sanctions. So we have a saying in Romania: when you want to cut the tail of a cat, it's better to do it at once, not cutting little pieces by little pieces, because it hurts. So that's what we did with the sanctions. We are at 13, 14, 20th package of sanctions. We should have been more decisive. We should have applied very strict sanctions from the beginning. And also there is the control part, and many of these, it relies on UN, and we know that UN is dysfunctional, non-functional. UN is unexisting. Something like this, for example, the maritime sanctions. Who enforces them? Nobody. And there is also the interest of different countries, because, for example, Russia is breaching the Montreal Convention by transporting military equipment through the Bosphorus on civilian ships. And well, it does this probably with the tacit approval of Turkey, because Turkey and Russia are not really enemies. So it's very complicated, and we do not have someone to enforce it. So again, secondary sanctions, that could work, but we have to be decisive enough. And I listened to the conversation, and I have much more to add, but I just want to add two things, short things. We are saying all the time, as long as it takes. Are we prepared for another 10 years of war? Because I think we are not. Are we prepared for another 5 years and then a bigger war? I think we are not. So in the interest of everybody, military, financial, geopolitical, whatever it is, we need this war to stop sooner. So we should give Ukraine whatever it needs. So not as long as it takes, but whatever it takes to win. And that brings me to my second point. After all those 2 years in which we said, well, you will support Ukraine, Ukraine must have the sovereignty and the territorial integrity and the freedom and the freedom to choose its own path and things like this. Let's suppose that we arrive to negotiations. Let's suppose that Russia has some territory of Ukraine after these negotiations. Who will sign that treaty? Who will bend the knee and say, yeah, okay, Russia got this from Ukraine, we couldn't help Ukraine enough, so okay, we will sign, Germany, France, UK, US, we will sign this and we will agree to this, because we need peace, we need to have stability, we need to have an agreement on international borders. Who will sign that? Who will be ready to accept that the territory of Ukraine will be in Russia? And if we are not, then let's do whatever it takes, and faster.
You know who would sign such a negotiated peace agreement, Joanna? Hungary. And who would want to put their signature next to Viktor Orban's? I
You know
hope
what?
no one.
Yeah, yeah, probably they will sign, because they are I don't know, under the Russian spell. I don't know what to say. But you know what? Viktor Orban said clearly, very clearly, that he does not want the Russian borders be closer to Hungary. I guess he knows something. So I don't know if he will be willing to sign, for example. Yeah, he's okay with Odessa being Russian, but will he be okay with Uzhgorod being Russian? I don't think so.
Good point. Maybe Viktor Orban has spine after all. The United States, uh, as a sanction imposer, has also been a kind of sanction buster until recently. The United States imported uranium from Russia and paid for that uranium, paid a dear price for it. But in the last 2 weeks, Congress finally passed a prohibition on importing uranium from Russia. The United States doesn't need uranium from Russia. This could have been done 2 years ago, but it has finally been done. Every country needs to examine trade with Russia and cut it off completely. And this should be an active discussion among the 50 allies, 50 plus allies of Ukraine around the world. Every global democracy needs to look at the business it does with Russia, and they need to stop it. It's pretty simple. It's too simple, apparently, for national leaders to grasp. I think I said the order was Fancy Terry Linda, Fancy Vishivanka.
Thank you. I want to roll it up backwards from Joanna. What she said, I think it's very important. The most important goal of us should be to do whatever it takes and not however long it takes, right? Because one thing everyone knows who's in Ukraine, who's regularly in Ukraine, who wants Ukrainians to suffer that shit that's happening there for 10 years? Now, when you go to Ukrainian towns, you see hundreds of fallen soldiers' images on the town squares, right? Sometimes. Like, I was Eastern Novovolinsk and I felt sorry for every single fallen there. However long it takes, right? Do we want to multiply this by 10x, or what's our goal there, right? Because that's exactly what's going to happen. You just run those men slowly through the war, and then who's there left to be that country, right? Like, that's not something I want. The other thing, Russia's already destroyed a lot of the energy infrastructure. Are we really prepared to let 40 million people live in the medieval ages without electricity? Is that what we are ready to continue however long it takes? So this is, I think, the response that journalists should have to politicians, to say we are with Ukraine as long as it takes, because that cannot be the goal, right? To have them suffer as long as it takes. I mean, that's a crazy perspective to take on this war. I really think this war must not last longer than 1 or 2 years, because if you see what's happening in Ukraine, it won't go well if you let it more than 2 years. You know, the economy, more and more people are drawn out of their jobs into army. That will further destabilize the economy. The electrical infrastructure, we finally need to start rebuilding Ukraine. And we need to reopen airports in Ukraine. We need to start building businesses again in Ukraine, pull back refugees that left Ukraine. We need to invite them back into Ukraine. That's all only possible if we help Ukraine win as fast as possible. So that should be the goal. That one thing said. I think in respect of sanctions, there you mentioned Ericsson at some point. There's a cool telecommunications company that has been a great example of how to leave Russia. There was Cisco. I believe Cisco Systems, they left Russia not because sanctions pushed them so, but because it was the moral thing to do. And you can Google it. There is only great stories about Cisco. Also, how Cisco steps up for its employees. It's a really cool company that has done the right thing in the face of war. And if you're a decision maker buying equipment, buy Cisco. It's American, by the way. So buy American, buy Cisco, buy someone who does not support Russia. Really cool. I think they're a great example. They can teach us a lot of other companies what to do. And the last thing I want to finish on, that's hence I said rolling backwards. One thing I think where America is incredibly great is with the OFAC list and sanctions. And I think they're currently at it because in Austria, as citizens, we are not powerful enough to stop our government or to stop Raiffeisen, like basically Putin's Austrian bank, from doing business in Russia. And I noticed that Americans are increasing the pressure on them. And I think they just should throw this bank, to smithereens, take it apart, as a punishment for being Putin's little puppy. And I think that's what I want to finish on. The OFAC list can be really a powerful tool, and American sanctions, if it's used right. And please use it against Austria because, yeah, as normal citizens, we don't manage to change what our government is doing here.
Yeah, thanks, Fancy. Unfortunately, the policies of the United States, especially, and here's a public service announcement. Unfortunately, the host here, MriyaReport, is having connection issues, so we may crash. But unfortunately, the policies pursued, especially by the United States, are policies that are inevitably lengthening this war. Chuck Farrer has looked at what's happening on the battlefield in Ukraine and predicted a war that goes at least 2 to 4 more years. And this goes right to the heart of Joanna's question. All those countries like the United States saying for as long as it takes, what is the limitation? The United States isn't prepared to assist Ukraine for 5 or 10 more years. It's not. And it should be, but it's not. It should be prepared to help Ukraine win now. And it could help Ukraine in just such a way. To Terry and to Linda, Joanna, please stay with us. Terry?
Thanks, Alan. Oh, excuse me. So many good points that have been made here. I loved everything that Joanna was saying. I loved what Jenny was saying about, how far do we go with the sanctions? I loved what Joanna was saying about as long as it takes. From the moment that phrase came out, I thought, what on earth are they on about? Because as she said, are we thinking 5 years? Are we thinking 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? The way that things are going at the moment, it does seem as if they want to drag it out forever. But it should be as much as it takes to get Ukraine to win sooner rather than later. The sooner the better. Every single day that this war continues is more lives being lost, if not actually physically lost, as in deaths. It means life-changing events and all sorts of things. Anyway, we all know that, so I won't go down that anymore. One of the reasons why I came up was about and it was something that was chatted about earlier, but it's still relevant, is about this business of not allowing Ukraine to use weapons on Russian territory. And my thoughts are that Russia must be laughing its head off to some extent, because they could retreat back to Russia and just sit safely in Russia, bombing Ukraine to bits like they do. They often try to bomb from a distance before they will ever go in. And they could sit and do that for donkey's years. And Ukraine's not allowed to fight back. It also means that if Russia is just sitting on the border waiting to come in, there's no way that Ukraine could send any warning shots to say, don't you dare come in. So this whole idea seems totally preposterous. So I'm hoping that all of our countries, I know the UK has supposedly said, oh, we don't mind if you use the Storm Shadow, but actually, it still feels as if our decision makers are still against Ukraine winning. They have got to start saying, we're going to do everything we can to help Ukraine win as quickly as possible. And then when it comes to sanctions, I must admit, I think it was Jenny mentioned Mondelez and how Mondelez have got, and she mentioned Cadbury's eggs. I think it's all of Cadbury's, I'm not sure. But I have stopped eating Cadbury's eggs. But that brings me round to this phrase about capitalism. Although I'm not a full-blown capitalist, I suppose, but to some extent, everybody in a democratic environment had to take on board capitalism to some extent. I think the fact is that a lot of our true capitalists are, a lot of our decision makers are true full-blown capitalists, and therefore they are the ones that get to choose how far we go with all these different sanctions and everything. So because they have got the money, they have got the power, and can therefore choose to limit how much we push back against Russia. So somehow or other, we've got to get the people power up there again and saying we're not prepared to go with this. I don't know how it will be done. My brain just doesn't cope with the complexities of it all, but I've loved some of the ideas being thrown around here, and perhaps we will get there eventually, but we need to encourage all of our decision makers to take on board as quickly as possible, please, not as long as it takes. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. You know, it's not a very colorful tweet, the first tweet up in the nest, but it is the current index of 1,500 global corporations continuing to do business in Russia from the Yale School of Management. The Yale School of Management is the leader in tracking companies that have either exited Russia completely or promised to exit Russia and have secretly continued to do business there. It was updated on May 21st, 2024. So that is about as recent as it possibly gets. I encourage you to take a look at the full list of companies. The Yale School of Management has actually been able to convince nearly 1,000 companies to withdraw from doing business with Russia. And it has done this in partnership with President Zelensky, in partnership with shareholders and government officials all around the world. So it's actually a very complete, dense tweet up there. Give it a click, see what you find. Search for companies that you either buy from or hold shares in. It will lead you to taking action. Linda, go ahead.
Man, so many insightful things have been talked about here in this long conversation. And yay, yes, I wish there were international decision makers in on this conversation and either at least listening or participating in it. A lot of wisdom from my perspective has been shared and bandied about. A couple of things, and I'll try to be really short, as short as I can anyway, for somebody who talks a lot. With regard to sanctions or whatever it is to curtail the bad actors that are continuing to benefit economically off of doing business with Russia. and their responsibility, even though they might not be doing business directly or even indirectly, but vicariously through other actors. Yeah, put the onus on them to figure out a way to make that stop. If it means that they need to redesign their chips so that the chips, kind of like that, what John Deere did with their tractors here years ago, a few years ago, whatever, they made them non-functional. So, to the degree that technology firms, have the technological wherewithal to make their devices somehow non-functional, if they land in places where they shouldn't be, that would be a very good thing. Now, I'm sure that would apply to some things, but not to a whole lot of other things. But to the degree something like that could happen, that would be a very good thing, right? The other thing I wanted to stress too is um, we need to be really clear, we as a society, but more so decision makers, um, of what our desired ends are. So, in other words, goal-driven decision making. What is it that we really want to achieve? And then you start defining that. Not just the what, but the when, and then the who and the how, etc. And you back up from that. It's like backwards thinking, right? What has to happen for this to happen, and then what has to happen for that to happen, etc. And then what are the dynamics of this action, this situation, etc.? What are the interplays between actors and or things that are scenarios that are set afoot, right? Thinking of that and thinking ahead of it rather than waiting and saying, "Oh, I never thought of that. We should have done this," right? Thinking instead ahead of it, of what those dynamics are and what the trade-offs are and what the risks of the trade-offs are and the consequences of those trade-offs, and how all of those choices lead to what degree do they lead to the desired outcome. And if we don't have a good idea and a definition of the desired outcome that we're trying to achieve, then we're just fooling around. We're literally just fooling around. And I mean fooling, right? So, and I've worked enough in the consulting realm that decision makers, even at very high levels, you come in working on a special problem that they're trying to solve, and you try to get them to articulate what it is, the outcome that they want to achieve. Literally, decades ago, I adopted the very basic question coming in. And usually I got to a place in the conversation where I actually said it, but I'm always thinking about to myself, which is, quote, what are we really trying to do here? Sounds really simple. And I've been on projects where it was impossible, literally impossible, for sometimes for good reasons, but oftentimes for intellectual laziness reasons, why the decision makers were not capable of articulating what they wanted to achieve. And unless and until you can do that, you're going to waste a lot of time and effort and have a lot of intermediate failures and oopses, and you're going to push out, whatever it is that you think eventually you decide what you were trying to achieve. It's going to push that way out, and you're going to have a lot of failures and a lot of costs and a lot of um, uh, I can't think of the word, but anyway, people that are affected, things and people that are affected, including costs, so including financials. So but articulating that is a process. So articulating all of those dependencies leading to what's trying to be achieved, you can't just, decide something and assume that it's going to make a difference. You have to backtrack it, and you have to figure out what the choices are, what the alternatives are, and what the trade-offs are between the alternatives, and that includes risks, etc., and how doing this is going to affect these other things and how that's going to play out. So maybe you don't want to do that after all. You maybe want to do this other thing that apparently might not be the best choice, but when you look at what the other choice is going to foment, the second, the second choice might of what you do might be better after all overall as far as getting to where you want to get to. This is complicated, and it gets into a paradigm, a realm. It's not all of it, but it crosses into a formal paradigm called decision intelligence. And that's complex. And most decision makers don't have a clue. And it's very hard, but it is doable. So we need to be pressing our decision makers to on the question, what are we really trying to do here? Literally to the question of, oh, well, we're going to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. Excuse me? Answer the question. What are we really trying to do here?
Yeah, I agree with you, Linda. I think that we don't have time for such complexity. We are literally at the point where an enemy with a gun has broken down our front door and is threatening us. Maybe we have a gun too. I'm not going to go into complexity decision making. I'm going to fire first. That is essentially what global democracies need to do now to confront Russia.
I think we
Now, Linda, go ahead.
I think we need both, because another
There's not time for both, Linda.
no,
There simply is not time for
no,
both.
we have to do we can chew gum and walk at the same time. We can do both. We have the capability to do both.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure we can chew gum and walk at the same time. I'm really not, and I'd give up the gum.
I think
and march.
Russia is in process right now of gearing up for a very long war, and we need to do planning for that.
There's no question about that. Russia is planning for a long and wider war. Long and wider. Those are the operative words here. And both need to be considered by leaders of nations who can stop Russia. Longer and wider. That is what Russia is aiming for. Richard, just before going to you, I do want to give listeners a taste of the first tweet in the nest from the Yale School of Management. There are more than 1,000 companies here on the index, and I'm just going to scroll through it and pick out companies that I recognize. That's an unfair way to use the Yale School of Management index of companies doing business inside Russia, but I'm going to do it anyway. Benetton continues operations in Russia. If you buy clothes from Benetton, stop. If you have clothes from Benetton, burn them. They probably don't look good on you anyway. Lots of companies from China, obviously continuing to do business inside Russia. Maybe you have a ticket to fly on Emirates Airlines, still flying to Russia. Book a different airline. Maybe you, let's see here. Here I am scrolling through this list, not recognizing any companies at the moment, but I know I will. Kawasaki, still operating in Russia, providing online sales and cooperating with dealers. Buy a different motorcycle. I don't know what else Kawasaki makes. Lacoste, still operating in Russia. Their polo shirts don't really look good on you. Who needs an alligator on their breast? You certainly don't. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, still operating in Russia. Maybe you need a heat pump, don't buy it from Mitsubishi. The list goes on and on and on. The Yale School of Management grades each and every one of these companies. Qatar Airways, still flying to Russia. Buy a ticket on a different airline. Raiffeisen Bank International, still operating in Russia. Beefeater Fella has done an extensive post about how Raiffeisen is profiting from Russia, and Russia is profiting from Raffeson's continued business inside Russia. Where else can I go here? But take a look at this list. It's presented by the Yale School of Management. It's going to give you a lot of information. Tupperware, still operating and actively hiring in Russia. Tupperware, damn, throw out those stupid Tupperware plastic preservation stuff. Whatever, find a different way to store your salads. But the list goes on and on and on. Take a look at it. I encourage you to take a look at it. Look at your own buying habits and change them if necessary. Richard, welcome. Go ahead.
Hello, Alan. I just wanted to say I was very fond of your being mean about all these people's fashion choices. I thought it was quite funny. It is nearly just turning 1 o'clock here in Ukraine, and we are listening to you loud and clear from the drone factory. Still putting stuff together because we wanted to get a bit more of this order out that's going to the lovely Achilles, which is the 92nd Brigade, and also the 47th Mechanized Brigade. So we're sending drones out to the best pilots that there are in Ukraine, and we will not be sleeping until probably the early morning. So we'll have you on loud, and yeah, keep listening away. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you for having MriyaReport on the loudspeaker. We've got to be on more loudspeakers. We really do. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with spectacular speakers, spectacular guests. And we just need to find a way to reach more and more people. It's unfortunately true that what is happening in Ukraine is falling off the front page of the newspaper. It's falling off the front page of social media outlets, news outlets all over the world, at the very time when what is happening in Ukraine should be front and center. Arya?
Well said, Alan. And just to add to that, just a reminder to people, there is a YouTube channel that streams simultaneously with this. If you have people that you think will be interested in listening, you can send them a link to that. We also have a Spotify account under the same name, where the individual segments with the various generals, mayors, rabbis, and other Ukrainian officials and people, who work with NGOs who have come on the space and, given interviews or had discussions with us. Those are there cut down in a neat and easily digestible way. So for instance, if you have family or friends who work in healthcare, it may pay to send them the one with the doctors in Kharkiv, right? If you have religious family, right, sending them one of the ones where somebody involved in the religious community comes. If it's humanitarian, so on and so forth. And just to remind people, we are currently running a fundraiser for generators in Kharkiv. This is a city of over 1.3 million people under constant rocket fire from the Russians. The city is without power and water for, on a good day, around half the day. We are raising funds for generators to go to medical facilities in Kharkiv to be able to treat civilians and soldiers. I know many of you have already given, and to those of you who have, really thank you from the bottom of all of our hearts. This could not be done without you. As I've said before, I really do believe this is the most important, or one of the several most important fundraisers we have done here. These are long-term investments that will allow lives to be saved for years to come. My understanding, and Alan, please correct me if I'm wrong, is these generators are made very well in a way where even if they're hit with shrapnel or something, they're able to generally keep functioning. They're made by a Ukrainian company. So the proceeds to that are going back into helping them get more generators, right? This allows this company to continue to function, to continue to pay employees, and to continue to build generators, which are being used in Ukraine, right? It's not going to a third party like China. It is currently the fourth link in the nest. If you want to take a look, please retweet the fundraiser. And, please consider sharing it off of Twitter, which I do believe is far more important than even sharing it on Twitter. Twitter very much limits our reach. I know when I post, I get 10 to 20 organic viewers, even though I have nearly 2,000 followers because of shadow bans. So when I share stuff off of Twitter, I'm able to get 50 to a couple hundred people, depending on who I think is interested in viewing something. When I'm sending out emails, when I'm sending out text messages, when I'm sending Facebook messages to people. And that seems to have a very real effect. And I mean, if you're out in public and somebody brings up Ukraine, somebody makes even the smallest connection that you can make, it's worth bringing up. I was at the dog park the other day, and there was a gentleman I was talking to. I was there with my mom. We took my dog. I invited her to come along. And the gentleman brought up how there was a charity he supports in Ukraine that does, animal rescue with dogs. And, I started talking to him about it, and he seemed interested. So he took the information down. But one of the comments he made is he follows the news every day on this, but he can't find a good place to get regular information. It's getting updates from CNN. It's getting updates from major news sources. So I do think there are a lot of people that would very much, benefit, who do care. And then there's a lot of people, I think, who aren't aware. This is not what we see anymore on the television screen. It's back page news when it is news, or it's written in such a manner that it takes away so much hope or caring from so many people. It's very poorly done from the media standpoint, and it makes me very sad because there was a very brief period after the second invasion where everybody was talking about it, and there was mass support, and we did not properly capitalize on that. And sadly, I think a lot less people care at the moment. They're distracted or they're unaware. And then I think a lot of people, unless something directly affects you, especially if you're being asked to give up something, they're not empathetic, or they are, but they're not willing to sacrifice anything. And it's important, I think, to remind people that this also directly affects us. And Ukraine is fighting this war in part on our behalf, right? It is a war of survival for them, but they are fighting for our freedoms. They are fighting to keep our children from having to go and fight themselves. And I am not, I do not believe I am exaggerating or saying anything that is incorrect there, right? If they lose this war, we will be fighting it, and I don't think it will be next year, right? The Russians don't have the capability, nor are stupid enough to just start. It's not a game of risk, right? But within a couple of years, they will. And they're going to keep playing and destroying, the stability of our society in the process. because they realize that's a far more effective strategy. So we must rise to the occasion, or this, as so many people here today have said before, this goes on for 2 or 5 or 10 years. It's going to cost so much more to us and the Ukrainians and the world, and it will take decades to come back from what we have lost. And we can, I truly do believe we still have the ability to save it. On that note, back to you, Alan. Sorry.
Oh, I would never say sorry, Arya. I've said exactly the same thing you've said to friends. Ukraine is fighting for us, fighting for our freedoms, our beliefs, not only fighting an existential war of survival. You know what, Arya? No one believes me. So I've stopped saying it. No one believes me. I tell people that what Ukraine is fighting for affects them. No one believes me. So I've stopped saying it. All my friends think I've become a warmonger. Imagine that, me, a warmonger. Far, far from it. So what I've decided to do, Arya, is confront people with the atrocities that Russia commits in Ukraine every day. And I apologize to listeners here. The first tweet in the nest from Vovchansk is an illustration of such an atrocity. You have to confront people you know, your friends, members of your family, people you work with, people you don't know or know only in passing. Confront these people with the atrocities that Russia is committing and ask them a very simple question. Did you know? Did you know Russia shoots innocent civilians in Ukraine? Did you know that's what they do? They take over a border village, Vovchansk, and they herd Ukrainians into basements to torture them, or they just shoot them in cold blood. Did you know that's what Russians do? And if they answer no, then you can tell them there is something you can do about it. You can support Ukraine by being in touch with your elected member of Congress. You can support Ukraine by listening to MriyaReport. You can support Ukraine by becoming informed. And the more information you have, then the more impetus you will have to take action. Don't let people look away. Convince them no innocent bystanders in this world we live in. Make them look at the atrocities. Make them look. Then John and Nancy.
Yeah, thanks. A little bit late here, but interesting discussion, so keep me awake. Just to what Arya was saying, I'm also convinced if we don't stop them, it will come to our shores. But I'm not convinced that it will take many years, because they are testing the waters now, literally. They want to move borders, maritime borders. What's next? Take a piece here and piece there to test our resolve, I think. And if we're not decisive, then they don't need a great force. They need a little green man and saber rattling. That's it. Because if they get away with this, what they're doing now, that means the blackmail is working, and that's all they need. And so I'm not optimistic that we have, many years. It's very close if they're not stopped. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Den John. Stay with us. Nancy, welcome and go ahead, please.
Thanks, Alan. And yeah, one of the things that I've been trying to do to spread the word is to call people to watch, or I'm sorry, to listen to some of our Spotify episodes. And the one that has been, I think, the most compelling to the people I've been able to push to listen to it was the one with Alexandra Matvichuk from a human rights organization in Ukraine that was the 2022 Nobel Peace Prize winner. And I actually got a beautiful note back today from a woman I'd spoken with a couple of weeks ago. And here's what she said about that interview. Morning, Nancy. I kept meaning to tell you that I listened to your interview. What a phenomenal job all of you did. I was so struck by the simplicity of her, Alexandra's ask. Just be a human and recognize other humans. I've been sharing the story with so many others. It gave me so many insights to not just Ukraine, but the world as a whole. I think I was most devastated by how easily entire communities are wiped away just by the simple act of denying their culture. So eye-opening at how it only takes one generation. It's all just so fragile. I've also been adding to my discussions the strongest point she made as to why the US should care. If we don't send money, we won't have the choice but to send our people. Such an obvious open and shut argument. Thanks so much for sharing this part of your world with me. And again, this is a woman who I met at a women's leadership workshop. So, you know, was one who had empathy to Ukraine, but again, typical in the United States, not getting a lot of information on it, you know, and feeling bad, but you know, how do I understand what's going on? And it's like, listen to this interview. And I think that's one of the things we can do is if people can't handle the hard, painful truth from our military experts, our leadership, have them listen to the simple truths of a human rights specialist, or again, one of our older interviews with a Ukrainian priest who was captured on Snake Island and tortured by the Russians because, well, if he's part of the priesthood, surely he must be a spy because that's how the Russians are. You know, those interviews about people, about humanity, I think make a big difference because people do have to understand not just how we are fighting, but what we are fighting for. And I was so delighted that I know I got through to not just that one individual, but she is now sharing that message with others. And that's what our goal is. So I just wanted to pass that on to you guys. I'm not trying to, you know, toot my own horn or anything like that, but everything that was important for her to get from that interview, she got and is communicating it to others. And I think that's, to me, where the rubber meets the road in how we help Ukraine here. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. That is a beautiful response to you as well. And it's not tooting your own horn. It's giving the rest of us a little guidance of what we can do to help people learn more about Ukraine. Get them to these interviews that are archived on Spotify. And then engage with them. Even ask, have you listened? And if you've listened, what did you think? What did you feel? I think that is an absolutely superb, wonderful story you've brought to us, Nancy. Thanks. I'm going to do more of it. myself, to Aria, and to Martin.
Oh, I apologize. I was listening to Nancy and I completely lost my train of thought. So, Martin, over to you.
Aria, thank you for that. And Alan, Slavo Ukraini, Martin Zelig in Winnipeg, Manitoba. I'm actually by the elevator near my underground parking, so I hope you can still hear me. Nancy, you're always so calmly eloquent when you speak, and of course, I agree with what you have said, and in the intelligent way and compassionate way in which you respond and deal with people when it comes to, well, I guess anything, but in this specific case, of course, our common concern, Ukraine. Alan, I wanted to say, in that light, and picking up on the theme of this conversation, Alan, I think that's a very good way of dealing with people who are doubters, who make the absurd comments that, oh, you're a warmonger, and such uninformed nonsense like that, is to point to the war crimes and the atrocities that genocidal Muscovy is committing in Ukraine. And I would say that, and I'm sure you are doing, and others are as well, point to, for instance, I tweeted that, I tweeted it last week, I forget the exact name of the body, but it's in the U.S. Congress. It's one of the subcommittees that have been looking at Muscovy's war crimes in Ukraine.
I bet you're thinking about the Helsinki Commission, Martin.
It could be that, and the last report, at least the one I tweeted out, was from this fall. I think it was October or maybe September, where they had pointed to 108,000, and I know it's even more than that now, war crimes that have been documented that Muscovy has committed in Ukraine. So I would point people to that. I would also point them to what the New Line report from the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights that's been much discussed in the not too distant past on MriyaReport by Gina and Prince Heather. And they're documenting, their thorough documentation by top international specialists on human rights, on the similarly, of course, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and similar atrocities being committed by, again, genocidal Muscovy against Ukraine in Ukraine, of course. And I would use all of that to show these people just exactly what this war is all about. It's an illegal war of aggression by a genocidal monster whose leader is wanted by the International Criminal Court. I mean, is that the type of person you would put any faith in, any trust in? And I'm going to be very political here. I'm looking at you, MAGA types, who have this horrible fetish for that monster. So anyways, I'm on my soapbox, Alan and Aria, pardon me, but I just want to reinforce that point that you have been making, Alan, and that other speakers have brought up as well, that is, I think, if not the best, one of the best ways to tell people just exactly what this war is all about, and the ecocide that Muscovy has committed in Ukraine and continues to commit, these sadistic monsters, and And finally, I'll just say last week that PBS program on nature about the animal rescuers in Ukraine. That too is a war crime that Muscovy is committing. And so I would say to people who are, I don't know, doubters or hesitant or are just looking for more information, look at that too. Anyways, I've blabbed on enough, but I just wanted to come up and mention all that. And Ellen and Ariane, Nancy, and everyone else who's listening from around the world, keep up the good work. This is our fight as well. And Alan, you're right, of course. And Aria, you were right, of course, that Ukraine has to, must, and will win this war because they are fighting our fight too. So I'm going to step down now. In fact, the elevator's coming. I got to go up and charge my phone. Slava Ukraini, and thank you for listening to me.
Helrom Slava, Martin. And Martin, remember, we're on the right side of history. You know, if any of you in your support of Ukraine are ever called a warmonger, as I've been called by my friends, by lifelong friends, here's a response I might suggest. You know, if we want to succeed in outlawing war, which is a terrible scourge, all you have to do is look at the atrocities committed in Ukraine every single day. But that really is a goal of the international community, to outlaw war, the use of force for whatever gain you believe it will bring you. If you want to outlaw war, then you have to fight what you hope will be the last war. And if we help Ukraine defeat Russia, maybe this will be the last war. Maybe this will put the iron in the spines of international leaders all around the world to finally figure out how you succeed in outlawing war. You fight the last war and you defeat the aggressor. You defeat the war criminal. You defeat that criminal decisively. And you prosecute the thousands that have helped that wartime leader wage the last war. Prosecute them in The Hague, sentence them as they deserve, but make this war that Russia has launched against Ukraine the last war. In order to do that, Ukraine needs everything to defeat Russia decisively. Don't hesitate, don't question, don't doubt. This could be the last war if we want it to be. Aria?
I with every fiber in my being, hope you are right, Alan. I do not believe that that is the case. I do believe it will continue to be a constant struggle. I do not believe evolutionary, or however you want to phrase it, humans have come to the where we are capable long term of making a change like that within us. I do pray that one day comes where wars are not a thing. You know, it's you know, I don't think we'll ever get to that point completely, but I do think you can get to a point where it is such a brush thing, delegated to the most remote parts of the world on such a small level, where it is no longer one our world faces as a threat. Just really quickly in regards to, talking to people about Ukraine, I agree with you 100%, and you said it very eloquently on not letting people look the other way. I also agree what you were saying, when people are doubters or haters or parroting propaganda, that it is extremely important then to show them intense or graphic or horrific things. I do give caution though to doing that as the entry point or the way of getting people that are sympathetic but don't have information involved, right? Because what I've seen with a lot of people when you do that, who do care, is at a certain point they can't deal anymore, and they stop reacting, right? They start blocking it out. And one of the things I've had a lot more success with anecdotally is approaching people on particular causes they care about, whether it's the Jewish community in Ukraine, animal welfare, the environment, women's rights, various different things, right? And then they make a connection, then they start caring and they start following based on that. And then at a certain point, they become receptive to broaching some of the more difficult stuff, right? I'm sure many of the people listening that can internalize that if you didn't know exactly what was going on and you hadn't followed the news in the way you had, or found MriyaReport, or however you got involved, right? And somebody just started bombarding you with information and dead pictures of dead people and talking about rape and murder and stealing children and genocide. There's a good chance you would at a certain point tell the person, hey, look, it's horrible. Please stop. Like, I can't deal anymore. It becomes an overload, and many people have very low thresholds, sadly, to that. So just I would give caution on trying a soft, empathetic approach to getting people to care before you start throwing the facts in their face, right? Because it might have, in a lot of cases, the opposite effect. Now, if somebody's like, no, there's not children being stolen, right? You can throw it in their face. If people are like, no, they're not committing war crimes against civilians, throw videos in their face, right? That is the time, right? There is a time to talk and a time to bonk. And it is very important for all of us, and I've been guilty of this, not to bonk when we can just talk. Because a lot of times I've seen people that care pushed away because of that, right? When just talking would work opposed to a more aggressive approach. Now, if talking isn't working or somebody's a bad actor or playing games, get bonking. Back to you, Alan.
Thanks, Arya. Sorry to say I've had it with the soft, empathetic approach. I've had it using that approach with elected public officials. I've had it using that approach with people who should honestly know better, who have experienced war and should know better. With people who want to put their head in the sand. They want to become Rip Van Winkles, go to sleep for 100 years and wake up under an oak tree and then walk out into a new world. It will be a new world for sure, a world they don't recognize because they didn't take action when they needed to. Don't be a Rip Van Winkle. Don't fall asleep under the oak tree. Get the information you need, especially about Ukraine. To Shar, to Untel, and back to Arya. Shar.
Hello, good morning. I'm from England. Just to say, big up to Richard, who I've been following for a few months. He's doing God's work in Ukraine. Fucking hell, I cannot even imagine, Richard, what you're doing. God's work, big up. That's all. Doing the peace sign to you right now. But I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Like, it's a whole thing. Yeah. Oh God, I got stage fright. Sorry. Just like what Richard's charity Frontline Kitchen doing right now. Like, I can't even imagine on the front line, like, and in Ukraine's places where they're being bombed. Like, I can't imagine, Richard, what you're going through and what your workers are going through. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, and I think someone was killed recently, so I apologize for that. But yeah, no, just watching you is amazing, and you're doing God's work. So thank you for that. And from England, Slavokinye, and I'm trying to learn Ukrainian right now. So yeah, that's it. Really, that's it. Thank you.
Heroam Slava, and thank you
William
so much,
Slava,
Charles. That is
of
very,
course.
very, very sweet of you to say. Fortunately, we're not in danger. We're out Lviv direction, so as far away from the front as you can get. I say we're not in danger. There's always the chance of a stray missile. But no, my mother has forbade me from going to the front for a
God,
while. So I've been away from there for at least
I've
5
been
months now.
following
So
you for about a year, so I'm like,
yeah,
oh my goodness. Yeah,
thank
because I
you
saw
so much.
you were like stressed last year, and I was like, oh my God, please don't be like watching all
Yeah,
these
that was
English people in Ukraine is really hard because it's like I can imagine my brother being there on the front, and yeah,
yeah,
it's
that was
like
a
it's
tough
very
time
close
last
to
year.
us.
Very, very tough time last year, but
Yeah,
emotionally, I'm a lot more stable now. No more crying to the camera.
you can
So
cry,
yeah,
that's fine.
I know. I've been told. Apparently, it's fine nowadays. Um, but yeah, lots of amazing people out here, and I had the pleasure last week of meeting a 19-year-old British lad who's come out
Oh
here, and
bloody
he was
hell.
in Lviv with his parents actually, and he's trained to be a drone pilot, and he's going to be on the front lines in the next week,
Oh my
fighting for all of our
goodness.
freedoms. And it's just
Yeah,
what an incredible young lad, 19 years old, and prepared to give his life for all of us listening here, so that we can
19 years
sit
old and
comfy in our homes.
British.
19 years old. His name's Harrison. Just incredible lad.
Oh, pass
Yeah.
his love on from me, like if you
Yeah.
can.
So
But
thank you
well,
for your message, Shah. That's
of course,
very,
no
very sweet of
worries.
you.
Yeah, you do God's work. That's it. That's all I have to say to you. That was it, really. Sorry, guys.
Thank you, Shar, for coming up. No need for stage fright. I have stage fright every single day here at MriyaReport. No need ever to say, I don't know what I want to say. I never know what I want to say. I just let the flow of the conversation here bring me to the points I want to make. Richard, if you can, stay with us.
Yes.
I have some specific questions for you, Richard. I know it's late where you are, but I really want to get back to you. But first, Arya to Untel, and then Richard, I do have some questions for you. Arya.
So really quickly, Alan, one point of contention. I have not been sleeping well. 100-year nap sounds quite lovely to me at the moment. I don't think I'd be so pleased when I woke up, and I agree. I've watched and read enough science fiction to understand the repercussions of such action. I don't think I'd enjoy it too much. But that nap sounds absolutely lovely right now. Cher, thank you for coming up. There's nothing to apologize for if you forget your train of thought or you get stage fright, right? We all are better, and people are better and worse at public speaking, and it's a very courageous act to come up, in itself, when if you are afraid of that or you do struggle. So, please don't ever apologize for that. I would argue that it is a, in itself a very brave thing and does not need an apology. Now if you come up and a well documented speaker who gives regular lectures, and you start forgetting what you're saying or getting stage fright, then there might be an issue, right? But I don't think that's the case, and really a lot of respect to you for coming up. And just Alan, I agree with you completely, right? In regards to those people that have turned the blind eye or are willfully negligent to what is going on. My reference was in regards to people on the street, family members or friends, right? And while we've spoken a lot about this, right? A lot of people who listen to the show have a very high empathy complex. Not everybody does, or they're using it on other stuff, right? And if you can make a positive a mental connection opposed to a negative one where people are going to default from a psychological perspective to their failings and shut it out and become resistance, right? One of the hardest lessons for me to learn, and I still struggle with it daily, is it's not what I say, it's how I say it. And I've learned with certain family members, I can say something in one way and they'll completely agree with me and support me. And if I say it in a slightly different manner, they will become militantly against me and fight me on it. And no matter what I show, no matter what I do, they will never support. And I've seen this with other people too, right? Outside of the macro level. So in regards to politicians, no, they need to be battered with information. And it is well past the point where you should be saying to yourself, well, that senator cares about doggies. I shouldn't be sending them pictures of, dead people, because I should be focusing on sending them pictures of animals, right? But to your Aunt Susan or your neighbor or the person, you chat with at the supermarket, I do think the more gentle approach is much more effective, but everybody needs to be the judge of that, and take each situation and make a judgment call there on what you're going to do. Back to you, Alan.
Arya, it's no different from when I was 10 years old, and my parents informed me about the Holocaust. As my parents, they talked about when's the right time. When is Alan old enough to begin to comprehend this horror? And they decided it was about when I was 10. And they did a fine job introducing me to this history of man's inhumanity to man. And my wife and I had a similar discussion about how to introduce our daughter to this horrific chapter of human history. And we did it by first reading children's books about it, and then visiting the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. And I recommend such first-person visitation of history. If you can go through this museum here in the United States, it's far from Auschwitz, for example. But if you can walk through this museum without being shaken to your soul, and understanding that this is what people did to other people, and then trying to understand how they were conditioned to do it, then you actually have a way to understand what Russia is doing today in Ukraine. So you see, Shar, I've lost my train of thought too. That's why I'm going to Untelfilla, and then back to you, and then to Richard. Untel.
No problem. Thank you, Alan. Trying to circle back to what was said earlier when we are engaging with people in our communities, with our family members, the place where we live or work. I have had a couple of experiences where people have not, basically what I believe was Richard was saying, these people have already shut out all type of any type of reasoning from their arguments. And what I've encountered instead has been attempts at trolling, particularly doing something called sea lining. Basically, sea lining is pursuing people with requests for evidence or to engage in arguments or debates with no intention of actually coming to any sort of understanding or going anywhere. It's the pestering somebody with questions and requests. Typically, the ultimate goal is to just upset you and make you your position, make you question your own position. That's one of the reasons why I have basically kept a low profile when it comes to engaging people in these sort of definitely difficult questions, but I never shy from it. I have been blessed with the the possibility of having had an actual Holocaust survivor come to my school, and I will never forget this. Come to my school and tell us, uh, look me in the face and tell me such a difficult situation, such a difficult history that is very uncomfortable, that is very shameful, but that we must remember. So I find myself walking a tightrope of I will engage with you. I will definitely listen to any point of view, even if it's not one that I will share. But there are certain things that are non sort of negotiable in my scheme of things. Holocaust denialism is one of them that is non-negotiable. I'm not willing to hear it. So anytime I have this sea lining come my way of, oh, well, did you actually know that yada, 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 some obscure source? That's where the anti-intellectualism also comes up, where they're finding all these sources and ignoring actual academic sources, right? So they're pointing to basically online rags and misinformation, and they take it at face value, and it's not worth it to try to engage somebody who is so far down that rabbit hole where you are just exhausting yourself. Um, Definitely, if you see somebody that has a curious mind, is applying some sort of critical thinking or critical analysis to any position, encourage them to point them in the right direction. I like doing that. I like that approach of like, look, I'm not the expert in this. This is not my field, but I know exactly who should you be listening to. Timothy Geithner, go talk to this guy, go tweet at him, ask him any questions, go look at his videos. There's a huge, and I think this is a blessing for Ukraine, there's a huge amount of intellectual depth to all things related to Ukrainian statehood. Despite being such a young country in the scheme of things, it has a very mature sort of democratic society. People want to participate, people want to have their voices heard, and they're embodying what we have stood for, at least in this side of the hemisphere, for the last 200 years. So just take care of yourself. No, don't waste your pearls on the swine. My grandma used to say. And yeah, thank you very much for talking and listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Antel. Aria.
Thank you for that, Antel. I agree with what you were saying. That is an extremely effective method. The vast majority of people on Twitter sadly do that, who aren't just trolling. I found, and it's triggering for me just to hear you talk about it. So it's definitely an effective thing. The amount of, I've generally stopped getting into arguments or debates with people on Twitter for that very reason, because the amount of times they're doing that exact tactic where they're just asking you for more information, more responses, and they're not actually responding to what you're saying, nor is there a care on their part to internalize that in any way, shape, or form. It's just trying to either catch you off guard or upset you or whatever. So I would agree that that is extremely effective. Alan, and Until thank you for sharing with us your experiences, and Alan, teaching your kids and such, and your parents teaching you. That is very important, and it's very important that we do not forget history, or we do not ignore what we could do ourselves or come to. It's hard for me to be able to understand the perspective of people outside, right? Because I grew up, and while I have direct family members who survived the Holocaust, none of them I grew up with or knew, right? Most of my family was killed. But there's a lot of people most of them have passed, with the exception of one lady that I know very well. But growing up, I had a lot of immediate family friends that had been through the Holocaust in one way or another, whether it was in the camps or hiding in a house, or so on and so forth. So the idea of people not knowing, right? I was exposed to family stories when I was a little kid of atrocities, both before and after, and during the Holocaust, right? I have vivid memories of being 7 or 8 years old and going to my cousins in New Jersey, and my great grandmother being there and talking about how she witnessed babies getting skewered alive on bayonets during the Polish-Russian War, because they were Jewish, right? Just for fun. So, stuff like that, stories of the Holocaust in school, and stuff. And it had a very, I don't know if defining effect on the way I saw the world and the way I saw humanity. And it was definitely too early, right? That is part of the reason I am why I am like I am, is being engrossed in those stories as a very small child. But it is very important for children. And Alan, I appreciate the way you went about it, right? You started when she was a kid. You started with children's books, and you as she got older, you moved it up to being appropriate to the level, right? It's important not to hide the truth. And some kids mature earlier than other kids, but right, there's a certain spark inside of us, which youth have, which as you get older, most people seem to lose. And I do believe it's not important to completely smother that spark with darkness, right? It's important to make people aware. And, as much as making people aware of the Holocaust, it's also important to remind people that, these factors haven't gone away, right? There is still daily violence against Jews on multiple continents. There are still genocides happening against multiple people groups, including the Ukrainians, right? It might not be the same type of Holocaust or genocide the Holocaust wouldn't be the right word, but the same type of genocide that happened with the Nazis at this point. But it is definitely genocide, and it could easily escalate to that point. So, these lessons, they're very important, and there are far-reaching consequences, right? On how we must compose ourselves and what we must be aware of, and how easy it is for good people or people that care to fall into these traps. Right. I believe it was Cher next, and then Wayvind. Wayvind, if you were first, I apologize. Cher, go ahead.
Hello, I don't know how to follow that. I'm so sorry for what happened. Yeah, like I said, I'm from England, so we didn't suffer that, but I'm really, really sorry for what happened to you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. I was trying to bring somebody up while you said that, so it took me a second to get back.
No, but I'm very empathetic, so I apologize. I lost a brother, so I feel it. So yeah. Anyway, regardless, I don't even know what to say now. I'm off kilter. But yeah, that's me. But what I was going to say was, I don't even know now. Like I said, Richard, big up. I don't know what else to say other than that. I was going to say something, but I've off kilter. Um, just England loves Ukraine, and America evidently. Stay with us, please. I'm sure you will. Europe will hopefully will. But yeah, that's it. Sorry, I'm kind of off kilter because you said that what you said. But yeah, sorry. I'll be quiet now.
No worries, Shar. To Oyvind, to Anka, Richard, stay with us. I want to ask you if the lights are on or off where you are, and we'll get to that question and more besides. Oyvind and Anka.
Yeah, good evening. I think there is some light in the tunnel because I've looked at some numbers, and at the current rate of losses of equipment from the Russians, they are losing more equipment every day than Ukraine are losing soldiers, and even that Russia have a lot of equipment, they don't have more equipment than Ukraine have soldiers. So if they continue with this path they are on, they will run out of equipment long before Ukrainian run out of soldiers. And how in a modern world, how will you fight when you don't have equipment? I'm not in the military man, but I understand that without equipment, you are teethless. You are naked. How would you fight? That's my question. How will you fight if you don't have the equipment? If you don't have the tanks, if you don't have the artillery, if you don't have the infantry vehicles and whatever you need, you must lose. So they are on the path to lose. Thank you.
They may be on a path to lose. The question is how long that path is. And how will Russia fight? It'll fight as it's fighting right now, with a mass of manpower and with no thought for casualties on the zero line. They will fight from inside Russia, where the United States and France have essentially given Russian military power sanctuary. There are artillery pieces inside Russia that have Kharkiv in their sights. We know, of course, of the air bases inside Russia, where every single night Russians launch Su-34 and 35 fighter bombers to launch ballistic missiles, glide bombs against primarily Ukrainian civilian targets. They will fight with their Kinzhals, their ballistic missiles fired from inside Russia and from the Black Sea. They will fight with their Shahed drones supplied by Iran and now manufactured inside Russia. Again, set off on courses of destruction from inside Russia. They will fight with revenue going into the war machine from global corporations that have no business doing business any longer inside Russia, and yet they are, regardless of sanctions. They will fight with propaganda and disinformation. They will fight by aligning their economy with the needs of their war machine and hope to outlast not only Ukraine, but all the allies of Ukraine, especially the richest and most distracted ally, the United States. They will fight with hybrid warfare, with cyber warfare, with any warfare they can invent or that's available to them. This is the long, wider war that Russia intends to inflict not only on Ukraine, but on the world, on the United States, on every global democracy, on every country that has enlisted in the international world order that we have struggled to erect for the last 75 years. Not a world order written in stone, rather a world order that is so flexible it can be rewritten to welcome millions, tens of millions of more people into security, safety, health, education, and prosperity. Russia, China, Iran, North Korea want to see such a world destroyed. They want to see this world order toppled. Although Russia in particular had every opportunity to join this world and contribute to it, they've chosen not to. And now they will have to pay the price for this choice. It's the only way forward. The only way. But that's how they'll fight, Oyvind. That's how they'll fight. Antal, and then Anka.
Oh, sorry, mute button got away from me there for a second. In the subject of how Russia will fight, this is nothing new. This is pure Soviet doctrine being implemented. I want to remind our listeners, for a very long time, Russia or the Soviet Union had a proxy in the Americas with this organization, a terrorist organization called FARC. Up to maybe about 9 years ago, this was the oldest communist Marxist insurgency in the world. They fought,
and it was in Colombia, as I recall.
Correct. This was in Colombia, and they loved hiding across the border, particularly in Venezuela and in Ecuador. So much so that in one of the regional meetings where Colombian, South American presidents met, almost broke out into a fistfight between the Colombian leader, at the time, President Uribe, and Hugo Chavez, because FARC came pure Russian tactics, come into Colombia, raid, pillage, rape entire villages and towns, and then run across the border. And finally, at some point, this was both in the Venezuelan and Ecuadorian border, so much so that the president of the time, Uribe, actually authorize a direct strike, an air assault into one of the camps FARC had used in Ecuador by one of their leaders who was sort of like the international face for the organization. This is not new tactics what Russia's doing. Attacking Ukraine and then claiming, oh, this is the red line. Don't retaliate. Don't step on my borders. And this nonsense of no American weapons to be used in responding to this Russian aggression, I think is going to have an unintended consequence for Ukraine, which is Ukraine simply will accelerate the pace at which is modernizing its army. They're going to develop their own weapons and use that to be able to strike Russia. I think the United States needs to make up its mind on a sort of post-Russia scenario. The fear of the vacuum, oh, what's going to happen with the power vacuum once we topple Putin? There is an institution that is ready to fill that void. We have people, when I say we, I mean Ukrainians. For some reason, I always count myself as a Ukrainian. I support them so much. The institutional experience is there. So it's sort of like a nonsensical approach to this like Russia fear of red lines. Like, what are they going to do? Launch another assault? Like, lay another mine, or, throw another drone at Ukraine or at Europe for that matter? Like, what's the worst that they can do, which Ukraine has not already stood up for and taken it and actually overcame that entire army? Something that popped in my feed and has my head spinning. Russia unilaterally decides to change maritime borders with Lithuania, Finland, and in the Baltic Sea. Like, we're just letting them sort of pay the smallest price possible. And I think the only ones exacting a high price for this Russian aggression are the Ukrainians themselves. And we're just tying ourselves in a knot, getting in their way. Thank you.
Thank you, Untel. Then to Anka, and then by God, Richard and I are going to have a talk. Anka, go ahead.
Hey there, I've been having some tech issues. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, thanks. Going back to talking to friends and family and how to do that, or how to approach these things. I was reminded of how in another space we were talking about how to engage our friends and family about voting in the US this November. And one of the things that they were talking about in that space was a book called The Persuaders by Anand Giridharadas. And that a technique that they were talking about is kind of shortened it by the 3 V's is values, villain, and vision. So that if we're talking about Ukraine, to talk about, say we have a common value, say law and order, okay? It's, I understand we both care a lot about law and order. Villain, Putin, Russia. Russia is ignoring international law by invading a sovereign country that is defined by all international laws as being a sovereign country, and it's simply ignored the law. And vision is imagine a world where Russia and Putin have been kicked back to the Stone Ages so hard that Russia, China, or any other authoritarian country will not only think twice, but really, quite frankly, decide it's not worth their while to ignore international law. So using the whole idea of values, villain, and vision to kind of help guide the discussion. And if you only plant a seed, you plant a seed. But it's just one of the techniques I was kind of thinking about and people might find useful. So that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Anka. The three V's, values, villains, and vision. A pretty good outline. Richard, first question for you. Where you are, lights on or lights off?
Lights on, fortunately. We have a top secret backup supply of power, so we are fine. But most of the city is without power. It depends on if you're near to some kind of critical infrastructure, if they let you keep yours, but it tends to be the case that, yeah, the whole area is out. But you're lucky if you're near something of importance. And yeah, that's most nights this past week.
And Richard, how are the Ukrainians where you are right now dealing with these rolling blackouts?
You just use some candles instead of your house lights. Everything becomes a little bit more romantic.
That's a good way to look at it. Nothing's more romantic than candles, even in wartime. But you're not hearing complaints. You're not hearing about special needs of individuals where you are.
No, definitely not around our parts, and it would be a bit cheeky if we were to complain or have a slight issue with not having power for a few hours a day when the guys on the other side of the country are giving their lives, so that we could potentially complain about it. So yeah, no one in Lviv is saying this is unacceptable to not have power for a little bit. We just understand the grid is completely overloaded and what needs to be done is being done. So we trust the Ukrainian government and especially the energy network guys, because yeah, they are true heroes of Ukraine. How they repair everything after destruction, and yeah, anything we can do to make their life a bit easier, we'll happily do.
Richard, you've traveled from one end of Ukraine to the other. You've been under fire in Kherson and elsewhere on the Zero Line. Right now, do you sense that Ukraine is as unified as ever in facing Russian aggression, or have you detected any divisions?
Nope, unified as ever. Yep, the guys on the front are not faltering in any way. They just need some rotation, but they will be there regardless of if they get the rotation or not. Yep, they're not taking a break until they are given the approval to do so.
And would you be willing to give us an update about your friend and coworker, Ernest? How's he doing?
Well, believe it or not, he's actually decided to take a break. He's in the Carpathian Mountains at the moment. He was meant to be taking a break a couple of weeks ago, but we eventually put a gun to his head and said, "Get out of here, you." So very, very good news that he's finally getting a break, but yeah, we'll see how long we can actually keep him away from work for.
Well, I hope you can keep him away for a good long time. He deserves it. He's earned it. He needs some rest, relaxation, recovery. Tell us a little bit about drone production. It's not only happening in Ukrainian factories, it's happening in classrooms where Ukrainian students are building drones to send to one of their teachers on the front line. Uh, is everyone in Ukraine building drones?
Yeah, but we probably shouldn't mention about the kids building drones in schools, because that just gives the Russians even more reasons to continue to hit them, whether that's schools or hospitals or anywhere else. Yeah, everyone is, but The slight issue that the guys on the front are facing is the quality standards of these drones. Obviously, everyone is doing their part. They are trying as much as they can. But the reality is, unless you know what you're doing, it's not just the same as Lego. I like to say it's Lego for adults, but there is some level of difficulty to making the drones and making sure that they're all good before going out.
The drones you're manufacturing, primarily recon drones, what role are they going to play when they reach the front line?
No, they're all kamikaze drones. So every single one of our drones will be destroying artillery or tanks or personnel or armored vehicles. Literally everything you could imagine that you could destroy that is Russian, we are doing. And fortunately, we're working with the best groups in Ukraine, so that it means that our FPVs are getting like a 50% hit rate, which is insane industry-wide.
And do you take time to write any messages on your drones? Just a handwritten greeting that you want the drones to bring to the front line?
Yeah, so I mean, we don't personally, but because we're just charging the components cost for the drones, what we've said to the people that are donating is that if you donate $300, which is the cost of one of these drones, then you can write you can have whatever message that you want on there, because that is exclusively your drone, and it's going off to the front because you decided to donate. And this thing is completely endless as to how much help we need to be able to get this stuff to the front, and there will never be too much, unless of course someone turns around and says, "Here's $100 million, Richard." But I'm sure we'd find a way to spend it very quickly. But yeah, at the moment, minimum we need a couple of $100,000 a month just to be able to keep operating. So if someone turns around and says, "Oh, I want to donate $300, have my own drone and destroy a tank," yeah, we can do that, and yes, we can put your message on the drone. But ourselves personally, we just don't have the time, to be honest. I mean, it's 2:14 here in Lviv, and yeah, we're absolutely shattered, and we've got to get up again in 10 hours. Sorry, 9 hours. We always start very late at the factory because we're always going on early into the morning. And yeah, the request from all of the young guys that are helping out there is, can we start at midday? And it's like, yeah, of course, because you're putting in 12-hour shifts completely for free, most of them. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the time to put a lovely message, but I do write the messages of others. And if anyone wants a funny message, just DM me and I'll write it on there. Because yeah, the guys need some humor at the front right now.
Can you share some of the messages that these drones are carrying to the zero line?
Yeah, I wrote one 2 days ago that said, if you are reading this, you are standing too close. That one made me laugh. I'm trying to think what other ones they were saying. I'm honestly so shattered that I can't even think right now. But yes, I have written multiple effectively phrases that I probably can't say on the radio. Very anti-Russian stuff, of course, you know, but then also lots of funny kind of jokes as well. Which you never know, they might see if they find a bit of the frame that survives a blast. But usually these things are packed with so much explosives. Nothing really survives when it hits the
Richard, I
tank
think
or
British humour
the
is
artillery
funny
piece.
regardless. So go for it.
Yeah. It's not my humor though that's going on the drones. It's every country. I think we figured out today that Frontline Kit has like 40 or 45 different countries following the page, which is mental. Like I thought maybe it was like 10 or 15, but yeah, I probably don't even know 40 countries off the top of my head.
Oh, I bet you do, Richard. Tell me, how long have you been in Ukraine, and how long are you staying in Ukraine?
In 28 days, it will be exactly 2 years. I arrived on the 20th of June, 2022. And I had planned to be here a month, and then I was here for 2 months, and then 3 months, and then after 6 months, I realized I had enough people in the country that I actually liked and didn't want to die, and therefore I can just go back to Spain and abandon. And then after a year, I was like, oh crap, I'm stuck here. I should probably start learning Ukrainian. And then, a year and a quarter, realized I failed at learning Ukrainian. And then, it's just realized probably a year and a half in that I was never going to leave this country. And unfortunately for myself, I probably not really too safe to leave this country unless Russia is completely demilitarized, because I'm almost guaranteed to end up dead somewhere in some other country after the war. Because, they don't really like people that have contributed to a lot of Russian death. And I've made my opinion incredibly clear about Russians, and I never want to meet one for the rest of my life. So looks like I'm staying in Ukraine, and let's just hope we take back Crimea sometime soon so I can get back to my life around the beach when the war ends.
Around the beach with free Ukrainians and with a few people from MriyaReport, quite likely, Richard. Where in Ukraine have you traveled? Just give us a little travelogue. As I say, you've been from one end of Ukraine to the other, but I know you've been in Kherson. I know you've been in Kyiv, but where else have you been?
I've been to every oblast in Ukraine now, which is kind of cool. I kind of finally ticked off the last one, which was down in Chernivtsi, because I'd never been so far west before. Because I'd always been out east, going all the way along. But I started my journey in Kharkiv and Kupiansk, and that was when the first evacuation order was given back in early 2023. And and then was down in Kherson for a very long time, and Zaporizhia and Dnipro, and effectively ended my journey on the front back in Kharkiv, where we started in Kupiansk, and that was in the tree line that we were holding at the time, which is now unfortunately overrun. But that was mid-January or so, and that's the video you see in my bio, the pinned to the top of my profile, where I'm nearly getting hit by artillery. And that was the point that I realized that I'd seen the front. Back in the day, I thought the front was Kherson, and it was the front. You had Russians a few kilometers away from you. But then you go to like command centers, and then you go, okay, now I'm at the front. And then you go like close to the artillery positions. Then you go, okay, now I've really seen the front. And then you're in the trench, and you have these becking kamikaze drones, which I'm now building, which are the most terrifying thing you could ever imagine in your whole life. Like, no soldier is scared of artillery over kamikaze drones, because when the kamikaze drone is in the air and you hear it, it's because it has seen you and it is hunting you down. It's not like artillery where it's dotting around in the hope that it kills you. These FPV drones are absolute hell, and they're going to be very, very traumatic for a long time to come. So that was the last point at which I was on the front, and I'm actually kind of having conversations with Ernest about returning to the front, but not in a military sense, but more for returning to the communities that we were helping down in Kherson and Mykolaiv and Zaporizhia Oblast, the people whose whole towns were destroyed by the Russians, and unfortunately still now they have no way of getting food unless they are growing it themselves, because their local shops, their high streets, their supermarkets were completely destroyed. On a humanitarian food front, There's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and in terms of rebuilding too, lots of the people that are rebuilding around Kyiv, for instance, organizations such as Doprobat, which are doing a fantastic job. They've rebuilt most of Kyiv and are now doing Kharkiv. But yeah, these areas that we go down to in Kherson, they're just too dangerous for these organizations to even operate because you are still under active artillery shelling. So yeah, I think I'll be comfortable to go back down to those kinds of areas, but there's no way in hell I'm ever getting back in a trench again. Yeah, I have seen what our guys have to go through every second of every day, and it's not something I'd wish upon anyone. And yeah, it really does kick up your work ethic a little bit harder when you see what they're having to go through. Yeah.
As I recall, Richard, in Kherson, while running rescue and humanitarian missions, you came under fire. How do you deal with this memory? How do you deal with this experience?
Which time do you mean? Because there were a few times
Well,
in Kherson. Was that when we were in the speedboats, or?
Yes, when you're in the speedboats.
Yeah. So fortunately, then I was so naive that I didn't realize they were trying to hit us, and we were sat in this boat, and there were just explosions coming down all around us in a circle, and I thought, oh, they're just hitting something else. And yeah, unfortunately, less than 24 hours later, in the exact position that we were, one of the boats that we were funding to keep on the water and get supplies out to the flooded parts of Kherson was hit by an artillery piece. Yeah, artillery shell, and yeah, completely shredded through the boat. The British volunteer had shrapnel in him. I think he still does. He spent months and months in the hospital. But yeah, so then I didn't really know and understand that it was me that was being targeted. So that wasn't really that scary. But it was when we were in Chornobyivka, which is like Kherson airport kind of area, and the Ukrainians were firing our artillery from like outside of our house, and the noise of the artillery from our driveway was such a sharp crack that it just completely cut through the wall, this sound. And yeah, when you have the return fire coming back at you after that, it's not the most enjoyable experience. So yeah, those moments, they were the moments where we were like, yeah, we're 100% going to die because we're firing at them, and any good counter battery is going to hit the thing that's firing at you. But fortunately, either we killed the Russians, or the Russians aren't very good at the counter battery.
I'm not sure exactly where you were, Richard, when you stuck your head out the window at the very wrong time. Had this is an exaggeration. Had your eardrums blown out, not blown out, otherwise you'd be deaf. But there was an effect on you from the blast impact. And how did you recover from that? What health care did you need?
You're starting to make me realize, Alan, how many times I've nearly died in Ukraine. Yeah, that was actually in Lviv, believe it or not. And that was just like a week after I got back from Kherson, and I was thinking, nothing's ever going to scare me again. Like no rocket, nothing else, because I've lived under artillery 24 hours a day for a couple of weeks at that point. So I thought, yeah, no, not scared, not worried about anything. And just as I was thinking that, there was a cruise missile strike on nearish to the center of Lviv, about a 5-minute drive out of the center if it's quiet. And this missile strike, it was pretty much over a kilometer away from me, and still the blast wave was enough that it damaged my eardrums. And I went to the ear specialist, and they said, yeah, it's, you can see some kind of, it was like a stress thing or something on the ear. I can't remember the exact terminology now, but after a while, all just returned. But yeah, both my ears were quite painful for I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks or so, because I remember we were still doing aid runs down to Kherson in the van, and loads of people now are sending me earplugs because they said, "Oh, I remember that time where you needed earplugs because your ears were really painful, and you're in a van with no." I mean, that van was crazy. No noise insulation or anything. You could see the open road through the side door, and there was even dust coming through, and we were kind of laying on the floor to try and get a bit of sleep whilst our Ukrainian was driving for 15 hours at a time. Um, yeah. Recovered from that. But yeah, another one of the stories. Maybe I should write a book at some point, Alan.
I assume you are writing a book. Richard, how did you decide to bring your story and the story of Ukraine to the attention of the world through Twitter?
I don't think I've ever actually publicly told this story. I just on the off chance met one of my absolute favorite YouTubers in a coffee shop in Lviv. His name is on YouTube. It's Harold Balder, and he had always been doing these travel videos around the world, and some of the traveling was in Ukraine. I met him in this coffee shop. Was fangirling a bit, like, no way, you're that guy, Geraldo, right? And he was like, yep, that's me. And yeah, after telling him about what I'd been doing for 7, 8 months at that point, he said, why the hell are you not on like Twitter? Like, why are you not telling people about you volunteering in Ukraine? And I was like, well, it's not interesting in any way. There's nothing too exciting going on. And then he told me about NAFO, and spent 2 hours trying to explain to me about these cartoon dogs that fight Russian disinformation. And if I donate to Saint Javelin, then or buy a top from Saint Javelin or something, then instantly I become a fella, and I have this fella forged, and that is what my profile picture has been since that day. And then it rapidly grew. Had a couple of thousand followers almost overnight. And then Twitter shut my account down. They saw this growth too quickly, and they were like, nope, no, this must be some kind of scam, or like something's not legit. An account can't grow this quickly. So they cancelled that one, and then I had to start another one. And after 10 days, I once again rebuilt those couple of thousand followers, and then after 10 days, they unblocked my account. And I was like, crap, now like which account do I delete? Because now I have these two accounts, and I don't know if I go back to the original, and is it confusing for everyone? So eventually, yeah, I stuck with the original, which was a Frontline Kit. And yeah, then it kind of exploded from there, and I was shocked about how many people cared to see a video of me cutting a carrot or something else like that. And yeah, it's just been a whirlwind adventure. And I guess the biggest thing is the person that you spoke about earlier, which is Ernest, who is the reason that I saw this whole country. Otherwise, I'd still be stuck in Lviv on the same street. And this man showed me all the people in need in Ukraine, and us all together as one big, beautiful community managed to help everyone. And that is the most amazing thing, that, for 2 years now, we've been here every single day, not a day off, making a difference. And that is because of you guys listening. You're seeing what's going on, and you're caring, and you're talking about it. And that keeps Ukraine and Ukrainians alive. It's open dialogue. So thank you guys.
Hello. I first saw Richard on like the first days of the war on like Sky, on whatever. But yes, he's like fair. Oh, fucking hell, no, I can't do it. Sorry, anything.
That's okay, Shar. Richard, you've stolen another heart here on Twitter. I have another question for you, Richard. A dog adopted you, or you adopted a dog? I can't remember that dog's name, but how is he or she? Where is he or she?
There were two. There was the first dog, my first love, down in her son. Naida was her name, and yeah, it was actually one of the from one of the homes I was helping to rebuild. This dog was so funny. Every time we walked in through the front gate, in Ukraine, it's quite common that they have like dogs tied up, effectively on a chain, and they have their dog house, and kind of like The Simpsons. And yeah, every time we'd walk through the front gate in the morning, you'd see this little dog Nida, and she'd be shaking her butt in your direction because she'd want you to come over and scratch it, because obviously she had something from the grass or something that was irritating her. And it was always so funny. She was like, touch my butt, touch my butt. So yeah, it's just the sweetest dog. And I said to them like, oh, can we just release her, because this is a big garden? And they said, well, no, there's a male dog, female dog. She's not neutered. So I was like, okay, I'll get her spayed, and then I'll take her back to Lviv. And then I got her spayed, and then I realized, hey, like there's this other dog that's in this garden who's now going to be completely alone, and this is the only other dog it's known its whole life, and then it will just be completely, yeah, on its own. And Nida was recovering from her surgery, so couldn't really be in a car for 15 hours at that point, back to Lviv. And yeah, so I had to make the very, very tough decision to actually leave her down in her son. And I said to them, like, as long as you promise me she'll never be tied up again and she can run free in this garden, be happy, play with the other dog, then like I'll leave her with you guys. And yes, they made the promise, and Ernest went down there and checked, and she was so happy running around the garden. And yeah, I still miss her a lot, but I'm just glad that I managed to get her from being in a 2 metered squared circle to having a whole garden to herself and this other dog. That honestly, one of my proudest achievements in Ukraine is just giving that dog its life back and freedom, even though it's still in a garden, but it's freedom in the sense that it's not tied down anymore. But back to the dog you're probably referring to. You're gonna have to remind me of her name now.
But I can't.
Come on, Tofia.
No.
Jeez, that's like forgetting the name of your first child or something. Tosia, yeah, gee, that is the best dog I've ever had in my whole life, and it's my first dog. And someone asked me what her name meant, and Tosia means beyond expectation, which is incredibly lovely because she is the most calm, relaxed, loving bundle of joy you'll ever meet. Doesn't bark at anything, is just friendly with every single other dog. Just shows us complete unconditional love every second. And yeah, just I imagine the perfect dog, and she is it. And I don't know how I got so lucky. And I think it is just because I and a million other volunteers just shower her with love every second. But with her, I've never seen this happen. But any restaurant or bar you go into, you have all of like the people in the kitchen come out, and they're all looking around the corner, and all of these ladies are going, "Oh, like, oh, she's so beautiful, she's so beautiful," and you just have strangers in the street stopping you and being like, "Your dog's so beautiful," and people shouting out the car, and at this point I'm kind of scared. I don't know if she's some kind of supermodel dog or something, but she gets a lot of attention. And it might be the bright red ribbon that I like to tie on her, or pink ribbon. But yes, she is a little bundle of joy and complete perfection.
And her name is Tosia.
Tosia.
Did I get?
Yeah, Tosia.
I got that right?
That is correct. You said it perfectly.
Beyond expectation. I think that could be the name of just about every Ukrainian I've ever talked to. who's ever come here to MriyaReport. They are beyond expectation. Richard, here's an unfair question for you. What's the stupidest thing you've ever done in Ukraine that you would warn other visitors to Ukraine from ever doing?
That's quite an easy one. Going to the trenches. Don't do that. Very, very silly idea. I mean, it was great from my perspective in terms of being able to really kind of finally, truly understand what our guys are going through. But yeah, don't do it. Like the second we were there under shelling and drones, we were like, this is the stupidest thing I've done in my whole life. And somehow my mother didn't see the video for like 2 months or something like that. And by that point, I was like, Mom, it was 2 months ago. It's fine. It's like, it wasn't recent. Because I knew she'd kill me if she saw the video. But yeah, by far, absolute stupidest thing I could have ever done. But the guys in the trenches absolutely loved it. They thought it was hilarious, the fact that I strolled into a trench line holding a freshly baked loaf of bread and some goodies for them and a couple of drones. They were like, "What the hell is going on?" But this is good. Welcome, sharing a little dugout with a guy, and yeah, he was effectively giving me a little home tour, which I don't know if I uploaded yet. I'll need to have a look, and if not, I'll upload it soon so you can see how these guys are living in the trench line location, or at least the position they hold. But yes, please be careful, people. There is no real reason to go completely to the front unless you know these brigades incredibly well and you're not going to die through someone being stupid. I had an amazing team with me, but yeah, by far 1,000,000% the most stupid thing I've ever done.
What did that experience teach you?
That being in a trench completely sucks. Yeah, that is what it taught me, and it also taught me that these guys are doing everything, giving everything for us. It's not like some rosy scene that you get in a movie where there's dramatic music playing in the background. It's just cold and soulless, and yeah, you just have the screeching sounds of drones and artillery, and yeah. Although the nervous smiles of everyone to each other was, I mean, as you saw it probably in the video, we had a little chuckle between ourselves just after we jumped into the trench itself, and we were like, "Whoa, that was lucky. We didn't get hit, or we nearly got hit, but we survived." And yeah, me and Alex, the guy that I was standing next to when we both hit the floor, yeah, we had a little chuckle of like, remember that time? Stories in the future. Remember that time we nearly got hit by artillery together? That was stupid. Yeah, so the guys in the trenches were absolutely lovely. And honestly, you'd think they'd be more kind of rattled because of the scenario that they're in, but I think you just become numb to it after a while, and yeah, you can't survive if you're frantic or anything else like that in that position. You have to have a cool head to actually be able to operate under those kind of circumstances. But yeah, absolute bloody heroes, these guys. But anyway, I should probably leave you here, unless you had anything final you wanted to ask.
Richard, I'm going to keep you here for a few more minutes so we can talk to Beneficial. Ben, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. Richard, I don't want to keep you up. You're already up, but I do have a question for you. I don't know if you know that I've been volunteered in a similar kind of world to you, where you don't have to go, but you do, to these kinds of crazy places. And you were talking about the guys that you've bonded with, and I've had different experiences. I don't know if you know that I'm a filmmaker. And some guys have taken off, like when things get really crazy. Some people really like it. What's been your experience as far as the range of reactions? I mean, your reaction is like, well, you kind of laugh at it, which is sort of like what I do when you sort of say, well, that was good, But So what have been the kinds of reactions of different people? And by the way, I never look down at anybody who gets scared. It's a real thing. And has that been a problem for you to get guys to do what you do to help you out?
No, because we would never take someone into a scenario where they weren't 100% comfortable in advance. And yeah, the people that know what we're doing, know where we're going, and yeah, we end up in these situations together. But yeah, everyone knows what is coming, so no one's kind of scared. I mean, apart from when we were heading to the trench line. But that's because it was a completely new and untold thing. We didn't know what to expect. We just knew that we had the best fighters in Ukraine around us. And yeah, they were going to look after us. But I don't, from every point across the front, I haven't met soldiers or anyone else like that was scared. It'd really just been civilians, like when we're in Kupiansk, geez, back in 2013 at the beginning when there was the evacuation order, and these people didn't have food and they'd just been like freed from Russian occupation, and yeah, they were scared. That was horrible. These people that are so scared and desperate, and they just wanted to have some food, and all of their windows were blown out, and all of the houses and apartments were either blown up or they had cardboard, plyboard over the windows just to try and keep the cold out. It was freezing then, and yeah. So the guys fighting, yeah, they're tough as nails, and yeah, although there weren't any that were kind of scared or worried or anything like that. There were a couple of guys that you can see that the war had been getting to them, but I think if that ever gets too bad, then they just take you off the position anyway, because yeah, it's not good to have someone that is in a bad state on the front with you, especially when they're watching your back.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Richard. I found that yeah, the soldiers are incredibly brave. I mean, I don't even know if it's bravery. It's just what you do, you know. It is brave, but I think there's a sense of my feeling. Can you tell me if you feel this way too? That there's a resolve that people have that this is a fight worth really having.
I don't know if were you speaking to me, Alan, or were you speaking to Ben?
But that was a question from Ben for you, Richard.
Yeah, I mean it's duty, but it's still bloody bravery. I honestly don't know how they do it. Genuinely, we were there for a number of hours in the trenches, and the fact that these guys do it all day, every day, is complete and utter bravery. Because that level is absolutely terrifying. Other positions like command centers and stuff, they're quite nice and comfortable and all of that, but it actually seemed I saw more stress from the guys in the command center, because one, for instance, I was speaking to, they were in Kharkiv, and their family lives in Kyiv, and he said, I haven't seen my family in a year and it sucks. Because I said to him, like, is there anything like positive at all, like, that's come out of this? You were in university or so before the war started, and now you're like in charge of a load of guys. You are single-handedly deciding where all of these guys are going on position, and like, surely they're I didn't mean that in an insensitive way at all, but it's like, surely there's some kind of thing in your mind that's like, wow, I'm doing something really important and powerful and impactful, and because you studied and worked so hard, you're taking decisions which is leading to our guys surviving and making the right moves. And he said, no, absolutely everything's dreadful, and like, I just wish I was with my family, and I just wish this never happened, and I wish I wasn't here. And He's just there out of duty, and he understands that without him, our guys would be dying, and that's why he is there and doing his job. But yeah, it's not a place that he wants to be, even though he's making such an incredible impact. I feel as it's 2:46 here a.m. I'm not really making much sense anymore at this point. So maybe I'll give it like a couple of more minutes and then get out of your hair, guys, and yeah, try and get to sleep at some point in the next hour.
Richard, if you need to go to sleep, just listen to Will and me. We'll put you to sleep in 5 minutes' time. You've driven for hours across Ukraine, Richard. Is there one conversation or two conversations you've had on those long drives that will stay with you forever that you can recount to us?
Okay, but last story. This is the last bedtime story. Couple of funny ones. Me and German Timchik were heading around. It was something around like Chernihiv region, and Ernest said to us, "Yeah, we're going to Chernihiv," and we thought he meant the city, not the oblast. And we ended up about 100 meters or so from the Russian border, and we're asking Ernest what the hell he's doing, and turns out the driver didn't even know where he was going. But we were delivering loads of food and supplies to an orphanage that was almost right on the border, because no one else was willing to go there and take those risks. So yeah, once we finally realized in the final few miles, we started putting on AC/DC's Highway to Hell, and joking about how we're all probably going to die in this stretch a few hundred meters from the Russian border. So yeah, that was one stupid but also funny, memorable story that I remember. But in terms of just conversations and stuff, I'd always been with Ernest and Alex, and they don't speak. Ernest speaks no English, and Alex speaks a bit of English. So everything's really through kind of Google Translate. Which is lovely in the sense that I can often take photos of the thing that he's translated to me and keep it and laugh about it, and yeah, you can really see into someone's brain, but also capture that moment of this is who this person is, and I understand them better because of what they have written down here. But yeah, rather than conversations, it was just singing and yeah, playing music, and just having such a lovely time on the journey down to these locations. It was a proper bromance road trip, and that's really what Ernest and I want to kind of get back to this year, a bit of the humanitarian side, because yeah, we miss these road trips together, and it's an amazing thing that we've known each other for well over a year now, and yeah, we have this incredible relationship, even though we don't speak a single word of each other's languages, and yeah, somehow we've managed to get by and become best friends, cross language barrier and all of that. So that was my final story for tonight, kids. So off to bed, and I will speak to you all tomorrow, because I've had a lovely time chatting away with you guys. And yeah, sorry, but I'm a little bit shattered, and we've got another 200 drones that we need to build in the next couple of weeks at the very latest. So yeah, please follow along, everyone. And if you want your own drone, $300, and I'll write your name on it. So yeah, have a beautiful evening, everyone, and thank you so much, and cheers, Alan and Will. You do a fantastic job. Speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
Richard, thank you so much. Sweet dreams. Sleep well. Make as many of those drones as you possibly can when you wake up. I'm going to send you a message to write on one of those drones for sure. Richard, always come back. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Godspeed. health and safety to you and all of your dear friends in Ukraine. What a pleasure to have Richard with us, Will, and a pleasure to have you with us again, Will.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, Richard, as I say to everybody who's over in Ukraine, stay safe and dangerous. Yeah, good luck with producing as many drones as fast as you can, because they're obviously still necessary. Good morning to you, Alan. Very interesting conversation that I didn't break into with Richard and you and Ben. Excellent just to listen to currently what's going on in the world over there, and how we hear shifts back and forth on support and these things, but the key is that things don't happen in Ukraine as quickly as you'd like them to once we hear announcements of. So it's good to get some sobering, realistic views of what's going on the ground, and how there's still a lot of tension and urgency in the air everywhere near the front, for sure. But I think things are getting better from the people we've talked to in the last week or so. But obviously, still a dire need for virtually everything, and to make sure everybody knows that it's essential to keep this in the front of people's minds. And Anka said something earlier that I was thinking on commenting on, but didn't. But I will now. I'll pile into what Anka said earlier about the vision. What's the 3 V's? Vision, villains, and victory. And values. No, that's it. And that's the key. The values thing. What's going on now, and an important way, I think, to talk to virtually anybody who is on the fence or want to talk about additional aid or anything for Ukraine and sanctions, all that sort of stuff. That's a very good way to talk about it. Villains, values, and vision. Because what is the vision for the future for Ukraine is a great way to talk to people. People can get motivated to start working on something because of anger or negativity, what they think about the villains. That's a good way to spark people to get moving. But people stay engaged with something because of their aspirations, not their fears or their anger. And so having the vision for what Ukraine will become into the future is very important. And the other thing is values. There's a lot of people you talk to in the world now who are jaded about the last 20 to 30 years worth of wars, of the global war on terror, because it was just generally so messy, so difficult to pin down who the enemy was and what all the positions on everything were. And it's also very difficult to square wars of going into regime change and thinking you're going to impose democracy on people and that's going to work. The world works best when people voluntarily move toward you because they share your values. And your values is one good way to not be aggressive with people, just as NATO doesn't force anybody to join. The best results in this war I've seen, countries and individuals, is where people live up to and express their values. And I'm talking now about specifically how well sanctions regimes work with the secondary sanctions and the approach to the United States has been taking in the last 2 years in relation to intelligence sharing and sanctions, particularly, with countries like Russia and North Korea and Iran. It's not necessary to say we're going to come in and smash you, because there's no need to result in violence. The best effective way to change these people's behavior or minimize their damage has been to just live your values. Don't trade with them. That's why I love the OFAC. Janet Yellen is, I'm gonna ask if she'll adopt me, because she's the best part about this sanctions, the secondary sanctions regime of the United States is, as I've said before, it doesn't put any prior restraint on bad actors. Bad actors can do whatever they want to do, but the values part kicks in when you say that you can do whatever you want to do. But if you do those things, you won't be doing them with us. You won't be trading with us. The $7 billion loss of Gazprom, turning a $31 billion profit into a $7 billion loss the following year, was caused primarily not just by the sanctions, but by the Europeans themselves just saying, we're not going to buy fuel from you. Just decide not to do business with Russia. Decide not to do business with Ukraine. Sorry, with North Korea. Decide not to do business with Iran. Decide not to do business with China, which is what the United States is doing now in relation to the legislation passed a couple of years ago to try to don't go for the maximum efficiency. Don't go for the cheapest cost. Go for the folks that share your values. And if you do that, we don't actually need to worry about a lot of sanctions and things, because those folks will just disappear out of your lives. You don't have, the world will get by fine without Russia. I mean, excluding Russia. Sure, Russia and China and North Korea and Iran can all group together in their own little block and go about their merry way. But if those are the only places they can travel, and if they want to spend their entire wealth of their entire countries building up defenses or offensive capabilities to try to threaten their neighbors, and we just maintain a credible and capable defense, and just live our values, that's the best way to make sure those folks don't succeed. And yeah, so that's what struck me about what Anka said, that you can deal with villains not with violence, but just by living your values and excluding them from trade. It's fine if you do whatever you want, but if you do that, you're not doing it in my country. You're not doing it with my money, and you're not. And I'm not going to trade with anybody you trade with. So that I thought that was pretty important, and I think it's important to talk to people in the world who are now, they're not interested in. Well, they're very timid, or not timid, but anxious about liberal democracies asserting themselves in the world. But you can be assertive without being aggressive. And that's what I think, that's what NATO has done quietly all along. It's assertive, but not aggressive. The approach to the United States in relation to secondary sanctions is assertive, but not aggressive. And it's completely valid to say, I don't want to trade with you. I don't want to have anything to do with you. So that's what I just want to say in relation to what Anka said before, because I appreciate that quite a lot, along with everything Richard contributed. Ben.
Will, hi, thanks, and hello, Alan. It's always good to hear your voice, Will. I've been a little bit busy, and this is my first time on in about a week, and you're here and Alan's here, and it really feels good. So I just want to pass that on. A couple of things I just wanted to mention. This goes to the values, and also to the previous two conversations about how to talk to some people, or how I talk to some people interested in the war or not, and what Richard was talking about. One with values, I really am now more and more as the war goes on, in total admiration of everybody who is sticking with Ukraine, because we are the diehards, and I think a lot of it, Alan and Will, has to do with values, and that these are the tough times, or it's the long times where people might, and where some people have dropped off, but it's because the values and the belief that Ukraine needs everyone's support, that it really is heartwarming to me. And I don't want to sound too maudlin about it, but and I think that we don't necessarily think so much about ourselves and what we do. We just do it. but it really is really a deeply meaningful, and you know what people's values are, especially here on MriyaReport. But anywhere, I mean, like April, I call her de facto, or Richard, or so many people who are involved, or who care, and that goes to sort of like what to talk about, what to talk, or how to talk, or what to say when somebody talks or wants to talk about the war. And I have kind of like a couple of things, because people come up to me all the time, and they're in different ways they broach the subject. One is, a lot of people just really don't know what's happening, and they say, "So, how's the war going?" It's like, "How's the weather? How's the war going?" And then another one, which, like, that's just the way people's news silos are, and that's like, and they just want to know, they just want to know, like, how's the war? And for them, it's sort of like I liken it to a football match, and and I say, and what I usually want to give them is some idea of the resolve, which is what Richard was talking about, of the Ukrainian people. That this is and I just say, look, these people. It's 2.5 years in, and the Ukrainian people are not giving up. It's a genocidal war. They know if they give up, they're going to lose everything. They're going to be murdered, raped, and I just go like through some sort of list. Like, they're going to be murdered, raped. The children are being deported, and then when you start talking like this, like, oh my God, I didn't know they're deporting children. And don't have to go into a lot of detail, but they get some. And I say, look, you won't give up, and they're not giving up, and sooner or later they're going to win. And that's like the end of that elevator conversation. But another one is, right now, because people get snippets of the media one way or another, and I hear Ukraine is doing really bad, or like the Russians are the Russians going to win? That's another scenario. And to that, I give the same answer, which is, it's pretty much static war, and the Ukrainians are never giving up, because that's really how the war is going to. To me, that's really the crux of it for sort of like the casual observer of the war, somebody who just is kind of curious and wants to know the score of the game, is that. So now and I say now because of, and then I get into the politics a little bit, saying that they've been it's been slow to get the weapons, and because of that, they're playing defense now, and that next year is probably going to be the offense. But it doesn't matter, because even if the Russians take more land, it'll turn into their Afghanistan. It'll be a guerrilla war. So the Ukrainians are going to win. And then I won't go through all the scenarios, but I always, in the end, it's always a good ending for the Ukrainians, so that people walk away thinking that doesn't really matter how bad the news is, Ukraine's going to win. So that's the approach that I take to most people. So thanks.
Yeah, and thanks, Ben. We can, you can see that from way back when I first watched your movie, and my comment on it was, if people ask me in comparison to 20 Days in Mariupol, what how, well, is it good? Is it the same? Does it add anything? And my comment to them was that your film was, to me, a good demonstration of how a country goes to war, not just a few, tens of thousands of soldiers that go to war. It's a whole of country effort. It clearly demonstrates the basis for your statement that Ukraine isn't going to give up. I mean, they've essentially been fighting Russian domination for 1,000 years, and have carried on to this point, and will persevere, I'm sure. And I often get asked, why am I so into this? I mean, how could I be? I've only been to Ukraine for a couple of weeks. I lived in Russia all that time. How come how could I be swapping sides, essentially? And I said, well, I didn't really have a side beforehand, but I've always been a big believer in the success and value of liberal democracy, and want to see it expand around the world. And that to me, that principle, when you look at something close enough and you see that through all the disinformation and everything, that Maidan was real. It was a true expression of the will of the people of Ukraine to throw off their domination from Russia's influence. And if you start looking at the details and facts of what Russia's involvement in Ukraine, certainly since 1991, but even well before then, of course, in the Soviet Union in the Tsarist times, you can't help but recognize the independence and value of the Ukrainian people, and their desire to live like we all want to live. And so having no ties to Ukraine, I feel very invested for the long term in making sure that Ukraine is successful, which is essentially why I'm here, based on an idea. I don't have any money interests. I don't have any people that I know in that are on the ground. I know a lot of people on the ground in Ukraine, but I didn't have any reason to get involved in this other than the altruistic interest in seeing that good win out over evil, essentially. And so it's always been relatively simple for me. But your movie in particular helped me clarify how committed Ukraine is from the top to the bottom of society to being to living free, and they will eventually. Ben, when about a week or so into the war, I was speaking to a half Ukrainian, half Russian friend of mine who still lives in Russia, and his comment on this, even before when it was starting to look muddy on day 3, 5, 10, something like that, that Konstantin said to me, "Oh, this is going to be like Afghanistan on steroids." And I'm thinking at the time, wow, the initial assaults were just starting to be repelled, but he was, the mentality of him being Ukrainian was that we're going to lose these initial battles to this overwhelming force of Russia, but we'll have the long-term war, and it will be like Afghanistan on steroids to Russia. And I thought, wow, that's a little bit defeatist, but it isn't actually defeatist. It was kind of realist on, we're probably not going to be able to survive the initial onslaught, but that Ukraine will survive in the end, because essentially they have for 1,000 years been fighting Russia's influence, I think. And thanks very much for your comments, Ben. And the only reason I'm on the radio this time of day, Ben, to join Alan is because I was press ganged into here to be the poor man's Chuck until Chuck can get back. Cece, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I'd seen someone before me. Did you guys talk about the Senate Foreign Relations Committee announcement?
We didn't yet, but I did read it. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's a big deal. Senate Foreign Relations Committee statement: Ukraine must be allowed to defend itself, period. If that means striking a Russian bomber launching missiles at Ukrainian civilians from Russian airspace, then Ukraine should be able to take that shot. You want me to put it in the nest? It's pretty big deal.
Yeah, go ahead. I was going to talk about that during the segment if we got to. I will now. I mean, it's essentially the U.S. Senate catching up with me from weeks and weeks ago or months ago. That the rules of armed conflict defined by the Geneva and Hague Conventions say that, and the United Nations Charter says that a country shall be secure in its borders, and if invaded, can use any and all means at its disposal to remain free, or to repel an invader. And the laws of armed conflict don't put any prescription on any country from using weapons against their aggressor inside the aggressor's territory, moving into the aggressor's territory. And the way wars have progressed in the past is if Ukraine needs to make tactical moves into Russia in order to eliminate forces that are threatening it and bring the war to a more rapid conclusion, that is a completely valid thing to do, as are tactical and strategic strikes inside Russia at any time and any location if they meet the test of the Hague and the Geneva Conventions. And everything that Ukraine has attacked to this point meets those tests. So putting any handcuffs on Ukraine with regard to where it can move and where it can use weapons on Russian forces is both phenomenally counterproductive and risks doing additional damage and lengthening the war in a way that I don't think anybody in the liberal democracy part of the world wants this war to go on longer than it has to. But it absolutely contributes to going on longer than it can. So that the Senate committees, the foreign relations committees, the chair and the other members signing that it's incredibly important to make sure that this issue stays in the front of Congress's mind. And I got accused of being very political yesterday for attacking the very people that got the aid through, and it was a massive session of that. But I wasn't trying to do that. What I'm trying to do is be realistic, like the Senate here is, and saying putting additional controls on Ukraine is not necessary. Ukraine is controlled by the Geneva and Hague Conventions on rules of armed conflict, has been prosecuting this war completely within those rules against an enemy that has completely ignored those rules. Russia has used chemical weapons. They've executed prisoners of war openly. They've destroyed hydroelectric dams and caused massive environmental disasters. That's a war crime. They repeatedly use cluster munitions and other indiscriminate shelling of civilian areas. They're now creating situations in Vovchansk that are similar to what they did in Bucha. Russia is a genocidal invader of Ukraine and is clearly not interested in following any of the world's agreed to rules for armed conflict as a result of its genocidal invasion, and putting any restrictions on Ukraine, or as Deputy Undersecretary of Defense said in Senate testimony, holding Ukraine to a higher standard is not necessary here. The standard is what the standard has always been, and that is that Ukraine should not use United States weapons as reiterated by the State Department on February 9th. Ukraine should not use any weapons, Western weapons, United States weapons in particular, to generate war crimes, atrocities, or attack civilian areas, none of which they have been doing. Refinery attacks are fantastic, and they're done with Ukrainian weapons. But even if the United States supplied ATACMS missiles were used on the Morozovsk Air Base, the Kushishevsky Air Base, and the Yezd Air Base, my new 3 favorite air bases I'd like to see ATACMS. Those aren't war crimes. They're not atrocities. They're not attacks on civilian areas. What they are is attacks on the very platforms, the Su-34s and Su-24 and Su-25s. They're attacks on the platforms that are delivering war crimes of Russia to Ukraine. How could that possibly be anything other than a good thing? Which is why I'm glad to see the Senate Foreign Services Committee has got, is providing this clarification or constructive criticism to the Biden administration, because we were all on the Republicans and the anti-Ukraine crowd before that bill was passed. But now that the bill is finally passed, after an incredible amount of delay and fight, why would you want to limit the effectiveness of that aid supplied by attaching additional rules to it? And I will add, rules that are unwritten. The written guidance published February 9th, 2024 of the State Department are what U.S. weapons can be used for, and none of those prohibitions affect Ukraine's use of these weapons on Russian military targets inside Russia. And I'm glad to see everybody's staying engaged on this, right? Because I don't think the bill in America, $61 billion, is one and done. And part of the conversations we keep having to have with people is, you now hear, well, I thought that was done. $61 billion. That we shouldn't be. Why is that even we shouldn't be talking about that anymore? It's over. It's not over. It's not over because of the $61 billion, and it's not over because of the U.S. still has foreign policy interest in Ukraine. And in my opinion, Alan, I don't think the U.S. should be making up special rules of engagement for Ukraine at all, but certainly in this situation, given the foe that they are taking on.
I think the important thing here is, Will, the debate is now public. We have members of Congress challenging the administration's prohibition of using American weapons on targets inside Russia. Once a debate becomes public here in the United States, there are lots of opportunities for individual citizens to weigh in to the debate. And it's, as Cece says, it's by contacting your member of Congress, by contacting those who represent you in the House and the Senate. And it's the Senate here that will carry the weight. But it is the members of the House Intelligence Committee that initiated the debate. It is a bipartisan letter. It's up in the nest. These are crucial points, not only about the prohibition of using American weapons against legitimate targets inside Russia, but questions about further training Ukrainian pilots and supplying air defense to Ukraine. So these are three critical questions that the administration needs to address.
Yep, too true. And we're not talking politics. We're talking policy. We're not talking about the politics of anything. We're talking about the policy, unwritten policies, and what they've always said, right? Bipartisanly. The United States needs to decide that who it wants to win and lean into that approach to bring the resources it has to bear so that the war can end quickly. Because the real politic of this whole thing is the longer this drags on, the more Russia can generate atrocities and has opportunities to find ways innovatively for itself to win anything rather than what it frankly deserves, which is to be, driven out quickly from Ukraine and isolated.
Can I do a super quick follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
So when you call and you say, like, look, people, this isn't near enough money, please mention Georgia. Not only are their destinies entwined politically, but there's so many Russians that fled to Georgia, like thousands upon thousands of Russians who fled to Georgia. And so all of those Russians, we need to actually not be there. So there's so many reasons. Sorry, someone just came to my door. There's so many reasons that that we need Georgia also to not adopt the foreign agents law, because it's so crucial to Ukraine's destiny, that I just would plead with people to also call about Georgia as well. Commander Mamuka, for anyone that heard my space with him, he's given his soldiers, his best brothers' lives for Ukraine. He's risked his life for years and years for Ukraine. So it's his personal ask to Ukraine supporters.
Thanks, CC. Now I think it was Pickled Flicker Fella, Bruce, and then Casper. If I've got that wrong, you fellas let me know.
I think it sounds about right, Chuck. Oh, sorry, I mean Will. Hi,
Steady.
Alan again. Uh, Chuck from down under, I guess. No, hey, I really appreciate the discussion. And yeah, well, I mean, you so eloquently and concisely, really, like, able to bring all these points together, right? And I'm going to be honest with you, kind of, I'm convinced that, generations from now, we're going to be looking back at this war and they're going to look at this policy and they're just going to be equally probably flabbergasted, right, about about the decision to do this, and really not understanding, because it makes no sense why Ukraine would not be able to use those weapons. Absolutely not, from whatever angle you try to approach this particular problem is just, I don't know, dumb. That's the only word I can describe it. And I really appreciate this space for bringing all these points together, kind of, and continuing to unite community to project this conversation. And like Alan said, it's so important that now it is in the public domain. There's discussions that are happening, and I think when people start saying all those things that you guys have been talking about for a very long time out loud, when they say those things out loud to themselves, it's going to be like, well, yeah, the door, of course, right? At least that's my hope. But anyway, I wanted to also quickly piggyback off of something that Ben was talking about earlier, and it's always a humbling experience, by the way, to be on the speaker panel with people like Ben, Cece, Dan. I see Bruce over here, Casper, and so many others, and wanted to also give my greetings and salutations to everyone who's listening, because there's so many wonderful people in the listening panel who do so much for Ukraine as well. But I'm always mindful when I talk about Ukraine with other people here in the United States, because what I've noticed is that different people, they just have different scale, right, of how they measure success or failure, whatever it is, war, peace, that kind of stuff. So my strategy, really, I'm going to be honest with you, I leaned into kind of Russian propaganda that they've been trying to emphasize, but from a different angle. You know how Russians, Kremlin, always crying, saying that they're fighting the whole NATO in Ukraine and all that stuff. Well, that's exactly what I say here in the United States when I speak to people who I've noticed, may not be well versed in this particular war, right? They understand what's happening, they're hard in the right place, but they just don't follow it, because I think for a lot of people, that's a conflict over there between Russia and Ukraine. So I try to reframe it every time when they ask me how like war's going or what's going on, what's the latest, right? I'm trying to basically put their um, um, concerns, in the middle and center to it, because the war in Ukraine has direct implication to our national security, right? So anything that Russia does in Ukraine is really undermining us, not only in this, security kind of military element, right? But in a, something that risks us to be politically isolated, something that empowers other adversaries like China, right? And all of those things will culminate themselves basically making us a poorer country, because we're not going to be able to regain lost trust amongst the allies like European nations and all that stuff if we're not going to provide support to Ukraine, which means it's going to impact us economically, financially, every single person. So that's basically how I always try to frame when I talk about developing situations in Ukraine, and really tie it down to individuals to make sure they really, paying attention to that from kind of their interest in it, right? And that's exactly how, some of the things that I do when I call my representatives, right? I say something along the lines, how much longer are we going to be undermining our national security by not, back then we were talking about voting, to provide military support to Ukraine, right? Now my rhetoric changing to where, kind of limiting of how Ukraine can defend democracy, right? The core principle of, our everyday life, by preventing Ukraine from using those weapons effectively, taking out criminal forces led by a wanted war criminal. So, I encourage other people to be just as creative, hopefully, and also share, ways that work for them as far as engaging with other people, because we need to keep this conversation in public domain and continue to push on as well with all the different, pro-Ukraine messaging, I think, and make sure it doesn't escape. Just, the way we've seen a lot of the, news channels kind of started to switch off their attention, but we need to kind of press on. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Pickle Flicker. Bruce, go ahead.
Hey guys, it's been a while. How are you?
Doing well, Bruce. Thanks for coming back.
Sure. No, I've been lurking in the background. The Senate letter is really relevant, and it's been very frustrating to me. So, the Institute for Study of War put out last night in their update. They're saying that Russian forces are concentrating limited, understaffed, and incohesive forces in the Sumy direction. So on the Russian side of the border, and maybe to make a push at Sumy Oblast. And what they're saying is Russia's doing this. They're sacrificing bodies just to try and stretch the Ukrainians even further. And it is insane to me that our Pentagon, in conjunction with Ukraine, can see these troops concentrating. And it is insane that for some reason they have to wait for the Russian troops to come across the border and pillage and burn Ukrainian territory when we now have the HIMARS or artillery shells or ATACMS. We should be wiping out these military concentrations on their side of the border. So hopefully the Senate letter will help a little bit. And I think Austin, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, made sort of an oblique reference kind of indicating that the Pentagon might be open to some strikes. It was just a very kind of convoluted statement that I'll try and find and get to you guys in the back channels. But anyway, hello. And oh no, I'm wrong. He reiterated the White House's unwillingness to approve these strikes. I think it's a moronic policy. So that's my rant. And hello.
Well, moronic and unwritten. This is my big problem, as I've said all along. If the United States wants to set policy, they should do so in writing, as they did on February 9th when the State Department published their policy on use of weapons sold by the United States to any country. A great principle. We sell weapons to any country, but if we catch you doing this, it's all over for you, right? You'll never buy weapons from us again. Just like the OFAC. I like some of the legislation coming out of the United States recently, frankly. I'm a big critic of the United States, but some of the work you guys have done recently in America is stellar, and we ought to see more of that. And you're right, the Defense Department does know exactly where these troops are concentrating. And yes, they are concentrating north of Sumy to have a go at it. And they probably augmented it this time with seasoned veterans from the VDV, the 7th and the 76th, that were moved up there after the initial troops started moving. And when we really noticed troops moving from the front in the south and the east up into Belgorod to start this action, and Ukraine started knocking out fuel depots up there, and we wondered why. And we wondered why because they were concentrating troops up there, and the ISW reported on that then. And here again, the ISW is reporting what they're doing, and the ISW is reporting that specifically because the tactically smart thing for Russia to do would be to press in as hard up to the north at Sumy so that they can establish a capability to fire into Kharkiv with tubed artillery and not just MLRS and other rocket systems and drones. The smart thing to do if you want to use weapons to subdue your enemy, as they do during a wartime, is to do that. The other thing that we see happening intelligence-wise that is bizarrely interesting is that Russia is moving additional fighter aircraft into Belarus. So, there's movements going on around here that are concerning. And one of the things we don't need right now, given those concerning movements, is any additional limitations on Ukraine being able to smash those troops before they enter from Russia into Ukraine. Why should it always be? I mean, just thinking on a matter of basic fairness, why should it always be Ukrainian villages destroyed when Russia wants to fight war, but not Russian cities that get destroyed, Russian villages and towns that get destroyed when Russia wants to fight war? This war needs to, I won't speak of it in like those moralistic terms, but it does raise the question clearly. The reason why Ukraine should be able to attack into Russia physically and use any weapon system it wants, other than nuclear, biological, or chemical weapons, which is banned from doing. So is Russia, by the way, but they're using chemical weapons anyway. They should move into Ukraine, or Ukraine should attack into Russia, or move into Russia if necessary to meet its military objectives to rid Russia of its territory and remain independent. That's the academic and correct reason. But Russia also deserves to know that they're at war, and Russians deserve to know that their country is committing war on their behalf, because part of the big problem always in talking to Russians in this space and in the world is they feel like they are somehow separated from their government. That, oh, it's my government doing this, it's not my fault. Folks, you are your government. You own that shit. Russians own their government. Ukrainians own their government. America, Australia, Israel, you own where you live, folks. You do. You own where you live, and you must take some responsibility for it. You cannot say, oh, it has nothing to do with me, it's just the government, I'm powerless. If you're powerless, it's because you've allowed yourself to be powerless over generations in Russia, but other places for shorter periods of time. But you've got to own it. And I own the things my Australian government does, and some of them I don't like and I criticize, and as I criticize everybody. But I absolutely positively think Russia needs to know it's at war. Common everyday Russians need to know they are at war. And that's the only way if they were going to do it, stop this war through their own pressure, is actually knowing and feeling they're at war. And it's very troubling, Bruce, and I think it's a horrible unwritten policy too. If the United States wants to make that policy, they should write that policy. And I wholeheartedly agree with what Alan said, which is I like it that this discussion, not argument, but discussion, is going public in America with the Senate Intelligence Committee getting involved, and it isn't and on a bipartisan manner, because we're not talking politics, we're talking principle here. And I enjoy seeing that go that way. Casper, go ahead.
Hello, fellas. So in my mind, ring the bell when it was about values, villains, and vision. You might Google a term profiling. It's when you try to make a psychological profile of a person. Basically, you try to understand which are its interests. Maybe it's a Trumpist, maybe it's an anti-vaxxer, maybe it's a green ecologist, maybe it's whatever. So the best way is probably to understand, because there are a lot of tragedies in Ukraine, hundreds, thousands. You can take it from any point of view. But if you hit the right spot, for example, a mother could be more sensitive to some child tragedies or things like this. The most important is that people who you want to give a message to are open to talk. If they are open to talk, you can consider they are half. Basically, yeah, establish what is first, establish what unites you. So you, for example, there was on the space one time some anti-vaxxer, who in the end, when people didn't really try to find common values, he was like, oh, you're all globalist, I don't know, from conspiracist or whatever. And he just gave up. Anyway, if, for example, even if you try to find some middle ground, for example, oh, I'm also curious about the origins of the virus, or Oh, I also didn't like some of the policies which were adapted by our government, things like that. On vision, it's basically a vision is basically a future, how we envision the future. Alan said, for example, that he would like it to be the last war, and that it could be last war, but in order to do something like this, everybody should agree. And if this war doesn't end with the Western world and Ukraine on the same side as winners, there will be a lot of chaos. And I'll turn it here into a little bit practical. Before, the biggest threat was like nuclear bombs. Now, the threat can be a very scary threat, actually. Can be one drone that Richard is producing. One small thing can now be engaged in terrorism. It can be engaged even in money making. For example, oh, I know this. For example, I take one drone and I destroy some refinery in the Western world. Yeah. So knowing that, I make some shares. So I try to make my money from it. Yeah. So it can be used in various methods. Like to hire a hitman, it probably costs not cheap. This drone is only $300. Yeah, of course, on a factory, in a production, on a level production of. But what would limit such a future? For example, a future where you go outdoor. Like, for example, it's the start of the war. It's 24th of February, and Russia did its homework. Imagine Russia did its homework, and there are not only rockets and these damn columns of orcs, but also clouds of drones. Like, it would be terrible. And it's basically what awaits us in the next wars. It's going to be a lot more technicalized, even if also combined with a big number of forces. So basically, yeah, the question would be how terrorists, for example, would be limited to use such technology by chips and explosives. For example, the state, such as Russia, doesn't care about neither of these. Yeah, it can get through some backdoor ways, both of them.
Yeah, but Casper, so terrorists have always been able in the last several years to make use of these tools if they wanted to, and there has been, in my country at least, in Australia, attention paid by law enforcement to make sure that people can't fly drones over public assets like big stadiums and things. They can't fly them in airport areas. So I mean, the legislation. So terrorists have had the capability of using a drone carried bomb. Of course, the issue with the war in Ukraine will be the proliferation of those capabilities and knowledge and people who've done it a lot in the world, which you could say adds to the world's threat. But I would say probably, incrementally it does. But overall, drones aren't going to change armed conflict. They're not the silver bullet that's going to change armed conflict. You will see tanks in armies in the future and stuff. But your point about the fact that it's very problematic that any country in the world can now more cheaply take on some of the most expensive systems in the world, and that is will definitely absolutely have effect. But note that the combined research efforts of the folks who are now seeing the effects of drones on the battlefield will almost certainly come up with some inventive ways to keep that sort of arms race going as well, to defend against drone swarms. And we now know that active protection systems on things like critical pieces of armor are effective related to drones and even guided missiles attacks on them. So it's proliferation of that sort of defense technology that'll have to take place. Back to you very quickly, Casper, and then we're going to go to Grace, who's been waiting a while. Go ahead, Casper.
Thank you. I think I lost my my thought, but I had a follow-up question. I hope I reminded.
Oh, well. Oh, yeah, yeah. Think about it for a second. We're not going anywhere. Good day, or very good early morning, Grace. How are you?
Good morning, good afternoon, good night to everyone. Hope you're doing great. Great conversation. Thanks as always. Can you hear me good?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Great. I have a general question, and that is, how can we talk about other countries' policies and aid to Ukraine in a civil way? So this is a general question, because the way we speak a lot nowadays with one another is through social media, and with social media comes certain perks and certain lots of issues, like we miss out on facial expression, intonations, hand gesture, all the normal clues that normally serves as a bridge when we have conversation in real life. So there is so much intolerance on social media. So let's say you watch a video with Jake Pro, for example. I love his videos. He speaks American politics, and I know a little about American politics, and I know indefinitely that I was very annoyed when Speaker Mike Johnson said, "We did our work here, and I think history will judge it rightfully," whatever he exactly said. I just paraphrased him, because the way Speaker Johnson, to me, from where I was sitting and I was looking and I was listening to like Jake Bro or other news sources, I get the impression that he gave everyone free time off, paid, and etc., and prolonged this $61 billion aid to Ukraine that passed around April 24th or 22nd. So how do we speak about another country's politics when it comes to Ukraine specifically, without stepping on someone's toes? Thank you.
Well, thanks, Grace. It's a great question, and I ended up answering this yesterday after a person did come in, accuse me of being very, very political, and I think the way to do it is to, as I said at that time, when I talk about U.S. politics, I don't live in the United States. I'm Australian citizen, so you can make people take offense if you talk about their system, and it is difficult to sit by and listen to people's statements, like some of Mike Johnson's or others, when they say things and not get strident about it. And my answer is, I don't talk about U.S. politics. I talk about U.S. process, because I don't state it up to which party, all these things like that in America, because I haven't got a dog in the fight. But I do look at what the United States government and system produces and comment on whether or not that meets the goals of Ukraine, the goals of the world community that agrees with that Ukraine has a right to exist and should carry on. You have to comment. You have to comment. It deserves comment when policy is set in America that either helps or hinders Ukraine. And the thing that Americans can take offense at if they want, but it's acceptable to comment on, is whether or not you think it's in the long-term interest of the United States. Because I don't think it's in the long-term interest of the United States to do some things policy-wise in America too, and you can't help avoid commenting on that. And if any American takes offense at an Australian commenting on your political system, feel free to do the same to me, just as I do to the Chinese, and they regularly complain about that too, right? Internal politics is one thing, but if it's matters of principle and issues of things like, you know, the treatment of the Uyghurs inside China, if China doesn't like me commenting on that, and they would threaten to, you know, have me taken off the air or whatever, that too bad. Feel free to comment on the, you know, incredibly bad in numbers of cases situation with Australian Aboriginal population and how we treat First Nations here in Australia and how we, you know, amend ourselves. And there's all bad things everywhere. So anybody taking up too much offense about people commenting about stuff inside your system and stay inside your lane and all that sort of stuff, sorry, prepare to be offended, because you will be, right? That's the thing, Grace. Sometimes you can't avoid offending people if they feel you don't have the right to talk about something. But Grace, I'm here to tell you, you have a right to talk about anything you choose to. that's called freedom of speech if you feel something strongly. But the way I try to avoid it, Grace, is just to talk on mechanics, talk about the process of passing legislation in the United States, the process of policy setting in the United States, and the results of those legislation and policy settings coming out. And this policy setting is very counterproductive, and I feel the absolute need to comment on it. And if people in America or the Democratic Party or the presidential ministry, if they take offense at that, that's on them, and they need to examine the policy. If they're offended by my comment, examine the policy. If you still feel it's correct, carry on. But so will I, because I always do. Back to you again, Grace.
Thank you. That was a great answer. I appreciate a lot. And I think I asked the question more so because when I listen to different YouTubers from various countries, they always say very specifically and clear that I will not speak about such and such, so and so, that country and that country, because that's not my country. I will only speak about what my own country do. And maybe perhaps I have got the wrong sort of interpretation because they are maybe bigger, larger YouTuber, which I am not. And they perhaps have more eyes on them, and that's why they take that avenue. And me, at least as a regular person, can, as you mentioned, like China, the Uyghur people, and all their crazy shit. Yeah, great points. Thank you very, very much. The time is very late here where I am, so I will once again thanks for the opportunity to speak in MriyaReport. I love you all. Slava Ukraini, Heroim Slava.
Thank you, Grace. Thanks for coming up and speaking. And
the details of real real machine. So if the level is that big, then this drone manufacturers seems to be already like, like freely available. The internet is the age of wonder. You just have to be interested enough. Yes, like doesn't seem to be a technology that's gonna be, unavailable.
Thanks, Casper. Alan, it's amazing. An hour and 51 minutes into my shift, and we are through all hands. So this is where I normally ask you what you'd like to talk about in the pile of stuff that's built up in the last 10 to 12 hours.
Well, I do have a specific question for you, Will. Not sure if you are watching what I'm calling a purge by any other name inside Russia. Major General Ivan Popov, the former commander of Russia's 58th Combined Arms Army. This was out in Kherson that he was last in command. He has been arrested and accused of fraud. I haven't been keeping count of the number of Russian generals, commanders, members of Shoigu's defense ministry apprehended so far, but it's a half a dozen or more. This looks like fraud. What interests me is how Putin is turning the tables on those uh, fellow criminals who have been robbing Russia. And now Putin arresting them, accusing them of financial fraud, and this is it amounts to the top echelon of Russian generals, not dissimilar to what Stalin did in the 1930s. What do you make of this, Will?
I make of what you just did exactly. I mean, the parallels, if you read the show trials and things that happened during Stalin's late stage consolidation of full authoritarian full totalitarianism in Russia at that Soviet Union at that time. The parallels are striking, and I'll note that this so Popov who's actually in the Ministry of Defense, the Army, the actual armed forces, and I'll talk about him in a bit in more detail, but he joins a group now within the Ministry of Defense in the civilian area, as well as the officers that were sidelined, purged, or disappeared after the Prigozhin affair. Belousov is in and is carrying on with the cleaning of house in the Ministry of Defense from enemies of the state, I guess, that they've decided. And then that point you made is also very salient too, that note the level of corruption that goes on within Russia is so ubiquitous that corruption is never a problem until it is. And then that's the thing they use as the legalization of whatever they're going to do to persecute you, prosecute you, because Russia loves that too. It's their history since the Tsarist times to legalize their atrocities by making sure they pass stuff through of the appearance of or the reality of whatever legislative system they have in place at the time. They like to produce, decrees that say they're going to do the nastiness they're already going on and doing, and they like to convict people, even if it's on the silliest of charges related to when they decide they want them out of the picture. Doesn't matter what the charge is, figure it out, make it up, and make it stick. In this case, General Ivan Popov, who had one significant success in his military career, that really significant success. But he's a soldier. He's from the line there, not by any means incredible, but is a credible commander that got to the level that he did, General Popov. And that is, he led the operation to move beyond the rest of the front lines and move in and capture the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant successfully. So he did carry, he's a somewhat successful general. And he also is one of those guys like Teplinsky that criticized the military, the MOD's delivery of support to people at the front, and was demoted because of that, because he went directly around Gerasimov and made a plea directly to Shoigu, and that was outside the military chain of command. So, he was demoted and taken away from that position. And later on now, he's been charged with, and this is the funny part, Alan. When he was the general at the front in the Southern Command of the 58th Army, he is accused of theft of scrap metal at the front, right? Collection of scrap metal for selling in scrap metal, and then he got the money for it because his side gig is definitely making a bit of grift off of scrap metal at the front, even though he might have a conflict of interest, Alan, because he did contribute, along with the rest of the generals in the Russian army, to the generation of an incredible amount of scrap metal that does go to this day. And maybe he was involved in selling some of that to Turkish scrap metal dealers or something. We'll read the rest of the charges later, but that is the charge. He's charged with theft and corruption related to the trade in scrap metal at the front in the occupied areas. I don't make this stuff up, Alan.
I can imagine General Popov out there at dawn picking up scrap metal himself. But it is a purge by any other name. What interests me is we haven't heard anything about Surovikin. He is responsible really for stabilizing Russian defense lines and foiling any Ukrainian counteroffensive effort last summer. Looked like dragon teeth. The defenses that Surovikin supervised were much more extensive than we realized at the time. Haven't heard from him. There have been rumors that he is in line to replace Gerasimov. Gerasimov, close friend of Shoigu, has got to be worried. Shoigu himself has to be worried. He's been shunted off on a railway siding, so to speak, in the Russian Security Council. That is a place without much power, without much influence, and Shoigu himself must be waiting for the knock on the door. This is, as I say, a purge by any other name that Putin is undertaking throughout the Russian military right now. It could actually improve the Russian military.
That's true. I mean, there is a non-zero chance that somebody competent could be put in some place, which is why we discussed seriously when Belousov took over what the effects could have on that, basically on his experience as a microeconomics expert, and in his only other government role, ministry-wise, managing some of the things that he did apparently competently in a sea of corruption. But yeah, it could. I will differ with your view in one respect. I don't think Shoigu himself is going to be ousted ever. I think he is going to, I don't think he's going to get the knock on the door and be arrested. I think Putin has moved him exactly into the role that he wants him in to still provide, advice to him, and especially advice given how loyal Shoigu is, to be able to spot others, or just advice to Putin, much like the inner court of Stalin himself too, where he had a group of people around him, and it was actually one of the most dangerous jobs in the entire Soviet period under Stalin, was being in the first or second ring around him. Although Molotov made it his entire period, he made it through the entire life of Stalin as premier. Molotov never got purged, but he's the only one. Others rotated, especially if you were the head of state security. But I don't think Shoigu's going. I think Shoigu was put in as the secretary of the security, the National Security Committee, to help continue advising and be sidelined, because Putin, unlike Stalin, doesn't necessarily want to kill everybody off who disappoints him or loses him. If they remain very, very loyal, like Shoigu has, and they help him identify and help them do the purge inside that department, I think he'll stay on. I think Patrushev has found his new role, traveling the world and doing Putin's needs and deeds as a special servant, probably with the promise that his son survive and thrive in the new regime as changes get made. But there's absolutely a purge going on through the Defense Department, both the civilian appointees in the apparatus and in the military. It continues. I see on the list in front of me 31 generals who have either been fired, shunted aside, detained, arrested, or disappeared. Ooh, disappeared in some cases, Alan.
I had no idea the list was that long. 31. And no indication whatsoever of what Surovikin's future is going to be inside Russia. We haven't heard from him. I guess we know he is around, alive, maybe waiting, maybe not. I don't
think
know.
they're going to rehabilitate Surovikin and probably find a role for him, perhaps. Remember, when he was shunted sideways on his leave, and then he was made the military liaison to the CSTO, an organization that basically doesn't even exist anymore. That clearly meant you're in gardening leave. I appoint you to a committee that doesn't even function or meet anymore, Alan. It's not a good sign for your career. But I think he may have put him in cold storage to bring him back, and remains to be seen. But Surovikin has got to be loving his life right now. Whether or not they are going to rehabilitate him and reinstate him somewhere or not, the Surovikin line isn't called the Gerasimov line for a reason. And Surovikin's also the guy who helped engineer an orderly and safe withdrawal, generally withdrawal from north of or on the right bank of the Dnipro River to the south bank, and then built the fortifications. He wasn't the guy, he wasn't going to go forward. He wasn't going to attack. He wasn't going to do the things that they can get Gerasimov to do with glee, even if they're, Surovikin was right. They had no business trying to continue to attack forward, and they did need to get ready for defense and holding territory. His decisions and his legacy is, at this point, kind of ambivalently more successful than the other approaches of the Russians. So I would think he'd be pretty happy with himself, but he wouldn't want to say so out loud, right? Because that would raise the ire of the boss for pointing out something that was wrong. And I don't think you ever want to do that. Dan. Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
you never want to do that. Will, let's go to Dan and Linda. Then I have some more questions about this ongoing purge inside Russia, orchestrated by Putin to clean out the corrupt, I'll put that in quotation marks, corrupt Russian military. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Will. Hi, Alan. I just wanted to mention, you were mentioning about he was probably a bunch of them were selling scrap metal to the Turkish guy, and I'm thinking to myself, those guys are pretty smart. I wonder if they sold the scrap metal to the same Turkish businessmen that sold them the rotten eggs. Just a thought. Anyways, yeah, I have no cry of what happened to the real Vladimir Putin now that they're doing the purge. That's not going to make it better. It's kind of like I said it before, putting out a house fire with a cup of water after waiting 2 years. Yeah, I don't know if it's trying to make the public in Russia make them feel better that they're going after corruption when the people that are going after corruption are corrupt themselves. So yeah. No need for him to show up at a confessional.
Yeah, well, they don't call them show trials for nothing, Dan. I'm sure that they have
Right.
the role of the original show trials. Linda.
Hi. I have a nit, although I think it's fundamental in that it always get psychologically poked when I hear Russia's military wing being referred to its defense department. No, it's its war department. There's a difference. And there's a reason why after, I always forget whether it's after World War I or World War II, in the US, it was renamed from the War Department to the Defense Department. And there was a reason for that. And for that same reason, I think Russia only has a War Department. And that was it. It's a nit.
Yep. Thanks, Linda. Well, they call it the Ministry of Defense. So, yeah, I don't really care what they call it that much. And yeah, the Department of War in the United States was changed to the Department of Defense for the First World War, I believe, Alan.
I think that's accurate, actually. Although I'm going to have to look it up, Will. I just seem to remember during the Second World War, there still being a Department of War. But no, I think Cordell Hull was Secretary of Defense. So I think you're right there, Will.
That is a good pick, Cordell Hull. Wow, what a memory. So now the purge within Russia. What would you like to talk about next in relation to that, Alan?
Well, who is untouched? There is no Russian Air Force commander who is implicated or touched in this purge. Apparently, a safe, almost separate force of the Russian military. Whoever's in command of the Russian Air Force has accomplished two things. First of all, protecting his branch of the military, because Russia hasn't really thrown its air force into this war full strength. And secondly, protecting himself. Possibly, and I believe it was the Air Force will that commanders, underlings, actually threatened Putin, saying, if you relieve the head of the Air Force, we're going to come for you. It's this is just from memory. I could be completely wrong here, Will.
So not all of the Air Force has escaped purge. Of course, Yudin. You remember when Surovikin appeared in what kind of looked like a hostage video right during the Prigozhin matter on day 2? He and his a deputy were in kind of disheveled looking uniforms behind a table in what might have been an interview room, with Surovikin holding a machine gun, as you know, a AK, as if he was personally going to have to go fight Prigozhin. It all looked a bit staged. Well, the second guy in that video, Yudin I've never heard of him since. He was reported as detained and fired at the time, but boop, no, never heard of again. And Surovikin himself obviously shunted off, and I think possibly the purges needed not go as far in the VKS as necessary, even though they've essentially not been reappointed a leader, as you say. I guess Gerasimov himself gives directions to the VKS, or the commanding generals through there, without a head of that organization, because I too don't know that they've named one since. And you'll remember that of all the lives lost in the Prigozhin matter, almost all of them were VKS service members, helicopters that were shot down, a Tupolev 22, the command and control headquarters that was shot down, and in the range of 20 to 30 VKS personnel killed, some significantly high-ranking officers. So maybe, it's weird to tell how these things play out, but the only other Air Force officer I know that was gone at the time was Yudin, but there is a lot more. There's obviously purges all across the line, whether they get fired. You see, after each period of massive, undeniable failure in Russia's campaign, you see a wave of firings, arrests, disappearances, all that sort of stuff. And this is what we're seeing now again, right? We after a failed initial offensive, there were, I don't know, 8, 10 officers fired, demoted, verbally, obviously in a humiliating way, openly fired. Then in late October of 22, a few more. The folks who started criticizing the progress of the war in the MOD toward the end of 22, then in 23, after after Vuhledar, there were some firings. And there were some arrests of Rosguardia inside Russia as well. At that time, probably just corruption that went too far. Then after the Prigozhin matter, a month after the Prigozhin matter, almost to the day, you see a dozen that went right at that time, including Surovikin, gone at a month later after that. So you see Prigozhin, a month goes by, a dozen officers fired, disappeared, arrested, a combination, and then Surovikin a month later in August 23rd to August 23, changes. Sergei Surovikin goes out, and then the firings in late September and into early January appear to be, basically changes that Gerasimov made for reasons of his own, including things like, of course, the Black Sea Fleet headquarters getting destroyed, and the progress that Ukraine has made in making Crimea untenable for Russia, both by sea and in the air over it. So wave after wave of firings, disappearances, arrests, or whatever inside the Kremlin, and I would expect to see this continue. We've seen Belousov go in. His chief of staff, the previous chief of staff, is now gone, which we should normally expect anyway, Alan. But he was also named as kind of like an unindicted co-conspirator to two of the people who've been arrested on these corruption charges inside the Ministry of Defense earlier, Timur and Timur Ivanov. But the statement he said was that this guy's going, or he accepted his resignation, and Bulasov has said that it's okay to make mistakes, but you can't lie. So that's apparently the new standard, right? That you can make mistakes, but you can't lie, which is true, actually. I mean, it's a disturbingly frank statement because the system in which no one will tell the supreme leader the truth and no one will tell the supreme leader no, or that he is making a mistake, it is a phenomenally risky system that is destined for failure once the supreme leader makes plans based on lies. You know, it's all going to come down like a house of cards. So it's baked into the system, fear of telling the supreme leader the truth. But if you don't tell the truth, you're also going to have a problem. So Bulasov's trying to correct that error by sending someone out in addition to the people who've been crime, because he described it as a love triangle of conspiracy, essentially, between these people, which, if I was the fella who just got fired, that's the guy who I would be worried about the FSB knocking on his door next, because in just firing him, Bulasov has essentially said that he is a party to the conspiracy to commit fraud, which others have been arrested for but not yet convicted. And I think there are a lot of show trials were called show trials because they served two purposes. They served to distract and make it look to the public like the Russian government at the time was doing something about failures in the war and doing something about the wreckers who were causing them to fail in the war, not their incompetence and lack of production. But it was also to instill fear in the population about the things that can happen to you if you counter the chief at the top. So it's like I daily say, that you can hear the clicking sound as Russia ratchets up notches from just authoritarianism into totalitarianism, and click, click, click. It goes on. The day goes on. The the fact that they are passing laws, talking about things, and acting in manners which are now both essentially taking the agency away from human beings. It's an academic thing, really, whether or not you're an authoritarian government or a totalitarian government. But when an authoritarian government gets in very late stages, it kind of has to become totalitarian and take control of the agency of people themselves and their ideas. That's what all these foreign agent laws are about. Giving yourself pretext to call someone other so that you can arrest them and persecute them, and taking away agency from people so that they no longer can decide where they're going to live and work. You're going to go live and work where Vladimir Putin says you need to work, based on the industries that we've also nationalized because they're in the interest of this drift toward full-on authoritarianism. I think is it's indicative of the failures of Putin to be successful in this war, and the problems that not being successful over a country they thought was far inferior have caused them, I think, Alan.
You know, what worries me about Belousov, the new Minister of Defense, he seems to be the perfect Putin apparatchik, the perfect Putin bureaucrat. He won't step out of line. He'll inform Putin about the corruption in the defense ministry. He and Putin will agree about how to deal with it. Meanwhile, Belousov, a highly trained economist, will keep an eye on the Russian economy and truly align Russia's war needs with its economy. And that's what he's there for. Uh, I originally thought, wow, this is like the Bob McNamara that Putin has found somewhere in the Russian bureaucracy. Gary Kasparov put it correctly. It is Putin's spear. Speer being uh, the the top guy for Hitler in Nazi Germany, organizing the economy, organizing the Holocaust, organizing German production. He wasn't just designing these brutalist Nazi monuments that were never built. Uh, he was running the German economy. Belosov, from the defense ministry, is going to run the Russian economy. And this is something we actually have to worry about because I think he's going to be efficient. I think he's probably going to be successful. And I think he has Putin's ear. You know, that's and it's impossible to tell because, as I always say, the Kremlin has always been and will always be a black box. You can't see into it. You cannot make predictions about what's happening inside the Kremlin. It's just an impossibility. Maybe more so now than ever before.
Well, it will continue to attempt to be very tight in information, but because of the way the information sphere works these days, being able to read between the lines allows a little bit of gray to sneak out. But it is a very opaque black box because it is. I have found I don't understand it, but I think I understand why I don't understand it, and I don't understand it because I don't think in a inherently Russian way. I think in a person who grew up in a liberal democracy and think that way. But I've also been accused early, right as soon as he took over, when I started quoting and writing and saying things about Borisov, of being don't freak out. He's not the end of the world. No, he isn't. No, he is not. He's not going. I don't wish him success or even believe that he will be successful, Alan. But I agree 100% that based on his recent previous experience, Putin has decided to give Bulasov a go because he believes he is fearfully loyal. That he's not a political a climber through the things. He is a technocrat, and I also recognize the parallel between him and Albert Speer, the Ministry of Industry under Hitler, who also claimed to be of no political, or specific. Didn't claim to be a Nazi, but he was in the Nazi Party, and he certainly organized the infrastructure to provide for the death camps. So, yeah, no. Bulasov, I don't think Bulasov, I agree with you, was brought in to try to make the military industrial base of Russia be more efficient and less corrupt because they've got to wring everything they can out of that military industrial complex because their maximum spend a year through that system is about $100 billion a year. And if the United States, Europe, the rest of the liberal democracies in the world engaged the way that they can, that capability could be swamped. So he has to wring as much as he can out of that system, and that means Bulasov can apply whatever skills and capabilities he has in the efficiency side of things, whilst trying to point out and eliminate corrupt people, much as he's done with this replacement of the chief of staff. And that's probably to send a chilling message to the rest of the folks, right? But how do you appoint one guy to root out corruption in the defense industry alone, Alan, and expect him to have any success when he's not part of any of the clubs that generate most of the corruption in those things? Probably wouldn't understand him. And if he's too successful, Alan, What happens if Belousov is too successful in rooting out corruption and he gets to the point where he's starting to make the boss, Putin, very, very nervous about what he's doing? I mean, he could be too successful and be a failure, frankly. Casper, what do you think?
I think when Belarus, when there was an announcement, there is a new minister, everybody was like, who's that? And it reminded me of the current speaker in the USA chamber. I don't know which, but also people were like, who's this guy? Like, okay, maybe it was like still sided with one party politically, but it was like a little bit person from outside, you know. The thing is, I feel now, look where is Girkin, look where is Prigozhin. But why they are there? But Shoigu is now moved to another position, there, or at least he's still alive. Like Surovikin, like which theoretically supported Prigozhin. I think Surovikin didn't, maybe I'm wrong, but didn't allow himself to criticize the commandment. Because during the time when Prigozhin was alive, there was a lot of criticism, of course, but also Telegram channels and the public, let's say so, was more prone to post something like this. Now it's everything. Everyone tries to keep it under the radar, so nobody says anything bad about the Putin and his changes during his passing of the powers. Yeah, now he's re-splitting the pie. The most important thing when you split the pie is that you can give a guy a lot of power in economical sphere. You can give a guy a lot of power in political sphere, but you never can give a guy a mixture of all of these, because then it's a real danger for yourself. Look at Prigozhin. He had popularity, he had weapons, he had people, he had mass media, he had money, but he didn't have he wasn't no public servant. I think he was not even enlisted in the army. Yeah, of course, it's a private military company, right? So they are capable of self-criticism, but yeah, if you are not, if you are gonna criticize the one because, like, for example, you have a problem, yeah, for example, drones don't fly because why they don't fly, then you look who is at fault. Okay, you find this one, then you go to the next one, then you go to the next one on top of him, then of course you are gonna lead it up there. So theoretically, this system is capable of reforming itself in a ways we won't like, but currently the power itself is like not. It's like a death for itself, because it would rather go into some kind of monarchism, like let's better elect Putin our Tsar, and we will have boyars. We will be boyars. This guy will be just like in the old times. This guy will be responsible for army. This guy will be responsible for and we will have some families. Yeah, big families with big interests, and that's how we are gonna govern ourselves. Yeah. Same about Girkin. Do you remember Girkin? He had people inside army. He had popularity because beside Ukro-Nazis, he also said lots of things about Putin and who he really is. And the same about Prigozhin. When you listen sometimes to Prigozhin, there is a video where he expressed like this war is started by political powers inside Russia to maintain their power and yeah, to steal even more from us. If you listen to him, sometimes you forget. You might forget he is just maybe a bigger org than many of we are talking like Belousov, because he did much more horrible things. But he could say the truth, and yeah, that's the power. Belousov seems to be a guy that like neutral middleman, which is seems to be just right in such a turmoil. Nobody wants to lose their head, and nobody wants any revolution, any next level, I don't know, totalitarianism, where oligarchs lose their power. No, that's definitely not what they want. But one thing we can probably for sure say, today the power is in Russia is more centralized than in the beginning. In the beginning, Putin was afraid to go anywhere, to say anything publicly. He was not welcome in any country. There was a lot of criticism. Now we can see what happens to people that criticize him. Like, it doesn't end up well, and that's why, yeah, sometimes you really can see in all those Telegram channels, even if they are like half of them are like the same propaganda. Most, well, 99.999 is propaganda, but sometimes they give subjective opinions. And yeah, sometimes they are very, very modest in expressing any of them, which shows that the Russian machine of punishment is very active and not very welcome to changes. That would be probably it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful with the quiet guy, and Belousov strikes me as the ultimate quiet guy. We may not have known much about his career, those of us outside Russia, but I think he's well known inside Russia. And I wonder if anyone in Putin's circle was truly surprised that Putin turned to Belousov to run the Minister of Defense. They might have been surprised. They might have turned attention and tried to cover their tracks. I really see Belousov as a house cleaner. He's both Putin's janitor, cleaning up corruption, and Putin's apparatchik, running the Russian economy in a way that will fuel the Russian war machine. I think he probably has a great future ahead of him if he succeeds. And I happen to think he will.
I don't disagree with you. Bruce, what would you like to add?
Well, it's fascinating conversation. It's obviously it's bad news for Ukraine, but that there is a bright side to this. Maybe that's the wrong way to phrase it. I mean, according to the Carnegie Endowment, I mean, Russia is now spending more on defense than they are on quote unquote social needs. And it's always worth remembering as well that their entire budget, 415 billion, based on a November 23 Reuters article, a PBS article. I mean, their entire budget, 415 billion, is basically slightly less than half of the United States defense budget. And and so It's frightening. It's going to lead to loss of life, but you know that they're starving their own people. They're starving their own people of services, and they're running at a budget deficit which they can't afford. They're not the world's reserve currency the way we are. And you know, the long term, the short term prognosis is extreme pain, and that's awful. But I think the long term prognosis for Russia economically is just not very good. Um, and whether that leads to unrest or a change is anybody's guess. But you know, as Timothy Snyder would remind us, disastrous wars have in the past led to changes in Russia, including the revolution that tossed the czars and then the ultimate downfall of the Soviet Union. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Thanks,
But
thanks, Bruce. Hey,
I was just going to say, Will, Bruce, things are cheaper to produce in Russia, so that Russia's defense investment is actually multiplied. They might be spending half their GDP on the military budget. They're actually spending more than that.
more of that and less of that, because the two things that you have to factor into that, the only things externally that Russia can't control are the cost of external goods, but it has got significantly lower unit cost of labor rates and things. But on the other hand, Alan, while you would inflate how much money they're spending on their defense in comparison with, say, the United States, you then need to deflate that value on the value lost to corruption, which is very, very significant. And that's why I think Belousov's in there to try to wring as much as he can out of this, because at the end of the day, whether or not it is 50 billion, 100 billion, 200 billion, if all of Europe, Britain, and America decided to lean in with its defense production capabilities, they would crush Russia, which has a total GDP 5% of the size of Europe and also 5% of the United States. So either of those parties fully committing, or both of those parties fully committing, along with Britain, Japan, South Korea, and little pipsqueaks like Australia. If we just lean on this a little bit each, just a little bit, Alan, we can swamp the capabilities of Russia the same way that Russia failed the Cold War, folks. Liberal democracies tied to free market economies kick the living crap out of controlled economies of any flavor. And the Soviet Union found that in spades, especially along with the levels of corruption and the lying that was going on. You know, did we produce 20,000 tractors last quarter? Yes, we did. Are any of them drivable? No, they're not. Right. That's the difference. So, yeah, but it's very important to remember you're not talking apples with apples. If you're and this is something that Ukraine will probably also, as time goes on, have to suffer through, is how long is the approach that Ukraine is taking in command and control of its economy. It's gone great with just the free open stuff now, but as time goes on, is Ukraine going to have to face any sacrifices in relation to public spending or consumer spending, which right now, as Richard would tell you, sometimes when you're in Kiev, Lviv, other places, you might not even know there's a war going on. And, you know, so there's change, but they can put up with a lot more of that in Russia, probably because they don't have open discussions about it. Alan's right. They've got a command economy. They've got a phenomenally repressive command economy, and they can wring more and cheat their workers and force them to work for less. And every ruble spent in Russia can probably buy more than the corresponding dollar in America. But that also gets leavened with efficiency, quality, and the lack of corruption. So I don't know exactly which one's more driving factor, but I know that if if the liberal democracies leaned into this, if we all committed if all the liberal democracies that are currently supporting Ukraine provided 0.25% of their GDP in the next year, 2 years, 5 years, 0.25, Russia would be so swamped that it wouldn't even be a question. It would only be a question of how long until Russia's military capability is completely eliminated in Ukraine, Alan.
As long as global democracies get serious about sanctions, we really do have to cut off all high-tech imports into Russia, imports of all kinds. Frankly, I would go to the extent of saying inflict unbelievable pain on Russia, cut off medicine, cut off any humanitarian import into Russia. This is the next step, because it's there is so much that needs to be accomplished with initial sanctions now, secondary sanctions, tertiary sanctions, before we even get to that point. But it will have to be considered. I think it's going to have to be considered, Will, 10 years from now. This is what Russia is preparing to do, fight a decade-long war, longer and wider. This is the war Russia wants to bring to the world. Will?
Yep, I agree, and so that may sound cruel when you say it, that we ought to cut off humanitarian aid, whatever, trade with Russia. The reason why I think that approach is the appropriate approach is because people cheat and things always get through. Sanctions are always leaky, but the key is if Russia was fully sanctioned, fully embargoed from trade of any kind, for cultural exchange of any kind, for currency exchange of any kind. If you embargo Russia rather than just sanction it, if Russia was embargoed, that would lead. It's easier to police, right? Because we don't need to know if it's going in and out of Russia's trade. It's not allowed. And now, if it's medical aid and we interdict some of that and find out it's medical aid, so you don't prosecute that one. But if it's medical aid that's not really medical aid and it's housing, it's being used as a guise to hide weapons or make money to buy weapons. The thing is, sanctions are difficult to enforce and they are weak and people are greedy and cheat. And so that's why just a full embargo is the way to approach it, because humanitarian needs in Russia will be met by Russia and by the ways that Russians have always known how to get the things that they need under their phenomenally crappy system of the Soviet Union. Blot works then, Blot works today, and Blot will work in the future. They will do their form of trading that is informal and outside the economic system to get what they need, because they have shown level of resiliency of having to put up with being so repressed and so disadvantaged for so long. They're pretty good at that. I am confident that we could fully embargo Russia without them saying you're sacrificing the population like it's genocide or something. It isn't. And the harder the embargo is of Russia earlier on, the shorter it will be. The problem with places like, they could go on for a long period of time. Look at North Korea. Why hasn't North Korea collapsed yet? North Korea hasn't collapsed because people cheat. China, I'm looking right at you. People cheat and have kept the North Korean system alive because they decided they wanted to. But those systems need to be isolated until they either change or they collapse, and that's what should happen with Russia. And to make it easy to enforce for all of us, I would suggest a full embargo, as you just did. Cece?
Oh, it's been so long I forgot. What do you think I was going to ask, Will? Oh, I know what it
I'll
was.
bet you it has something to do with political action, and possibly, as you said before, why if folks are talking to in America, that we've got to make sure that people are talking to Americans about sanctioning Georgian politicians and Georgian oligarchs who are trying to repress democracy there. That's my guess.
Well, that is a true statement. So thank you for reiterating that. But I remembered what it was. I used to live in Airlie Beach, Australia, and it's a beautiful country. But I'm just wondering, I've been disconnected from there for a long time. What percentage does Australia pay, and why aren't they doing more? And what's the status of the F-18s? And then I had another question, but I'll pause for those.
Right. Well, you're going to allow me to expose the level of patheticness of my government's engagement with Ukraine. The entire amount of commitment from Australia to date has been, and I mean on an annual basis, it should be 0.25% of GDP overall. Since the war began since the invasion on the 24th of February 2022, Australia has provided $980 million overall and $780 million of military aid, meaning 0.04% of our GDP. That's right, 0.04% of our GDP and 0.03% of our GDP on military aid, which includes some systems like the F-18s, which would be instrumental in being beneficial to Ukraine, that our government basically won't even admit that they exist. Can't get a peep out of them about F-18s, which are sitting in cold storage in Williamtown, New South Wales, awaiting use by, I don't know, some imaginary character in the future. So not good. There's a Senate inquiry going on right now in Australia that I've been encouraged people to put submissions into. Submissions are now closed. There are now more than, as I've been whipping it here, now more than 100 submissions to that. And whereas when I first announced that it was open to submissions, there were 4 posted, four more Ukrainian support, and 2 against it, which were clearly Vatniks. Now the absolutely overwhelming majority of these things, like in the 90, looks like a drone shoot down night over Ukraine. 90% of these things, or easily 90%, are very pro more support for Ukraine. And no, we haven't been doing enough. No, it hasn't been timely enough. And no, we're not doing enough to manage disinformation, Russian disinformation in our country. So if I've, like you've done in America, if I have prompted anybody to put in a submission, I'm glad that I've whipped support for that, because those things are incredibly important to make sure that they get our views on it. And the views have been really broad, and I'm glad I didn't put out bullet points for people to submit, because I don't want it to be a spamming effort. What it's turned out to be is each and every person providing a unique voice and perspective on why we're not doing enough for Ukraine in however they decided to put their voice. And I think it's been powerful reading through all those submissions to the Senate inquiry on support for Ukraine. It's reinvigorated my interest in being involved, because I know that I'm not the only person that shares the views that we're not doing enough in Australia. And if you polled nationally in Australia, the numbers come out almost exactly the same as they do in America. 73% of Australians in the last Lowy poll said they wanted more military support to go to Ukraine. If you take it up over to any type of support, the number goes over 80%. So Australians are way ahead of our government on this. We have nothing new in the budget proposed for Ukraine. It doesn't even rate a budget line item in Australia. Last week on the budget was announced, and they are totally stum on it, and they need whipping. So I continually, and so anybody in Australia, if you want to regularly speak to your representative or any of your senators, please do so, and just ask them what FA-18's doing. Why do we have 43 FA-18 fighters, fourth generation fighters, in storage, in temperature and humidity controlled storage, not like one of them yards in Russia, temperature and humidity controlled storage in Russia, or in Williamtown, New South Wales, of 43 FA-18 fighters, which could be doing a lot of good over the skies of Ukraine and would cost us nothing to provide them. Nothing. For more than 2 years, we've had F-35s in the air, serving the full role needed for Australia's air defense. We have our full complement. More than 2 years ago, these things are in storage. There is no buyer, and they could be provided to Ukraine, possibly in combination with a country like Finland, as I put in my Senate submission, to be help them set up a supply chain, help them set up mechanics, pilots, all that sort of stuff. Give them the simulators that we've got on hand, give them the FA-18s, give them all the spare parts, and then I would argue, give them $250 million to spend on refurbishment of them, the ones that need refurbishment, in Seattle at Boeing's aircraft facility on their way to Finland, where they can augment the Finnish Air Force that has 68 of them. We could add 43 into those. Get Finland to train pilots, train mechanics, help assist the program of getting them up to speed on these aircraft, and then giving them to Ukraine as and when they become serviceable and ready to go with pilots. I don't know what's wrong with a plan like that, which is why I proposed to the Senate.
But because you've been trying to do it for so long, Australians have, not you personally, with no traction, does that mean that people that are Australian or can do really bad Australian accents can write in?
So you could write in, but your voice would likely be ignored, because you have to, when you make a submission to this inquiry in Australia, or any inquiry in Australia, you give them your not for publication, but for verification of the electorate you live in. You provide them with details on your postcode and an address. So you'd have to make up an address that was valid in Australia to provide to them. So that your voice would go in with others. I don't encourage people to do that at all. I encourage people to give their bona fide address on where they're from, and make sure, but participate in our democracy as much as possible. Now, there's nothing wrong, CC. There wouldn't be anything wrong with someone going to aph.gov.au, putting in a postcode, say, of where you think you might like to live in Australia, Airlie Beach, for instance, pulling up the representatives there and calling those people and expressing your opinion. There wouldn't be anything wrong with you doing that, as long as you didn't misrepresent yourself as an Australian citizen. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever.
Google is a marvelous thing. And then I remember my second question, which was, I was trying to work and do Twitter today, which I think a lot of us try to do the double hander, those two things. And I saw that Europe had unfrozen some assets. Is that only the interest, the Russian assets that they're unfreezing?
So all of the assets are frozen now, and this is another good thing that's come out of America. The Repo Act that passed, that provided the $6 billion held in American assets, sovereign assets of Russia, be transferred in. That did do what I thought it would do, which was act as the impetus for a much broader conversation with Europe and Great Britain to also do the same approach, take a very conservative legal approach to sequestering Russian assets and providing the proceeds from those assets while sequestered into a common fund that will provide military and civilian assistance to Ukraine. And there are multiple countries now that have suggested that they're willing to participate in that. See, that's what being the leader of the free world gets you. You can pass a law on a relatively inconsequential amount, but become the guiding basis upon which Europe and other countries follow your lead to do the exact same thing with a far greater consequential value of money. And so, yeah, well done, America, on the Repo Act.
Yeah, I talked about that a lot, how it would influence other people in the future. I just thought I had read today that in Europe that they had actually unfrozen. Connection issues. That they had actually unfrozen a portion of it, and I didn't know if that was interest or I thought it moved on beyond discussion. I don't know if you know if that transpired today.
Well, yeah, it hasn't moved beyond there. So we are the assets have all been sequestered ages ago in 2022, frozen, but now releasing interest on those assets or proceeds in the money that those assets are making is now the discussion. The assets themselves will be held frozen until such time as the war ends and an adjudication on the reparations that will be due Ukraine, almost certainly, and the reparations due to Ukraine will easily triple already the value of Russian sovereign assets that are held. But the proceeds on all those assets currently, the idea would be, well, they get sequestered like the others, or mostly what they get done is sequestered assets get held by a trustee. And I can tell you that trustees aren't very efficient in managing the trusted investments that they've got. What they often do is end up making a lot of money in fees on the holding of things in trusts. And it would be far better if the proceeds from these sequestered Russian sovereign assets had the proceeds of them go into a fund as is designed. So now we have the Czech government and the German government have stated that they're willing to participate in that, and the people need to carry on because $6 billion from the United States in the sequestered assets is going to produce an interest of who knows several $100 million a year, but the sequestered assets of all the European held assets is going to be like a $50 billion fund that will be replenished annually and go to Ukraine to meet their current needs, while the assets themselves are held until reparations can be adjudicated after the war is over, is my understanding, Cece.
Yeah, I thought everyone got a talking to, basically, not to be dim, not or negative about it, but that if Ukraine doesn't exist, there won't be any reparations there will be nothing to repair. And that's why I thought they were actually starting to move on it.
And you're saying to talk about the principle, right?
Correct. The interest.
Yeah, and that's right. The difference is whether we're talking about the principle or the interest, and it is good news that Germany and the Czech officials have decided that they're on board with providing the proceeds, the interest on those assets into the fund. So the more countries that continue to say this, especially if the EU says it in total for the entire combined union, if they approve using revenue from frozen assets at the European Union, that'd be great. But of course, Hungary is going to vote against that. But and Austria probably too. So the great thing is that the countries themselves where the assets are held say that they're willing to participate in the program because
France and Belgium.
Yeah, and waiting till the EU acts collectively is too long, for sure.
I found the news from today. It's the EU Council approves using Russian assets revenue to fund Ukraine. The EU Council agreed to use profits from the frozen Russian sovereign assets to aid Ukraine. The Czech representation in the EU announced today.
Yes, and what the argument that started today is what, how fast that can happen is dependent on how fast each of those countries can do with the United States and adjudicate in their own borders a legalization of doing it, the approach. But the United States' approach, because good Americans are always into leverage, that they said, look, let's just set up a $50 billion loan fund that Ukraine can begin a drawing on immediately. And the principle that goes into this fund from all the legalization of stripping proceeds from Russians' sovereign assets, that that stuff just goes in there to be the capital, if you will. The proceeds, the interest becomes a capital basis, $51 billion a year, that can fund a loan program immediately so that Ukraine can start drawing access to it immediately. That it's silly, and it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea.
Here it is. It's July. So a couple hours ago, it broke that it's going to be July. The revenue of frozen Russian assets in July. Hi, Brian. So that's great. July is not, I mean, in the scheme of things, not too bad.
Yeah, and that's right. So setting up a loan now that can draw on, getting people to contribute in their assets as and when they can make it legal, hopefully getting the EU Act, although waiting till the EU Act is going to be difficult, but making sure that the leverage that Ukraine can draw on it immediately or relatively immediately is a great thing, because all we're talking about is the time between June and July when it would take to set up the loan anyway, right? You can't buy a house without getting a loan. It takes you at least 7-8 weeks. So this would be great to have them set up a loan program in only 2 months that would allow Ukraine to draw on. And you know why? Primarily, I think it is the psychology of this. We know for a fact that Russia only can spend about $100 billion a year on its military. That's the maximum it can do. And imagine if this one loan fund were able to provide a draw off that Ukraine can use of half that amount, 51 billion, just this loan fund alone on the interest. It's a very good thing psychologically for Russia to know that Ukraine has financial backing of $51 billion a year from now until the war is over. It's
and no restrictions on how Ukraine uses that money, Will.
Right. Well, actually, there was one minor restriction. They said that 90% of it could go to military needs immediately. 10% of it should go to humanitarian.
90% of military needs. That's enough for me.
Well, they'd do that anyway, wouldn't they?
Well, of course they would. Just before we drop, I'm gonna make Brian and Scott angry. Will, have you been looking at Zelensky's new frankness, so candid about how he's speaking about allies' supply to Ukraine? I mean, my God, President Zelensky said in every area a year late. A year late. We're having connection issues again. Just thought I'd say that. But Will, I find this probably one of the strongest pushbacks Zelensky has made. It's. I guess he's walking a fine line here. Obviously, he doesn't want to anger allies. Obviously, Ukraine needs everything that the United States and the 50 plus allies around the world can send. But he's being forcefully honest. What do you make of it?
Well, I like it personally. I mean, because I don't have any problem with people speaking plainly and honestly about the truth. And when he said those very words about the timing, somebody was sitting with me here, probably Prince Heather or Mockers, but probably Prince Heather. When Scruff was in talking to us one day, and he said that exact same thing 8 months ago. That everything it's all that's great, but everything that is provided by our friends in liberal democracies, the reason we're becoming a bit jaded at the front is everything comes 2 weeks after you need it, and never anywhere in 1/10 of the amount that you said you did need it. It's this day late and a dollar short approach. Look, I don't have any problem with it. I think it's a okay message to make periodically, and frankly, but that sort of messaging is going to be picked up and used by the negative nabobs of negativity in America to say, see, oh, they're so unappreciative. He's not unappreciative. He is factual. He is being factual about what's going on and why it isn't a $61 billion one and done, problem solved. And if he can't fix it with that, it's his problem. He's saying, don't think of it that way. Everything that's been provided so far has been very much appreciated, but it's always too late, and it's always too little. And the thing is, it's what all of our criticism always is about America. I don't have any problem with what America does mostly, but it is very, very disappointing to see America, and in this case, the extension to all our liberal democracies, not living up to their potential. 5% of your GDP dwarfs the Russian economy. You dwarf their economy. So why is your friend waiting for support when it is your friend? Ukraine is demonstrably a friend to the United States, and it will be a stalwart friend to the United States. It will be the center of Europe, essentially, especially militarily when this is done. They will have so much expertise. They will be teaching all of Europe how to defend itself from external aggressors. And why not give that good friend of yours everything they need? And when your friend, think you're in your own life, when your friend gives you constructive criticism about your support, why would you take that the wrong way? But the problem is, it's dangerous language to use to speak openly and frankly, Alan, because words are twisted. Meanings are regularly twisted in the American population's mind. But his saying the quiet part out loud is kind of what enables the senators in the Foreign Relations Committee to also engage in the conversation. And then Zelensky doesn't need to say anything more, except to the folks that show up in Ukraine. Then I would give them a good tour, like they did the German minister yesterday, the German foreign minister, with going through all the electrical facilities that have been destroyed. That's powerful messaging to show them the results on the ground of what's really happened. So I appreciate the language. I don't think he should apologize for the language. I think but it's dangerous language to say the frank stuff he has said. That's my take.
It is fearless of Zelensky to speak so frankly this week, the week of the 22nd Ramstein meeting, the 22nd meeting of the Ukraine Contact Group. All the allies are together, and all the allies together are focused on what Ukraine needs. Here's President Zelensky saying, your aid, although always welcome, has been slow. Will, just before I go, I want to call listeners' attention to the first tweet in the nest. It is the current fundraiser that MriyaReport is undertaking to support hospitals in Kharkiv. Your generosity will help us deliver solar-powered generators to hospitals in Kharkiv, where citizens of Kharkiv, where frontline soldiers are being treated every single day. Life-saving surgeries and care are being conducted here in Kharkiv. Kharkiv, like Lviv, like Kiev, like Odessa, suffering through rolling blackouts. We cannot afford to have these hospitals without power. The solar powered generators that your donations can provide will keep essential services running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just like this space. Resilient and defiant. Those are the words that describe Kharkiv today. Now, those are the words that describe the entire nation of Ukraine today. To Linda, to Paige.
Why don't you go to Paige first and then come back to me if you have time?
Sounds good. Paige, go ahead.
Thank you, my darling. With the Zelensky thing, it's interesting. I was actually thinking about this earlier. I think it's Podge. Can you not hear me?
No, you're good.
Loud and clear, Paige.
Oh, CC can't hear me then. So with the Zelensky thing, I think that it's strategic with the timing, and I think that strategic with what he's saying in that he is saying this stuff after the bill finally was passed, because we know for a while like he had to be kind of really careful because we're still waiting to pass that bill that we've been working on for felt like years, but like 6 to 8 months or something. So I think that's a little bit of it, because like, okay, that's passed, now we need to get the stuff moving, blah blah blah, and follow through with everything. But also I'm wondering too, with more of the pressure mounting on Western European countries and them starting to step up a bit more, France meeting, and I don't know about actual deliveries or anything, I'm just saying like in meetings and all of that, these other, Western European countries starting to step up, because for so long we've seen the US not following through. And so maybe they had, kind of in speaking with him had suggested, hey, we're going to start pushing this stuff, but let's pressure.
Paige,
I do think it's interesting. And so that was it.
Thanks, Paige. Lost some of your audio there. The U.S. is going to be returning to announcing military aid packages to Ukraine bi-weekly, so every 2 weeks. This is exactly what the U.S. needs to do. These have to be major military aid packages. They have to provide in detail what Ukraine is requesting, what Ukraine needs. So I expect an announcement this week coming from the United States, and we'll see what this latest package includes. Welcome, Scott. We have Will, we have Linda, we have Cece, and we have me about to say good night. But Scott, great to see you.
Good to see you, Alan. I hope you had a good session. I enjoyed your interview with Richard. I've been prepping in the hours since, so I didn't hear the latest and greatest with you and Will, but the earlier part I really enjoyed.
Thanks. I love talking to Richard. And he makes the interview easy. It's just a conversation. So to Will, to Cece, to Linda. Will, go ahead.
Just wanted to say thanks for the time, everybody, and to reiterate that you should also please consider making a donation to MriyaReport.org. Just go over there through the link, hit the big blue button, and make a donation of any size to help us keep power on to critical infrastructure in the hospitals in Kharkiv as well. And I love seeing bi-weekly announcements of aid packages from the United States. It'd be nice if one or more of those bi-weekly aid packages was announced by none other than Joe Biden himself, because the United States president speaking on this issue, believe me, will head off an incredible amount of disinformation. For instance, if Zelensky made the statement that he did yesterday, and the president of the United States formally responded to that by saying, and we understand problems of the past, but we are fully committed to Ukraine winning as soon as it can. Please use these weapons wherever Russians are. That would be lovely. Thank you.
Totally agree with that, Will. It would be a great opportunity for Joe Biden, a great opportunity for him to clarify American support for Ukraine. Scott, I see Brian waiting to take my place. This is my opportunity to say good night, Gracie, and Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Thanks,
Heroin
Alan.
Slava.
While Alan is going down and Brian is coming up, go ahead, Cece.
Hi, Podge. Paige speaks fluent Ukrainian. She's teaching me Ukrainian. That's my first word, Podge. So unpopular opinion here, but every time Biden comes out, says something about Ukraine in this electoral season, I mean, the day after, if he wins, be on his ass to come out all the time, but it just seems that Trump uses it as a cudgel and a wedge issue more and more and more, which it shouldn't be. But from what I'm hearing more and more from people on the Hill, every time it's brought up, it's made into an election pawn. So just that's the word on the streets in DC. And I had something else, but I forgot what it was. Oh, everyone follow Paige. That's really important. Her she goes back and forth from Ukraine, and her info is just absolutely brilliant, and is always given updates, and there's always like amazing weird stories that you don't hear anywhere else, and she's just a wonderful advocate for Ukraine. Follow Podge.
Thanks for that. Hi, Brian. How are you, sir?
I am better than I deserve. Scott, how are you this evening?
I am good. I'm enjoying fresh air coming into my apartment. Beautiful night in Chicago. And yeah, happy as a clam. Happy to be on the space with you. Let's go to Linda, and then we'll have a proper chat, Brian.
Well, now my first question is, where in Chicago?
I live in the city itself, not far from the lake, not far from downtown.
Okay.
Nice. I was out in Oak Park.
Oh, okay. And I was down south. Yeah. Okay. I have a couple of questions, and both of them might be off topic for now. So you can dismiss, and I can bring it up later if it seems important, like tomorrow or whenever. Number one is what New Zealand doing. That's number one. And then my other question would require a little bit of military knowledge, which I don't have. But so the problem of Russian troops assembled and assembling right across the border in Russia, apparently a lot of them. And this restriction that you can't throw anything across the border to disrupt that, which we all have a distinct problem with. My general question is, on a scale of 0 to 100, to rate things that could be tossed across the border that, at one extreme would be like Atacams, right? And then whatever else, HIMARS and whatever else in between. I don't know what is in between, but I would propose at the absolute other end of the scale would be hand-built trebuchets tossing goodies across the border, that were bought from revenues gained from selling a scrap metal from Russian tanks and APVs. And the goodies that could be tossed across from, using hand-built trebuchets would be things like plastic bottles filled with vodka and grain alcohol, boxes of cheap wine, cheese cultured with H5N1, chocolate X-Lax, and tins of the famously fragrant little Swedish fishes. So that's at one end of the scale. So what are other things are like in between other than like bullets from 6-shooters? That's my question.
That's a great question. I see Intel is in the audience. Intel, if you're able, I'd love to have you chime in because I know that you've talked a lot about appropriate targeting of Russian targets across the border, and I know with your background, you might have some specific weapon systems in mind or particular things to answer this question. But I see we have. Is there anyone that wants to chime in specifically on this question? But I saw some hands go up.
While we're waiting to see if Intel comes up, I'm not sure why Ukraine is not using their own homemade kamikaze drones on those formations.
That's why I raised my hand. I can say that that's a good idea, and if they thought of that, they probably would consider doing that as well.
I can't imagine them not having thought of that.
I was maybe not, I was too subtle. Yeah, yes, they've thought of it.
Why aren't they doing it then?
They probably are. They are. I can't speak for all of them, but I know that some drones have crossed the border.
Okay, fair enough. Dan, what do you want to? Oh, Intel's come up.
Intel's up. Yeah, so let's go to Intel first, and then we'll go to Dan. But you heard my question, right? Right, Intel?
Part of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, they booted you back down to listener. Yeah, Elmo is not wanting to cooperate with.
Restate the question. I think he might have been starting to say.
Yeah, he might be recycling because he keeps having trouble getting to staying connected. So I'll wait till he gets back. Oh, there he is. Okay. Okay, so Intel, the question was, on the scale of, dropping cheap wine on one end, and I want to investigate how cheap wine we're talking about here, versus ATACMS and HIMARS on the other end of the spectrum. What could Ukraine toss across the border that would make some sense? If you woke up and you were advising the Ukrainians, if there's a middle ground that you would be using against the Russians across the border, what would you advise? Yeah, it looks like it keeps auto dropping him down to speaker. I don't know if you've seen this behavior, Scott, before. The only counsel I can think of is maybe to close the exit the app and then re-enter Twitter and then try it that way. Because that's bizarre behavior. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, I've definitely seen it. It's really unfortunate. I've had a few people who I've tried to bring up 4 or 5 times. But in the meantime, while we're
Dan.
hoping until, yeah, let's go to Dan.
I was just going to add to Linda's menagerie. All the high heels they can scrape up, hopefully cheap ones, filled with cement, and all the broken porcelain from recycled toilets that they can toss. I'm sure the shark porcelain charge will do something.
Love it.
Yeah, some of the high heels can actually be registered as a weapon. It's as sharp as them. Not that I wear them.
Oh, I heard.
Not how I roll. Go ahead, Will.
So if I understand the question fully, it is to avoid using U.S. provided weapons. What are the things that we would like to see dropped, I guess, in the Belgorod area or used within reach of indigenous weapon systems? What could or should Ukraine be doing? Would it be dropping propaganda? Would it be dropping boxes of wine? Would it be trying to use their own systems? So it really depends on the tactical and strategic objectives that you've got, right? And the limited. They're also limited in the number of systems that they produce. But if the United States is going to persist with the policy that ATACMS, particularly the Block 1A cluster munition variant that has a range of 300 kilometers, that those cannot be used on Russian territory. The thing I am waiting to see is that Ukraine makes a modification to its S-200 systems that it still has in stock, the Gammons, what we call the Super Buff 200, that has been used in a surface-to-surface role before, as well as a surface roll, but a very high trajectory to act as a spoof, to act as a radar turning on attractant and anti-air defense missile attractant for strikes inside Crimea. So I think that it also has developed its Neptune missile in a surface-to-surface role. What I'm looking to see is if Ukraine can develop a warhead system that goes in one of those indigenous systems that could easily reach the Morozovsk or the Yezhk or the Kushevsky air bases that Russia's using inside Russia near Rostov-on-Don, not far from there. If they could produce their own cluster munition variant of those warheads for those tools that they do have, and then fire a number of those at these air bases, it would take the platform off the table. What we're after is taking the platform that they launch glide bombs away from Russia. And the only way to do that is in the air or on the ground. You can't take the weapon out. You've got to take the platform out. And these 3 air bases in particular that we've seen attention at by Ukraine, but they're using their own long-range drones on these things. And they're taking out buildings or individual aircraft. What I'm waiting to see is if they can develop a cluster munition variant delivery system for those areas to make an analogous capability of what ATACMS missiles could do, then you could see a significant reduction of those. Barring that, a large group of infiltration in this area. You remember the Pskov air base, Pskov, northwest of Moscow, was hit with the Australian drones. A whole bunch of the cardboard, well, I call them drop bears. The SciQuest drones, SciPac drones, were used, and they had an explosive metal ball, like a tungsten ball warhead in those, an explosive charge that was a shrapnel raining down tool that took out 4 Ilyushin 76s at that airport way back in early 23. Now, if they can infiltrate enough GUR folks up to be able to launch short-range drones carrying cluster munition type warheads on them across Pskov, that same infiltration capability has to exist and could get probably to Yezhk or Kushevsky or Morozovsk, because those short-range drones could also be used if they had a special operation to get in close, launch a bunch of those drones, and hopefully make it so that those guys could get away. That exact same technology, raining shrapnel down from above on planes in revetments, is what we're after. And it could be done in a short-range drone or a long-range missile, but they have to have the technology to deliver a warhead of that type to deliver to those locations. That would be my most favorite interesting thing to see. Yeah, no, a propaganda, wine, other things. They're all interesting ideas, but the one that would have the most strategic effect, close to the battlefield, the strategic battlefield effect, would have to be finding a way to strike those air bases where they're launching Su-34s from, and Su-25s and Su-24s. That'd be my pick.
Thank you. That's helpful. So Intel, looks like we've been able to get you up. So go ahead.
Yeah, it was auto dropping. If anyone has that same issue, just restart your phone. It looks like that did the trick for me. Yes, they answer the question. I did a post just a little bit ago, just talking about the Kharkiv direction of just a very small list, 50 targets that could be struck. Some of them, OWA drones ain't going to be enough, but most of those objects are within range of Scout, ATACMS, and Storm Shadow. And the effects of that is of our government, not just the United States, but Western partners in Europe, the policy of not allowing Ukraine to take these necessary strikes is slaughtered civilians in the streets of Vorchansk. And there's videos just today coming out of Russian equipment moving freely to Belgorod along a rail bridge that's well within range of these missiles. Any other military would have blown that bridge weeks or months ago. There's literally dozens of bridges within range, just in terms of just talking about Kharkiv direction alone. Dozens of bridges. Stuff that can be blown up right now with Ukraine's capabilities of OWA UAVs. Just in the Kharkiv sector, if we add up all the power stations, which I did not include in my post, I only did a small sampling of the larger power stations, like the 700 kVs and the 500 kV stations. There's several dozen. And when you add all the smaller ones together, you're looking at close to 50 individual targets that would utterly decimate the Russian electrified rail network, which would make the Task Group North logistics network completely untenable, and they would physically run out of food, fuel, munitions, spare parts, and reinforcements within days. And they would be forced to retreat back across the border because the quantities, if you follow Zodiac, he does a lot of really great threads on the needs of the Russian army in terms of daily sustainment of food, fuel, water, munitions. The sheer tonnage of even just a small force, it's not really small, of 30,000 guys or 50,000 guys. I mean, just in terms of water, you're looking at like well over 1 million liters of water a day needed. What happens if the train that's carrying it can't make it because Russia is extremely dependent on electrified rail? 86% of all Russian trains move on electrified rail. No power, no trains. And just in Kharkiv sector, there's just that can be destroyed right now with Ukraine's OWA UAVs, 50 juicy targets on the substation side, And on the traction station, right, which allows for pretty much acts as like a device that speeds up the train so that it doesn't slow down. There's like 3 more traction stations that can be destroyed with the OWA UAVs. Doesn't take much to destroy those, along with the substations. The bridges need heavy hitters, which is actively being prevented by the West that are within range. And if you extend that across the entire front, all the neighboring oblast, you can easily expand that list to several thousand targets that could be hit that can't be hit due to these restrictions. And Ukraine has done very little with the OWAs on target, like those traction stations. They had a really great strike. I think it was, I'd have to go back through my Twitter. I'm currently driving. It's either May 2nd or May 6th. They had a really great strike or set of strikes along the rail line going from Orel towards Belgrade. It's like the main rail line. They took out 4 traction stations and 2 substations in one night. And that was the only thing that Ukraine did in regards to degrading and slowing down the buildup against Task Group North. And I did a post just tonight, a little bit ago, that if you really wanted to make that sector untenable for Russia, just in terms of the rail side, which is the lifeline, well over 150 targets, and that's not even including other things like Russian artillery positions, MLRS positions, fighting positions, fuel depots, munition depots, C2 nodes, bed down locations, communication sites, anti-aircraft radar positions, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on.
Right.
Even just in a small strip like Kharkiv, from Bryansk to Oriel to Varennes to Belgorod, that like diamond, there's probably 400 targets at least that could be hit in a combination of OWAs being enough or something that needs heavier munitions like an ATACMS, or if they were allowed to fly across the border, let's say they blew up a whole bunch of air defense sites and had a corridor, then could be hit with glide bombs or like JDAM.
Yeah, so it sounds like absent TACMs and HIMARS and Storm Shadows and stuff, it sounds like drones with heavier ordnance is what your counsel would be to go after some of these logistical nodes and infrastructure, right? So that sounds good. Yeah.
Well, just on the rail side, the traction stations and the power stations can be destroyed with current OWA, even previous models of OWA drones. There's a really great video from December 2022 that was released by the SSO, and it was a Ukrainian drone that just dropped 2 RPG warheads. That's all it was carrying, and completely obliterated a transformer station. And it was a really small one too. It was a 110 kV site, and that's all it takes. These things aren't hardened, and especially the larger ones, right? Like those things are also full of fuel. They're explosive, and there's nothing protecting them. And they're right there across the border and can be. And OWA drones have gone bigger ranges, bigger payloads. Like 20 kilograms. That's more than enough to take out a site. And the traction station, the thing would be obliterated off the face of the planet. And these things can be destroyed with current drones.
Gotcha. That's helpful. Thank you, Intel. That's the kind of feedback I was looking for. I think it was Linda next, and then Paige. I think I had that right.
Yeah, mine's kind of a follow-on. So Intel, if the production capacity is insufficient within Ukraine, either they're lacking the enough components in order to make these drones that are capable of doing the job, but are there countries that would be willing to belly up and help with production capabilities? That's number one. And then number two, if there are heavier munitions that Ukraine might not have invented itself, but might have been invented and are available in countries that would be willing to give those munitions to Ukraine. So I don't know, Sweden, Finland, whatever. Are there countries that could supply those heavier munitions that could be attached to drones? So two-part question.
I don't know enough about the smaller scale drone production of like who's doing what. I know that other countries are. I know a while ago, I believe it was Utah, state reps went out to Ukraine to strike a deal on assisting with drone production. I'm sure many other countries are assisting in that regard, but I'm not an expert on the smaller scale drones. Larger stuff, guaranteed there's probably some contracts out there that are in the works to assist Ukraine in the production. On the munition side, yeah, there's munitions that can be given, in terms of bombs and whatnot, that have been given previously. That it's just more of a matter of coming up with a design that can be supported by a drone. And those designs are out there. The designs are out there. Like if Hezbollah is able to make a drone that can attach MLRS rockets, not particularly accurate, but I mean, Hezbollah has been doing that for 2 decades now. So, I mean, that's just more of a question of, actually putting pen to paper and, engineering a more sustainable or cheaper, cost effective, mass producible design.
Well, and even just to your point, talking about ingenuity, I mean, if the Ukrainians can figure out how to make these unmanned vessels and remotely control them to sink ships in the Black Sea Fleet, then I would think they absolutely have the ingenuity and the creative minds to come up with a solution. Have to be vetted and tested and stuff. But to your point, some of the stuff that you've mentioned, they've previously done in the conflict. I did see that video with the 2 RPGs. That was kind of sweet, actually, on that transformer. Paige, your turn.
I don't know about a lot of the bigger targets and stuff, but I do know about little party drones, one-time use drones. So I was kind of coming back with what I had kind of mentioned. I'm in a better spot to talk now. Initially, I think, Linda, you had mentioned like the actual guys, like soldiers being close to the border. So that's kind of where I was focusing on, and that those can be used and are used. Ukraine has been making their own all sorts of stuff because they've had to for a while. I've got a couple of units that have been making their own FPVs for a while too, and okay, I had 2 parts. I don't want to forget my other. Okay, the other part is about warehouses. So don't let me forget warehouses. So the thing with those drones, though, is one, when they're especially in that area, it takes a lot of them to actually strike, like to, with the electronic warfare or whatever, the jammers that Russia has, like they drop quite a few of them and they shoot them down. So if you got the quantity is, and that's been the thing with the drones the whole time, that, you have to have a shitload of them to really make an effect. I mean, sure, we can get a few groups here and there, or like, we've gotten whole tanks, some of my guys, with some of the FPV drones and artillery systems and stuff, but like it takes a lot. So the quantity, which of this will go to the warehouse part. Okay, so that was the first point. And then the warehouses in other countries have tried to help. there are a lot. Okay, Ukraine has several. There's a lot of different drone companies now, and then there are some people that are just making them, like locally for groups and stuff like that, and the guys that are making them themselves. There are also warehouses of full of drones that cannot be used that were sent over by the United States, and it's something to do. Somebody explained it to me, and I understand it. I'm not going to try to explain now. Basically, they can't be used. It's at least I don't know how many, but it's plural warehouses full of drones that cannot be used. So because I think of the electronic warfare equipment, something to do with like they said that it can't be. It can't be jammed. I don't know. I can't. I'm tired. But point is, and I'm not just like, I know because I'm tired, I sound like I'm making this up, but it's like this is a thing, and it's a fucking waste. And apparently you can't even use because I was like, well, why can't we just take the parts and use those to build our own? Which apparently there's a reason for that. I don't really know what the reason if it's like rules or whatever. But so other countries have been helping, like the United States, but some of the shit we sent over they can't even use. So I know that Nether was there, and there's a bunch of people doing like different companies trying to work with Ukrainian companies now to outsource some of that or provide people to help. Actually, when I was just there were a lot of foreign business people the first night and the last night I stayed in the city, and there were a lot of business people there. I imagine doing a lot of business that has to do with war related stuff. It was actually surprising by how many foreign people were in the city. There's a lot of business that happens in Kyiv all the time, but I have a feeling that a lot of that has to do with those types of contracts and stuff as well. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling.
Thanks, Paige. That is some really good context, I think. Cece.
I just realized that I'm not allowed to say what I was going to say, so just skip over me.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Well, that was good. That was a good discussion. So that was a good treatment, I think, of the topic. But yeah, we can definitely revisit this, and I suspect we will, kind of in a roundabout way as we go through the evening. What did you in particular have on your list? I have a few things on my list. So Scott, what's on your mind this evening?
I have stuff on the Restream process. I have stuff on this topic about, limitations on use or geofencing of American weapons. I have stuff on Russian personnel changes, also strategy about the Sumi incursion or lack thereof. So a range of stuff, Brian.
Alrighty. Yeah, I had a few topics as well, so we can definitely talk about that. One of the tweets in the nest is, and I put this in earlier when I was doing some fill-in duty as a co-host earlier this afternoon, was this letter from the Representative Turner. You remember our friend Mike Turner, along with the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee in the House, sending a letter to Secretary Austin, sort of pressing him on a number of points. And the first point in the letter is the request to lift the restrictions of U.S. munitions to go over the border if they strike strategic targets in Russia. It actually just occurred to me also, in particular, I forgot my train of thought. I wanted to, channel my inner CC and actually, now that this letter is out there, do we need to be, and this was talked about in the space earlier today, is that, we need to be contacting our congressmen and senators to specifically press the administration to release this, sort of join the chorus of voices to remove these restrictions on the Ukrainians for not being able to strike targets in Russia. And in particular, I guess the Senate, because in that legislation, correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say there was some language that after a certain number of days after the bill was passed and signed, that enacted, that there would be a review with Congress as to the strategy for the war in terms of, what is the strategy to win. And this would be, I want to say, in front of the Senate Armed Services Committee, but I could be wrong on that. CC, any thoughts on that specifically?
Yeah, so it doesn't look like a declaration of war. Americans by the American president using American weapons on our biggest foe is why I think that that's why I think he had the Senate Foreign Relations Committee issue their statement. Ukraine must be allowed to defend itself, period. If that means striking a Russian bomber, launching missiles at Ukrainian civilians from Russian airspace, then Ukraine should be able to take that shot. Et voila.
Exactly.
Who are you quoting there, CC?
Oh, that's my famous quote now in the history annals. No, it's the Senate Foreign Relations Committee.
Okay.
Do you have a link? I'd love to see that.
It's above your little head in the nest.
Thank you.
Yep. Second in the nest.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You betcha, fam.
Intel might have a follow-up on that. Go ahead, Intel.
Yeah, you might be in a dicey show coverage, Intel. If you're trying to speak, we can't hear you.
You unmuted yourself, but then it went back on mute. I don't know if that was inadvertent.
Sometimes it could be a sticky mic. Yeah. So, but that's something that I think we should consider. Maybe contacting our Congress critters, and and just sort of encouraging them to add their voices to the chorus to impress upon the. It sounds like it's really driven by Sullivan, and that's. It sounds like every conversation kind of circles back to him, right? I mean, I'm sure there are other people that that maybe hold his view that are chirping, and I heard this Cherub guy apparently has access to the White House, and so he's spewing his thing and whispering in people's ear, which is apparently not helping. But everything seems to circle back to Sullivan. Of course, we're not in the room, so we don't know if General Brown or Secretary Austin also are behind the scenes, aligning themselves with Sullivan. I honestly don't know that. CC.
Let me just jump in real quick. We can't hold Sullivan responsible for some. I mean, the president's the president. He can get rid of Sullivan in a red hot second, or he can just overrule him. It's up to the president. And
yeah, you're right.
He has had a lot of foreign policy experience. Not that I necessarily agree with a lot of his intuition in foreign policy, but we can't use Sullivan as the scapegoat.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's on him ultimately. Intel and then CC.
Yes. What I wanted to hit on was the Helsinki Commission. They put out like a very short video today. It was just a series of like sound bites. But if you haven't watched their full briefing from May 10th, I believe, it's definitely worth a listen. And one of the guest speakers that they had up she made a very good point. It is 100% spot on, which is we need to ditch the Russian misinformation influence operational narrative that allowing Ukraine to conduct these strikes violates American neutrality and will somehow escalate into World War III. This is a narrative the Russians have been screaming since day one, and it's a completely false narrative. Right, Ukraine is not a treaty ally of the United States and has no defense pacts with the United States. And typically that's a bad thing in terms of like aid and stuff, but in terms of Ukraine being able to conduct military operations necessary to win, there's no stipulations in there because there's no allied, there's no document demanding that we go to Ukraine's aid. And as such, if Ukraine was to do a strike within Russia with a U.S. provided weapon, that's not violating American neutrality or creating escalation of World War III. It's doing what needs to be done to win. And it's just a silly talking point that the Russians have successfully parroted over and over, that if Ukraine or if the British or if the French allow Ukraine to do this, it'll somehow be a declaration of war on Russia. It's not. Right now, Israel is an ally of the United States and is allowed to conduct strikes in Lebanon, Iran, Iraq, Syria, and those strikes are viewed as defensive in nature and aren't viewed as America violating its neutrality, and isn't viewed as America declaring war on Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Iran, because Israel does a strike with a U.S. provided F-16 or F-35 with a U.S. bomb. And the Kurds have been provided air defense and are allowed to intercept Iranian missiles and drones. And that's not viewed as America violating its neutrality or a declaration of war by the United States. And the same should be true for Ukraine. This administration policy has been broken down into two categories. So the United States unilaterally supports Ukraine to defend itself, and the U.S. will support Ukraine whatever the cost till victory in this endeavor. But Ukraine cannot conduct what they view as offensive operations, which we've heard, like the Secretary of State, the Secretary of State spokesman, Secretary of Defense spokesperson, White House spokesperson have all said very similar things over the past week, which is this phrase of, we support Ukraine to conduct these strikes within Ukrainian territory. Right, like they're saying if Ukraine conducts those same strikes in Russia, they'll somehow be viewed as offensive versus defensive. This narrative is policy that has been created, needs to be thrown out the window, along with the idea that American neutrality would be violated if Ukraine used its munitions that have been donated in manners necessary for defense. The French are 100% spot on. Their ambassador back in early April stated that Ukraine conducting strikes in Russia is defensive in nature. Right, they're the ones being invaded, and you need to stop the horde, which would be cutting off those supply lines, which can't be done if they're not allowed to do these strikes. So that's kind of like the long short of it. I could probably ramble on a lot more, but yeah, the Helsinki Commission, if you haven't watched their briefing, again, they posted a video earlier, so there's just sound bites from members on the panel and their guest speakers from last week. But if you haven't watched that full hearing, it's a really enlightening and a very good hearing to listen to.
Brian,
Yeah,
I have the transcript up. It was part of my research tonight, and Natalia Bugayova's testimony. she's the ISW non-resident Russia fellow, and she was the person testifying to whom or about whom Intel referred. I'd love to give an outline of what she said, because all of it is, as Intel said, really, really good. A couple of the items are not even, they deepen our understanding. So if or when this conversation dies down, I'll do that. I'll jump in and do that.
Absolutely, yeah. And we seem to have forgotten that there were Russian officers that were manning SAM missile sites that were involved in shooting down American aircraft in Vietnam. I mean, that literally happened. There was like an article in the New York Times, I want to say, in which that was actually detailed that happened. So on the scale of escalation and becoming directly involved, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I mean, it's enough already.
Oh, Brian, it goes further than that. It's not just the Russians operated SAM batteries that resulted in the death of dozens of U.S. service members in Vietnam, but in Korea, most of the Korean the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, North Korea, most of their air force during the Korean War was composed of Soviet Russian World War II pilots, and there was an incident that was only declassified a few years ago of one of our pilots, Royce Williams. He recently passed away from a very old age. And back in 1952, he had an incident over Korea where he ended up intercepting and shooting down 4 Soviet MiGs. So like this whole, like we've literally had direct conflict with Russia. Like they've killed our service members and we've shot down their aircraft. This idea that, the narrative that the Russians have been very successful in this influence operation on if Ukraine uses its munitions provided to them, it's somehow violating neutrality of third parties. They've been doing this since 2014 with MH17. Like this is not a new narrative, but they've been very successful in pushing the concept. And we need to cleanse ourselves of this very old falsehood.
Absolutely. What was next on your list, Scott? And then I've got some other things. So what was next on your list? Scott, I'm not sure there he is.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Yep,
want to
go ahead.
talk about Natalia's testimony at the Helsinki Commission, and just follow on because it's sort of directly on point here.
Yeah.
So lesson 1 that she says we should learn. So there's a bunch of lessons that if the U.S. doesn't learn them, we're going to hamper Ukraine's ability to win the war. U.S. interests in this war remain unchanged, and so does the most advantageous outcome for the United States. This will likely remain true regardless of the ebbs and flows on the battlefield. So given this, the most dangerous outcome for the U.S. is allowing Russia to prevail. If Russia wins in Ukraine as a result of diminished U.S. aid, our adversaries would learn that the U.S. can be manipulated into abandoning its own efforts, its own interests in a winnable fight. Russia prevailing in Ukraine would constitute a convincing argument for the effectiveness of nuclear blackmail and would likely accelerate nuclear proliferation. Lesson 2, putting Ukraine on the path to victory requires more capabilities, but also different approaches. Helping Ukraine restore its ability to maneuver on the battlefield after it stabilizes the lines is a priority. So there they were talking about long-range strike capabilities, but also regional air dominance, where air superiority is unlikely to be achieved by either side, but they need to have a sufficient quantity of long-range precision strike missiles. And Ukraine also needs to be able to innovate, achieve, and exploit a version of air superiority at lower altitudes if its partners continue to support its unmanned aerial vehicle capabilities. The second bullet point on lesson 2 is, what lesson 2 again is more capabilities, but also different approaches. The second bullet point is denying Russian sanctuaries, which is exactly what we were just talking about. Russia's not entitled to sanctuaries when it's trying to erase a nation. As we speak, the Russian Air Force is conducting glide bomb attacks from Russia's airspace sanctuary onto Kharkiv Oblast targets and can do so indefinitely. The West must abandon the Russian information line that Russia, having launched an unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, can somehow demand immunity from attack on the Russian rear with Western or Ukrainian weapons. The U.S. must remove any existing constraints on Ukraine to target legitimate Russian military and defense industrial capabilities in Russia. The West should also develop a long-term strategy against sacred Russian cows in the West, such as the Russian State Nuclear Energy Corporation Rosatom. So shrinking Russia's sanctuary spaces in Russia and globally is key to imposing strategic dilemmas on the Kremlin. Third bullet point in new capabilities, thinking beyond standard force ratios and focusing on asymmetries. We've seen this already. Ukraine's effort in the Black Sea is a great example of producing outsized effects across multiple domains. This is exactly the kind of effort the U.S. needs to amplify with more resources. Other asymmetric opportunities include helping Ukraine scale its rapid innovation cycle, as well as helping Ukraine's defense industrial base. So instead of giving them more U.S. kit, not instead of, hopefully, in addition to, if we invested directly into the drone production effort, that would have huge asymmetrical effects. Ukraine's Ministry of Strategic Industries estimates that Ukraine has an additional $10 billion in production capability if resourced properly. Then the next bullet point, still on lesson 2, is surging Western capabilities. Figuring out how to creatively allocate existing Western military assets while gradually adding new capability is important, but it's not the main problem we have to solve. The U.S. needs a global coalition of partners both in Europe and Asia to dramatically increase the overall stock of capabilities that are making the difference in Ukraine, but which are also likely to matter to U.S. efforts to deter and fight future wars. The West, this is something Will said at the outset. The West's existing and latent capability dwarfs that of Russia. The combined GDP of NATO countries, non-NATO EU states, and our Asian allies is over 63 trillion. The Russian GDP is about 2 trillion. So the 30 times the GDP. China is enabling.
Why don't you pussies sign up for the front lines and join the?
Okay, what we're not going to do is we're not going to interrupt someone that's speaking, right? Now, if someone wants to come in and have an honest discussion and a debate, that's fine. But to come in and rudely interrupt someone and try to call someone out is without raising your hand is inappropriate. So we're not going to have behavior like that. This is not the kind of space. You can go talk to Mario and have fun in his space. And we're going to, if we're going to have behavior like that. So if someone wants to come up and have an honest discussion and debate, we don't have to agree on everything. And we can do that. We welcome that. We've had that many times over the last 2+ years. But we're not going to have this sort of photobombing by audio. Please proceed, Scott.
Yeah, he left, but thanks for articulating all that. So clearly there's production capability but this we've talked about so many times, right? Is writing contracts. The defense industrial base of the West is huge and happy to be mobilized, but they'll only do so with actual contracts from their government. So, we're well aware of that problem. Lesson 3 is decision-making speed has been a critical factor. We talked about this a lot in terms of getting Leopards and Abrams to the battlefield. But in almost every case, greenlighting F-16s, getting Ukrainian pilots into F-16 training programs, approving HIMARS, approving ATACMS, everything's been slowed down by about a year. And this is actually part of a Russian disinformation campaign. The Russia's learned this lesson early, so much so that the Kremlin's main effort, according to this testimony, since its failed 3-day war, has focused on targeting U.S. decision-making with the goal of slowing down Western support. The U.S. should learn this lesson as well and plan to proactively resource multiple of Ukraine's campaigns and not expect any single operation to be decisive. A sustained U.S. effort will also grant Ukraine the certainty about resourcing, so Ukraine can plan for future operations and disabuse Putin of the notion that he can outlast the West. Part of this is that the U.S. should also improve knowledge sharing with Ukraine and its partners, including by increasing physical presence in Ukraine. The number 4 lesson is the West has the advantage over Russia. It needs to choose to use it. And so much of this at this point is that Putin is winning, or at least winning battles in the information war. And we have to realize that Russia is so much better than the West at this, and they spend so much more on it. Our version of the information war would just be to proclaim the truth more loudly and more broadly. We don't need to do it via misinformation, but we do need to respond, and we do need to recognize the threat. So the concluding paragraph of this testimony was, the Kremlin cannot accomplish its maximalistic objectives in Ukraine if Ukraine's will to fight persists alongside Western support. The Kremlin's main effort, in addition to ramping up its own capacity, is to convince us that Russia prevailing in Ukraine is inevitable and that we must stay on the sidelines, allowing Russia to fight Ukraine in isolation. The notion that the war is unwinnable because of Russia's dominance is a Russian information operation, which gives us a glimpse of the Kremlin's real strategy and only real hope of success, a strategy that the U.S. has the power and vital interest to deny. So thanks
a lot
for
of good stuff.
Let me give that long review of that article with substantial quoting of it, because
I love
thought
that.
it was
Yeah,
perfect for our conversation.
absolutely. I'm glad you. I saw that. I come through my feed. I was on the ISW site earlier today, and I did see that. I just didn't actually delve into the specifics, but I'm glad that you did. And actually, what I'm going to do also is I want to lift some of the key paragraphs on that and put that and I'm just going to put it on my Facebook after attribution, obviously. But I'm going to lift because if I try to link the whole thing, I already tried to link that ISW overview of her testimony, but when you do that, it just like has a generic link and it doesn't actually give you the the specifics of what's behind it, and it's probably too long anyway to do that. But there's some nice paragraphs in there, particularly early on in the testimony where it starts talking about the importance of this to the United States and that the disastrous outcome would be the Russia victory in Ukraine. There are some paragraphs in there that I think the generic people that like maybe don't follow this as closely as us, that they need to see that, because I think it's well written, it's well put together, and it makes a very direct point into the importance and why it's important to the United States. So I think it's definitely something we should look into here. See, and maybe cascade some of that messaging.
Yeah, that's a really good idea, Brian. I like that a lot. It's a lot of it is very familiar to us, and it's things we talk about at some length. It's nice to see it all put into 4 lessons that the U.S. has to learn. And I think the sanctuary has become so poignant. I mean, it's always been an issue, but it's really poignant in recent days since the Kharkiv Oblast reoffensive. One of the analysts, this is from a different ISW source or different publication, talked about the potential of a Sumy Oblast offensive by the Russians, and it's estimated that only 9,000 to 10,000 troops are there, but they do include Chechens, which is kind of interesting. And it might, even if they don't cross the border, it's likely to fix a number of Ukrainian forces in this area. So that, just not to get down in that rabbit hole for the moment, at least, but rather having a sanctuary where Ukraine can't use American supplied weapons, which would probably also include artillery shells, right? That they just have free reign on the other side of the border. That, as the French official, foreign ministry official, I've got his name right here, French National Assembly Foreign Affairs Committee chairperson Jean-Louis Bourlange said, you don't get immunity as the aggressor to protect your territory. That's not what the right to self-defense entails. So yeah, that's made more poignant by these offensives on the northern border, because 2014 the Russians had this such big foothold in Donbass, and with their access from the southern Donbass and or from Crimea, they so quickly overran the south. It didn't come up in the same sort of pointed way at the beginning of the war and the full-scale invasion in 22.
Very good. It looks like it's probably time for us to do a reset here. You're listening to the Maria Report. We are a 24/7, 365 space on Twitter. I won't call it X. That has been going really since just before the kickoff of the full-scale invasion with the predecessor space, and then evolving into what is today the Maria Report. So this space runs 24/7, 365, providing news, commentary, Q&A. We have guests that come in and talk about Ukraine with particular areas of expertise, whether it's cybersecurity, whether it's military weaponry, whether it's all kinds of different things. And you'll see actually the first two tweets in the nest are actually, we have a couple of really nice guests coming up in the next, tomorrow actually. So I would encourage you to join us if you're able to listen to those people come and talk about their areas of expertise and to take your questions. We had a really good guest on earlier today from someone who gets involved in training Ukrainian soldiers and got a lot of nice input from that person as well. There's also a fundraising. We do fundraising here, so there is a tweet in the nest. Sort of the next to last tweet, and the next on the left is a donation link for a fundraiser that we're doing now for supplying generators for a hospital in Kharkiv. Kharkiv is under almost continuous shelling from Russian forces, in particular across the sites across the border, and from glide bombs thrown in from aircraft. And so this is something this company that is involved in providing these small solar powered generators that provide a very specialized power solution for a particular application. In this case, critical units and powering critical equipment in a hospital. I worked in hospitals actually myself for 5 years as a director of biomedical engineering back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, and near the beginning of my career, and in U.S. hospitals and Western hospitals in the U.S., there's actually by code that if there's a power outage, then the transfer switch has to engage automatically, and a generator has to kick on automatically so that power is restored within 10 seconds. That is a healthcare facilities code requirement, and also state law in almost every state, if not every state in the United States. And so you think about that versus a situation where you're in an active war zone, you're getting shelled, and you're trying to deliver babies, literally, in the middle of this. And you can't, if you're doing a C-section, you can't afford to have that OR light go out. You cannot afford to have an incubator go offline if you've got a delivery where the baby needs to have an incubator after birth. You can't afford to have monitoring equipment going down. You can't afford to have ventilator equipment going down, and when you've got a patient in critical care. And so these are just life, literally, in the U.S. electrical code is called the critical branch when you're dealing with healthcare facilities. And so if you go to the hospital, you go to the emergency room, and you look at the power outlets on the wall, the ones that are colored red are the ones that are in that critical branch. And so those are tied into the emergency circuit, into the generators, the backup generators that these hospitals use. And so this funding would go towards purchasing additional generators. I guess, Scott, I think we've already purchased 2, right? Already. And then
we actually got 3.
Okay.
With the first 2/3 of our fundraiser, we got one of the massive ones and then 2 big ones. And we've selected a sort of confidential but very important, like critical healthcare facility that's going to get those. And so we're really excited about that. And that was sort of sized in consultation with this facility. So they're on order and they'll be arriving soon. One of them was already in Ukraine.
Yeah, and so these are solar power generators. They're actually smaller in size, so they're not as easy for the Russians to target and take offline. So your donations actually go to this. And to Scott's point, you have a situation where we're not waiting until we do the full fundraise and then we go out and purchase all the equipment. No, as we're able to collect funding for these generators for these hospitals, then we go ahead and execute and have them purchased and have them delivered and installed in Ukraine. So this is something as we're doing. Given the urgency of the need, we want to try to get these turned around and installed as soon as possible. So appreciate your support, and if nothing else, if any donation is appreciated. Micro donations are a beautiful thing. Those have been going on in this invasion and this war for quite some time, and they add up, right? So there's a multiplying effect to that. In some cases, we have matching offers from other donors to match up to a certain amount, and so absolutely. And if nothing else, if you could just take that tweet that's in the nest and retweet it to your timeline, that would be appreciated because we're committed to be there to help these people. We actually had some doctors from that hospital in Kharkiv come on this space and talk live about their experiences in Ukraine under artillery fire and the challenges that they face as they're going through this. So, and they're very appreciative of all the help that we give them. Any help that they get, they work with other international partners as well, NGOs, other governments, and anything that they get, they're very appreciative about because they're dedicated to trying to help their citizens go through this, and in particular when they're delivering the babies, right? Because literally these are the people that are going to be involved in helping to reconstruct Ukraine in years and decades to come, right? And become productive members of Ukrainian society. So they feel a special obligation in this time of strife and difficulty to bring new life into the world for Ukraine and for the families involved in the midst of all this misery and death and morbidity. So that with that, I also had something that I wanted that I put in the nest, and I found it instructive because, as you know, Scott, you may know, I'm doing this Ukraine for the Curious session. Session series. I'm putting it together for something I'm going to kick off with my church congregation as a part of the way of sort of evangelizing, if you will, the importance of Ukraine to all Americans. And starting with my Methodist congregation, I already actually have my first commitment from the congregation to participate, and I'm going to be going on. Pastor's going to give me some time on the pulpit on Sunday to sort of formally invite the congregation to participate. But one of the things that I want to kind of be ready for is NATO expansion, Russia was kind of forced into this, blah, 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 Tucker Carlson, yada, yada, yada. So I came across this thread regarding NATO expansion and from Fred Fella, and I put that thread in the nest, and I definitely want to kind of triangulate the information that's there, but he makes a lot of good points about kind of slicing and dicing this narrative, false narrative that NATO expansion, as the myth of that being an impetus for the Russian invasion, the cause of the Russian invasion. So he actually goes into some historical details that I would encourage all of you to kind of look into that thread and kind of think about it and have that at the ready, because I know that when I sit down, I live in Western North Carolina in the mountains, so there's definitely parts of the area that are much more conservative, MAGA, Trump, isolationist, why I care about Ukraine. We should fix the border first, type of thing. Uh, so I need to be ready to kind of slice and dice, these narratives and make sure that they're met with facts, right? And not just something that you heard on Tucker Carlson say on the internet, right? Um, so that's something that. So I just put it on there, and I would encourage people to look through it, and it makes a lot of good points. And uh, I hadn't even considered the fact that when NATO was founded in 1949, that one of the founding members was Norway, which is butting up against the USSR. So yeah, I had considered that. So I'm going to delve into that thread and do that. So, and the other thing I wanted to ask you, Scott, and I'd be interested also for people in the audience, is I'd like to get some varying opinions on how to approach this, because obviously we're going to talk about the war, we're going to talk about current status, we're going to talk about how this started, we're going to talk about what's in it for the U.S. I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about persecution of Christians, because that's going to be my real hook for this congregation, because I want to really, you've got to meet people where they are, right? And if these people are coming to church on a regular basis, a lot of these people have probably been members of this church for a long time. It's an older community, and so you know, I so I want to talk about atrocities and war crimes, but what I want to do is I'm struggling, and this conversation actually was had in this space earlier with Arya and with Alan regarding how explicit, how because like Tracy, when she comes into this space, right? She and she gives you a trigger warning, like, hey, we're going to be talking about some pretty heavy things that are in the news, a particular horrific events. So if you don't want to hear this, then maybe turn down your phone or whatever, and she'll give you a warning, right? But because some people, you don't know how some people are going to react to some of this stuff. It's different if you're like talking to a politician, and they're responsible for trying to stop this shit, because they're in a position of influence to sort of influence policy and decision making and shipping aid and that kind of stuff. So maybe you'd be a little more gloves off type of thing, and really be fully upfront with this stuff. But how do I, if I'm sitting down with the members of my congregation, and then we get to the point where we're talking about persecution of Christians, and then also in particular the war crimes and atrocities in Bucha and Irpin and that kind of Mariupol, and you get some of the individual anecdotes. There's one thing to talk about, statistics, people displaced, kids kidnapped, that kind of stuff. But when you start talking about individual stories that get to be fairly graphic, or a situation like a Bucha, which is horrific. How do I warn? How do I approach? Do I maybe at the beginning of the series say, look, we're going to be going through some pretty graphic things here, and I need to understand, how what are your sensitivities there? Because what I don't want to have you do is be so horrified you just shut down. Are you getting what I'm saying? My question, Scott, is how do I proactively position this session series for success when I'm dealing with potentially triggering content?
Yeah, it's a good question. I like your preliminary answer. I mean, I also think that I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure that mentioning the rape word, or mentioning, they tied up a Baptist pastor and, shot him in the
Electrocuted.
head.
Yeah.
Or, yeah. I don't know that in the context of a Sunday school or a, adult education forum, that would be so outrageous. I may be wrong about that, but I would think, I mean, maybe you could just say, I want to let you know some specifics of the war crimes that Russia's committed against evangelical pastors and congregants. So I can, if that makes you feel queasy, you can step out, or I don't know exactly what would be the best way to sort of, I mean, modify it or make it so that it's not too graphic for them.
I've got a hand up. TK, good to see you again, homie. How are you?
I'm doing well, and I'm glad to hear the update about how things are going with you and your church, and I definitely look forward to hearing more. I think, in my personal opinion, right, as a former criminal attorney who's worked with a lot of trauma survivors directly and indirectly, I think one of the most important things to do is to find a practical way to give people a chance to meaningfully opt in or out, but also acknowledge that when we experience trauma ourselves or when we hear about it happening to other people, sometimes that can affect us in mind, body, and spirit in ways that we do not anticipate. Right now, one Christian to another, I would say the Lord anticipates and the Lord knows that because he knows the number of hairs, right, that are on our head. But if the scripture also says, bear one another's burdens and in this way fulfill the law of Christ, there may be ways to make that process a little bit collaborative, which is to say, we don't always know how these things are going to affect us as we work to learn what they are, and then as we work to bring them to the Lord in prayer, and then as we seek guidance about how the Lord would lead us all to respond, right, in accordance with our own individual consciences. But we can't all be here for one another. So if you find that you would just like to take a break and just step out of the room and walk a little bit, or just walk around the back of the room while in the room, you can do whatever you need to do. And if you want someone to come and just sit with you quietly, that's okay. If you want somebody to listen to you, that's okay. Let's agree that as we face some of these very dark and difficult questions, right, and particularly as we seek to lift up the persecuted church in prayer in a more informed way, that the Lord would continue, as Christ prayed in John 17, to make his church one and to give us the understanding of how to love and serve one another. And if something is too difficult or if we need to dial it back, right, I hope that you'll do what you need to do, but also that you will communicate with me as you're able, because we want to make sure that we all go about this together, right, in a way that is supportive, in a way where there's no judgment. And the other thing I would suggest, since you are in an area where people might kind of have different understandings of the word trigger, right, and of the connotations of that word, right, in a political context, that word can have some negative connotations.
Facts.
In a mental health
Yes, yes.
context, it has very specific connotations with like post-traumatic stress syndrome and those sorts of things. So you'll know your congregation best, and whether that word trigger would be helpful or whether there might be something you could take, say, from the work of Diane Langberg to communicate about vicarious trauma, trauma exposure response, and the effect that sitting with people who are suffering can have on those of us that are listening. I hope that helps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate that warning. Yeah, because you're right, because I have used that. I've seen that word used in a political context, and I don't want to give someone the wrong impression that I'm casting judgment on their reaction for political reasons and, sort of like you mad bro type of thing, but more like, you know, uh, that some of the topics that we may talk about, in particular, anecdotes and incidents that happen, may be emotionally traumatizing, I guess is a better way of phrasing it, right? Because that's really what it is. It may bring back unpleasant memories in your own life, or if you've experienced anything remotely sort of violent, or if just in general, just the difficult, dark subject matter would find, be particularly upsetting. It's going to be upsetting to an extent, but to the if what I don't want to do is have situations where people just shut down and feel, just totally, uh, I guess just leave it like that, shut down. And so I'd like the verbiage that you use, that if you feel like we're getting to specific instances where you feel you need to step out and take a break, then there's no judgment here. Yeah, I like that phrasing. TK, you have a follow up, and then Will.
Thanks. And I would add to that too. It might help if if everyone can agree that if for some reason somebody shuts down, that's okay. And that may not necessarily be anyone's fault, right? You can do the best that you can to be sensitive. And part of being human is that we can't predict, right, how our souls or our bodies are going to react. So if one of us does shut down, if one of us does lose the ability to communicate because when things are heavy, it's hard to find words, can we know that we will be loved and supported here? And do we know what resources are available, both pastorally and from a mental health perspective, so that we can grow in our faith, right? And grow in our resilience and grow in our relationship with the Lord and with each other, not just in this room where we're having the discussion about hard things, but also through the course of the week as we consider them. And there's a little bit of a contrast, I think, in scripture, because I think at some point, the Apostle Paul speaks about, deeds that are so shameful that you don't even speak of them. But then we also have Christ, I want to say it's in John, maybe John 5, talking about the deeds of darkness being brought into the light. And that can be a hard process, right? But as the deeds of darkness come into the light, and as we look squarely at that, right, what are the practical implications for us individually and corporately of seeking the Lord through that process? And again, if somebody shuts down, that's okay. If somebody has a difficult reaction, that's okay. Because there's some things in life that are hard that we can't avoid. We can do our best, but let's commit to walk through that together, regardless of what happens. And let's commit to doing what we can to help make this as comfortable a place as it can be for us to bear one another's burdens. And that means the burdens of the persecuted church and the people of Ukraine, but it also means the burdens of one another as we seek to learn more about the situation and about how to pray. But yeah, if somebody shuts down, it's likely to happen. You may not be able to stop it, right? And maybe you shouldn't stop it, because if somebody shuts down, that's actually really, really good information in a way, because it tells you where somebody might need some support or pastoral care. So removing that shame, and then configuring, and feel free to DM me, configuring in advance what some of the options might be for referrals for longer term support, both inside and outside the church, so that they have support from the laity, so that they have support from pastors and pastoral staff, and so that they have support and access to appropriate professional resources within the community. I think that's probably the better way to frame it, rather than to say, and we're going to try to avoid shutting down. Like, yes, we try to avoid that, but things happen. So how can we learn how to support one another through this? Back to you.
Yeah, thank you. And that's good. That's good. That's good counsel. Yeah, and I think, yeah, and I would definitely put the caveat up front that in addition to obviously giving them the heads up that we're going to be talking about some difficult moments, and difficult anecdotes, and difficult topics, difficult sequences of events, it's that I'm not reviewing these things just for the glorification, or not glorification, but for gratuitous shock value, right? I mean, we're doing this in the interest of disclosure, so that we can actually understand what our fellow Christians are going through and have been going through, right? And so that the only way that we can understand that is to actually get to specifics about, it's one thing to just look at a bunch of numbers and say a bunch of churches were bombed, but I mean, it's another thing to really get into specifically how some of these people, pastors in particular, have been treated, and that is something that I just think it's important for us to understand what they're going through, and then B, later, and this would be something that we would probably wrap up with later in the session series, is how to help our fellow humans, and that could take whatever form that that individual decides that it wants to take, right? Will, go ahead. Been patient.
Hey, thanks. No, it's great. I like listening to TKD's takes on things, because the two things that what you said struck me is that you do have to go where people are, but when there are certain church settings maybe that maybe that isn't the venue to engage them, but and that's not for me to decide, of course, because I am not a church attender, and I don't know anything about the specific group that you're going to be attending with. But you definitely have to pick your targets and topics, especially. But you do have to go where they are in relation to the things that are going to motivate them. And I would do the thing that TKD recommended, which is just tell them. If it is a venue where you can talk about hard subjects, and you do have to talk about hard subjects, I would hope religious congregation is a group that is there obviously for support and the good things that people derive from their religions, but also if it is a venue and they do want to talk about the hard things that you have to talk about in relation to religion oftentimes, and that is repression, that you pick your group, and then offer, as TKD said, make sure people know what's coming so that they can make a choice in free will on participation in hard subject on the day, if that's where we're going. And then you don't want to you don't want to beat it to death, but I think in talking about this subject, regardless of the group I'm talking to, and knowing that the group I would want to talk to, that where they are is, we want to talk about the specific repression that's been done on a specific religious minority in Ukraine by Russians, I would start by contextualizing that by saying, if I want to get to that point, first I want to talk to you about the fact that there's a war going on. And war includes lots of bad things generally, but note that Russia is committing ordinary pedestrian war crimes every day by shelling civilian areas, directly targeting civilian areas, by using cluster munitions on civilian areas, and doing the kinds of things then that they've done in. So that's warfare. But Russia's carried on from that, and also carried on additional crimes against humanity, including the stolen children, including the acts of genocide that they have been already found tens of thousands of those. But the one I want to talk to you today about is, Russia's cruelty literally knows no bounds. If all those things, the contextualization of the war, regular war crimes, the genocide, the use of chemical weapons, if those things don't do it for you, let's also then discuss how Russia uses religion cynically and kills those folks directly, or represses those folks that don't believe in their religion, which is the Russian Orthodox. They try to uh, purport that they are the holders of conservative values and religious, correctness within society. That sort of privileged position of morality, but the truth couldn't be farther from that. Specifically, in the case of targeting of the evangelical Christians inside Ukraine that refuse to participate in the manner that Russia's telling them to do. So I think it goes down to contextualization. And for me, the contextualization of this is war, in which war crimes also go on, which Yarosh is doing, extended to the crimes against humanity. But and avoid words like trigger. Don't say. I mean, my whole life should come with a trigger warning, Brian. But don't use words like that. Use other words that mean something to the group you're talking to. Say, I want to talk to you about what's going on in Ukraine, specifically relation to evangelical Christians that are there, and I need to contextualize what I want to tell you with some very confronting facts. Confronting is a good way to purport that, say that, rather than triggering or any of the other words that have become buzzwords around the communication of hard to discuss topics. So yeah, that contextualization, picking your target, and avoiding words that are going to be politicized, where you can choose others that are equally effective in telling them the level that Russia has sunk to.
Very good. That's very, very helpful. Thank you, Will. TK.
Yeah, there goes Will helping me refine and clarify things again. Yet again. Thanks, Will. I think what you said about choice is really, really important, right? That it has to be a free choice, right? And without shame. And there are a couple of ways that could be done, but there are also many different points in time where we could make deliberate efforts to promote free and voluntary choice. And I think that's particularly important in a case like this because we're confronted with a lot of violence on the news and social media, and we don't always have that choice about whether we're going to go through potentially secondary trauma by witnessing all these things, because there's just so much evil and suffering in the world that can get overwhelming. And if we're not given affirmatively offered choices in how we engage with that, right, there's a very, very fine line between persuasion and manipulation, and I know that Brian is definitely aiming for the former, right, and not the latter. But your point about choice, Will, got me to wondering: is this choice something that we and are the needs, right? Because you're saying meet the people where they're at and what's the group you're with, are those needs something that should be assessed while the course is ongoing? Absolutely. Could they
Ukraine
also
is a
be
bunch of
assessed
Nazis.
prior? Could they be assessed prior to the course? Like, hey, we're going to be talking about this, right? And also about the church persecution that the church is undergoing in Ukraine. If anybody has any questions or concerns about how we can talk about a difficult topic together, please feel free to let me know in advance, right? So we can think that through and plan this out in a way that in a way that supports everybody. So you might be able, and I don't know, maybe it's a good idea, maybe it's not, but you could work through that question of what, if any, questions would I want to ask my potential audience in advance, so that as they're coming in they have a choice. Another way to provide a choice would be to keep the graphic details limited to written sources, and say, here at this website is an account of what happened to Pastor so and so and his family. It's a difficult read, but if the Lord calls you to read it, here it is. Now we're going to go and talk about this next topic, or we're going to close this down. And that way, whether or not a person feels called to engage with those hard details, or whether it's better for them to sit and reflect and maybe pray about it for a couple of days, and whether they do or don't, there's not as much pressure of that being public or kind of out in the open, and there's not as much pressure on them to immediately make a decision about when and how they would engage with more graphic material. Hope that helps.
Yeah, that does. I think I would probably, in terms of a very graphic story, I would probably want to read aloud at least one, probably just one. I've got one in particular I came across in a Time magazine article about, and it was interviewing a Baptist preacher who was tortured by the Russians, and there are some graphic parts to it, but but then he did escape, and now he's not under Russian occupation anymore. But I would just use that as one example, and allude to, and then the fact that this is just one of many examples of people that have been killed and tortured and kidnapped and whatever, and then also and then the numbers in that themselves are telling enough in terms of the number of churches that have been destroyed, and the size of these Protestant congregations in particular that were existing before the invasion, the full-scale invasion, and then just and kind of go from there. So I think people can if they get one pretty difficult anecdote, I think they can probably draw the line, connect the dots to the other parts of it. So yeah. So that's well, that's helpful. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of get some because because it's going to be similar when we start talking about the regular quote regular atrocities that Will alluded to, right? I mean, we're going to have to talk about Bucha. We're going to have to talk about Irpin. We're going to have to talk about Mariupol, and maybe we look at satellite open source satellite imagery of the mass graves, right? We didn't, and the thing is that we didn't have, because think about if we could rewind the tape, and let's say we had open source intelligence and satellite imagery when the concentration camps were going, and if we could rewind history, then we would have this conversation at a church. Would we want to distill it down? Okay, but distill it down to what extent relative to the, now obviously the Holocaust is a totally different scale uh, than what we're dealing with in Ukraine. But anyone who's familiar with some World War II history, and then to when I'm reading some of the stuff that I'm reading, they certainly harken back to some of the things we saw back then. Will.
So I would draw those conclusions in contextualization, or I would draw that thread because it implies there's a sense of urgency here because this is the modus operandi that Russia has had. The Mariupol is a great, Mariupol, the thousands of mass graves that are there. That's when they have full control. When they have full control for a short couple of weeks, you get Bucha, and that continues to today. Look at the current contemporary reports out of Vovchansk, where they're shooting civilians wantonly in the street. They're rounding up people and trapping them in basements again. They're doing what Russia does in each and every instance. So, Russia needs to be defeated so that they don't get control of areas like they do in Mariupol for any significant length of time, because now the level, after they kill off all those people and put them in mass graves, now they're doing real estate tourism into Mariupol to sell their apartments after they've declared them ownerless. The crassness of Russia literally shows no bounds, and it continues to this day. Don't let anybody kid your audience that maybe they've satisfied their problem or solved their problem and that it won't continue. It continues to this day, and that provides a sense of urgency in whatever the ask is for these folks you're talking to is to go tell others, to provide contributions, to do whatever. There is an urgency here in that Russia is an atrocity a day machine, and it's another day.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I definitely want to go back to that the crassness thing with the Mariupol and reselling the property. I definitely want to go back to that. I want to get some source material on that because I think that's worth calling out, because that's a telling a postscript to the initial mass graves and murder and stuff that went on there in the early days of the invasion. TK.
I think your question about your hypothetical about satellite imagery in World War II is a really, really good one. And I sort of wonder if you can take it back further, right? Which is, what if we had satellite imagery in the Old Testament? And you look at those prophecies and then the historical record in terms of what happened, as the Assyrians came in to conquer Israel, right? They were extremely violent. So even though crimes against humanity and war crimes and genocide are contemporary terminology, the people that are in your church have already expressed faith in a document or an inspired collection of documents that graphically chronicles significant atrocities. See, for example, the book of Judges. But go back even to the Israelites in Egypt, and when the Hebrews grew powerful, what did Egypt do? They ordered that the all of the male children be killed. Well, that falls under our modern definition of genocide, right? And the Hebrew midwives disobeyed, and they said, "Well, hey, well, the women are really vigorous when they give birth, and by the time we get there, well, the child is already here, right?" And so, right, Moses lives because of people who, by faith, resisted a genocide against their people. Or take Daniel and then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and I'm trying to remember the Hebrew names are what? Mishael, Azariah, and Hananiah, right? They're taken off to Babylon because when the Babylonians came and conquered, they took all of the best of the young men and they took them from Israel and Judah over to Babylon to be educated and trained in the new religion and in the new culture. Again, what are we seeing there? Genocide. So, in a sense, there's nothing new under the sun. What if we had satellite imagery of what had happened when the Assyrians and the Babylonians came in? And so I think the Old Testament is, I think, for me as a Christian believer, reading how open God is about the violence that was on the earth, right? And how firmly and consistently God speaks in the Old Testament about justice, right? And fairness and accountability and peace. um, that's a comfort to me in seeing some of the atrocities at scale today, because it actually would be interesting, I think, to have seen close-up satellite imagery of how some of these ancient peoples had waged warfare and had eradicated each other, and then also reading the accounts of how they tried to use both murder and oppression to undercut and supplant the cultures that they were conquering. So I think what we're seeing here is nothing new. It's a question, again, of how do we approach that together? And if you've got a group of people meeting them where they're at, where we believe in the 66 books of the Bible as inspired and authoritative and inerrant revelation from God, to be able to look to that and say, here's what God has said about this in the past. Here's how He's provided. And also, two, here's what the people in the church, our brothers and sisters in the church in Ukraine, are doing to serve their neighbors and honor the Lord, even in difficult situations. I think that can definitely provide a lot of hope. On a separate note, another attack to take is, I think, yeah, Time Magazine could be a good source, but I would really be curious sort of what types of media do the people in your congregation trust, right? How polarized is it? Are they more or less drawing from the same sources? Are they drawing from different sources? And regardless of that, is there a reliable source that's verifiable that hasn't gotten a lot of attention that you could highlight and say, there are a lot of important things that are happening that aren't going to hit the media, or that really fast sort of 24/7 or faster than that news cycle. So here's an example of something that's true, that we can verify, that might not get the coverage that we think that it deserves for whatever reason, but that is worthy of our consideration. Back to you. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had that same concern, and I did find a 10-minute video on PBS, and it was actually Simon Ostrowski and a videographer that he worked with that did a 10-minute overview of the persecution of Christians in Ukraine, and so it actually features actual video. It's actually kind of bizarre. This is actually not a Protestant church. It was a non-denominational church, and they were in the middle of service, and it was being video recorded, and you can see the Russian soldiers walk into this service at the middle of the service and actually in their combat gear and start, basically telling everybody to shut it down. And then a lot of that report is really hearing from the preachers, um, uh, and basically hearing what they were told by the Russians specifically, and what happened. And so it's really Ukrainian voices that are Christian voices that are telling the story, and then the Shaman Ostrowski sort of just, voiced over and kind of setting the scene. And so I think that in particular, is it's just short enough that I think I can pull it off and put it in its entirety in there, and again, it's really just reporting what happened. It's not, Anderson Cooper or what's that asshole on Fox? Waters, with a snide smile, saying, putting his spin on it, So, yeah, kind of where we're at. So, yeah. So, well, I appreciate the suggestions. This is all helpful information. Like I said, I've started working on this stuff. I mean, it's a lot because I gotta cover, a lot of ground here with a lot of stuff. But I'm hopeful and I'm excited. And unfortunately, there's a lot of material out there, and it's just a matter of deciding what you want to include, right? And kind of go from there. But it's good because in the digital age, a lot of this stuff is out there, and the open source intelligence, the satellite imagery, as we mentioned before, is it's interesting. So and you can actually get into as much detail as you want to get into with this stuff. So hopefully, I can get at least for 3 or 4 or 5 sessions where we can delve into this. And actually, I kind of dumped into some luck that I didn't know that I had. So when word was kind of percolating a little bit, and I kind of let a few key people in the area know that I was doing this, it turns out that the former chief of diplomatic mission for NATO to Ukraine back in the 90s actually lived in Black Mountain, North Carolina, right near where I live. And I didn't know that. And so I've already had a conversation with him, and he's interested in participating in putting the content together and being there at the sessions. And so that would be huge to have essentially an ambassador level person who was in Ukraine for years as the NATO chief of mission. That is not an opportunity that I anticipated having going into this exercise. And then I found out also that there's a retired veteran couple that lives right near me. One of them is a retired U.S. Air Force captain who was stationed in Germany when the wall fell. Her husband is a retired lieutenant colonel in the United States Special Forces in the Army, and they have both been to Ukraine since the full-scale invasion kicked off. They have been to Bucha. They have been to some of these places, and she has pictures on her phone and can tell stories that what she's heard and kind of validate that type of things. So having them participate also would be helpful. The one guy, her husband, has been involved in some demining efforts in Ukraine, so that would be interesting to have his perspective there on that. So it's kind of coming together in terms of having this discussion. So we'll see what happens. So.
That's amazing, Brian. Those resources that are going to be available to you, that could lead in a lot of really interesting directions,
Yeah.
In terms of friendships, in terms of collaboration, it sounds like the one family or the one couple is really keyed in, and they could be great allies, even more broadly than your church, right? Could even help us out on MriyaReport, or who knows what. Who knows where it goes? But that's super exciting. And I also wanted to let you know that I'm very personally excited about this because, as you may know, I don't know if you were listening at the time, I've said it once or twice on the space, that I'm going to get in touch with Steven, I forget his last name, but the guy who's in Ukraine that flew back to DC to talk to the speaker about the state of evangelicals, Steve Moore, I think it is. And because I think this is something that I have an evangelical background as well, and I want to share that with my siblings, parents, their world, and some of them are in positions of leadership and so there might be opportunities to get introduced, to some of their acquaintances or colleagues. And I think this is probably the biggest leverage point in the United States amongst. I mean, polls have shown that it is, as far as getting new followers, new converts, as it were, to the cause of Ukraine, because my family has said, yeah, I haven't really heard people talking Ukraine down, but I think a lot of people in the congregation are still conservative enough that they listen to conservative media, and then it's not like Russian talking points don't make it to liberal circles either, but they're just different talking points, and so some of the Fox News and Tucker Carlson. I know he's not on Fox anymore, but that there's a susceptibility there because Russia lies, right? So they blame Ukraine for everything that they're doing. So they just say loudly, with a lot of money behind it, that Ukraine is persecuting Christians. And, if nobody's telling the other side of that, pushing back, people, or if that's louder, the louder voice in the room, people believe it. And so I think some of the Christians believe that.
Absolutely. We have a new speaker, Liz Lovitz. Go ahead.
Thanks for letting me speak. I was just concerned about the Orthodox Church just because they say that they were spying. I don't know what the whole deal is. There might have been something behind that, but I was just worried. I mean, is there any diplomacy right now? How far is Russia going to push into Ukraine? Are they going all the way into Kiev? Are they aiming for Poland? Does NATO want to get involved? Does anybody know?
Well, I think what we've seen on the battlefield is Russia cannot take Kharkiv, which is less than 30 miles from its border, right? So, so Russia does not have the combat capability at this point to subdue Ukraine to the extent that you've asked. They're not going to be marching on Kyiv. They're not going to be of the original territory that they took when the invasion kicked off. They retain possession of less than half of it, and that's after having, by a lot of estimates, half of their combat capability that existed pre-war has been eliminated, both in terms of weaponry and in terms of manpower. And so, so there's not, in terms of diplomacy, I mean, there's really no discussions to be had at this point. I mean, Ukraine is not able to have negotiations with a country that doesn't believe it exists, right? So it's if the Ukrainians stop fighting, then they will essentially just be subject to, additional attack and ultimately subjugation and enslavement and erasure of their country and their population from the earth, right?
That's what, yeah, everybody's concerned about that. And if they've had such a hard time, and Russia, I mean, because everybody in Ukraine can fight they've been fighting excellent, but they're running out of men and ammo, and now we're like running out of money. I don't understand what do they even have fortifications? Because if they plan on fighting for a long time, they're going to need some tunnels,
Well, no, what they need is ammunition. What they need is ammunition, air defense, weapon systems, because what I think what has been shown to have happened is that they're just simply better fighters than the Russians. They're better at it. They have better equipment. They have the will to win. What General Hodges said once in here, that he said that multiple times, that war is driven by logistics and the will to fight, and Ukraine has both of those in spades, and with Western help, obviously. And so I think most of the analysts that we have a fair amount of military analysts that come into this space. I would encourage you to Language Learner and Chuck Farrer, or to that participate in this space, and even outside. Most of the people looking at this really are of the opinion that, particularly if the West continues to stand behind Ukraine, Russia cannot win this war, and so it's just a matter of time and how many lives will be lost between now and when Russia decides that it's done with this misadventure, and they stop and they go home. And so that's kind of where this stands at this point.
That's right. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Usually you go to war after diplomacy fails. It's not like you just ignore diplomacy and then just go to war. That doesn't make too much sense to a lot of people. But have we hit any more? I think we have. Our HIMARS hit like S-400 once in Crimea or Odessa or somewhere recently. But have we hit any other S-400s? Or, I mean, that's what the whole thing is. We're trying to figure out a way to hinder their S-400s. That's what I think.
We've hit lots of S-400s. The Ukrainians, have hit lots of S-400s and S-300s as well.
One site that, sorry, go ahead, Scott.
Go ahead.
One site that I would recommend following Liz Lovitz is the Institute for the Study of War. The ISW is what we refer to it. They have a Twitter handle here, and they have updates really every day, and it gets to as detailed or as high level as you want in terms of their assessments. And obviously, that's just one view. So I would encourage you to triangulate that with other sources, but that's probably a good place to start in terms of getting substantive updates as to what's happening. There's also, like I said, this space there where we do military updates. There's also the MriyaReport, which is a great site base as well. And so there's just a whole treasure trove of information out there. Forget the cable news networks, because they don't have the bandwidth and the resources to. I mean, they've already pretty much moved on, and they're talking about the election 24/7, right? And the Trump's criminal trials and stuff. So you're not going to get the full or complete story from the cable network news. It's going to be more specialized sites that are staring at this thing and providing analysis that's going to get you the real information in terms of what's happening on the ground. TK.
I'd like to hear Will comment on this if he's up for it. I think the question about how far is Russia willing to go is an interesting and an important one. Also, this do we try diplomacy and then go to war, or do we go to war without trying diplomacy? I think in this case, there was maybe some diplomacy, but then Russia just went ahead and went to a war anyway. Do they want to get to Kyiv? I think, yeah, eventually it would be a good thing, right? I mean, because they tried to do that and they thought they would do it within 3 days. But I think Kyiv is probably a longer term objective, and Will could speak better to this than I can. But if we look at what the Russians are doing in Transnistria, right, in terms of how they've gotten a vocal minority to kind of politically control that area and kind of foment some secessionism there, much as they did with the Little Green Men in 2014. We know that they want to go there. And I think that one reason they may want to do that is because they want control of all of the Black Sea coastline. It's not just that they want to have the warm water port in Sevastopol, but if they can control everything across that Black Sea coastline, past Odessa, all the way to Romania, they can actually strangle off Ukrainian shipping, right? And why do I mention something so dark? in part because it's happening, in part because it's important to remember that Ukraine, which doesn't really have a navy, because after all, Crimea is Ukraine, and the Russians were essentially leasing the base in Sebastopol and basically like took a whole bunch of the weapons. Ukraine, that doesn't have a navy, has managed to sink a whole bunch of Russian ships, right, in an effort to defend their coastline. So when we ask that question, like, how far is Russia willing to go, and why is that important? I think it's vital to consider not just how geographically significant that Black Sea coastline is, but also some of the innovations that Ukraine has developed in order to essentially punch above its weight. Also, as to the question of how far might Russia be willing to go? If we look at the proportional amount that the Baltics and Poland and some of the Eastern European countries, closer to the front lines, have given to kind of support Ukraine, I think it's interesting what inferences we might be able to draw by listening and observing some of the people that have lived very close to the Soviet and Russian sphere of influence for a long time. Thanks.
Is Kosovo just gonna? Did they stand down pretty much? Or Serbia? I think that Serbs are pretty chill. And that they signed some kind of peace treaty with Kosovo, didn't they?
That's kind of out of my depth. I know there are some people that, if anyone has particular expertise in that area, please come up and chime in. But we're trying to stick with Ukraine at this point. That's the sort of the focus of this space. But yeah, we do delve into other topics as because sometimes they tangentially connect with Russia and with ultimately what they're trying to do in Ukraine. So yeah, but what else did you have?
I was just
Go
asking because
ahead.
I heard her say Transnistria, so I was just wondering what's going on over there.
Russia is making moves to stir up tensions in Transnistria. Appointing some of their appointees have been making political statements. So the people who are watching closely in Transnistria have said that Russia is actually trying to stir up trouble and destabilize Moldova. There's actually been reports that the Serbs are trying to stir things up again with Kosovo. So it's kind of the exact opposite of what you have heard on that front.
Yeah, it's been like that a few times the last couple decades. Like you hear stuff on the news, and then 3 months later, all hell breaks loose. It's like totally different from what you heard.
Exactly. But it has gotten reported that the Serbs are interested in reviving conflict with, or starting to fulfill their destiny in Kosovo as they would see it.
What else did you? Oh, I'm sorry, Liz. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I'm just saying that's another thing that Russia is going to be having to fund, and Europe's going to have to send weapons. It's just going to make everything so much more volatile, I think.
What's your concern about this? You're sort of coming at it from an interesting set of angles. Are you?
There's nobody talking. The UN is not talking now. Israel's calling the UN anti-Semitic, and it's like the whole world is getting to be on a ledge. I mean, anything can happen. If any type of event pops off, and they blame it on somebody else, and that's all it takes.
Who's they?
The news, the cabal.
of the news. Okay.
So
Well,
are you worried about World War III? I mean, is that what you're worried about?
Well, yeah, a lot of us are worried about Taiwan Strait, the Red Sea. You got Yemen over here. It's like the whole Middle East is turning into a shit show. Syria's starting to crank up again. Wagner's back out there. Serbia's about to pop off. Ukraine's been going crazy with no diplomacy anywhere in sight. Nobody even wants to shake hands anymore. It's just a smear campaign on the news, and it's always a surprise. Like you wake up one day, and it's like, what could I have done to prevent any of this? You know?
All right,
well,
so let's promote you as an advisor to Zelensky. Or, all right, so you are now in the you're there with the Ukrainian General Staff. You're advising Zelensky. What are you telling him now in terms of a possible diplomatic solution to this? Are you advocating for that? Is that what your
I mean, I would
stance
say,
is
look,
to
if you
him?
really want to have to go to war, you're going to have to go to war over Crimea. We can't fight over Crimea and Donbass because they want a buffer zone. That's what Russia wants. They're going to keep this horse shit up until they have some type of agreement or some type of civil settlement. You know, they want some type of
So
buffer zone. That's what they want.
okay,
So if you're
sure.
going to fight, then you have to fight for Odessa, Crimea, or something that's worth fighting for. You know, you don't just waste
Okay.
people.
All right, so you have full confidence that Russia will stand by its agreements on any sort of armistice agreement, peace agreement that would happen. You're confident. You're betting your professional reputation to Zelensky and really the lives of your fellow Ukrainians, right? That you're betting that Russia will abide by its agreements in a way that it didn't for the Budapest Memorandum.
Well, you have to bet that Russia agrees. They're going to bet just as much that we're going to be agreeing, like we're going to be able to negotiate instead of just fight. You know, like it's sort of like the North Korea, South Korea situation. They don't trust each other at all. You know, like they would assassinate each other's leaders in a heartbeat, but they just have this mutual understanding that if you don't start no shit, then there won't be no shit. Like that's the way the world's always been. Like there's
Well,
consequences to your actions, you know.
yeah. The problem is that your theory of Russia abiding by any sort of frozen conflict or armistice is not borne out by 120 years of European history, right? So, I mean,
Ukraine's a very
it's
old
been
country, man. Ukraine it's been older than Russia is old. I think Ukraine's even older than
yeah,
Russia is.
exactly. So if anyone understands how Russia cannot be trusted to stand by live by international norms and to live peacefully with its neighbors, it's Ukraine, right? I mean, that's how many hundreds of years, and we're not even going to talk about the Holodomor, in which 1 million Ukrainians were perished on a manufactured uh, uh, famine that was generated by Russia. So the last people that we're going to get to convince that we're going to be able to convince that Russia is able to operate in any sort of good faith in any sort of agreement, whether it's Crimea or the Donbass, it's going to be the Ukrainians, right? Because I mean they have had misery visited upon them by Russia and previously by the Soviet Union for decades,
You're
right?
absolutely right.
So
Yes, but
yeah,
what I'm
so
saying is,
so
if I was an advisor to Zelensky, I would say, listen, do you want to join EU? Because he's asking to join now. I think the best thing you can do right now is like find some type of armistice and a buffer zone, whatever it was going to make him sign until we figure out if you can get into NATO. You know, because Finland just got in.
well, first of all, you cannot join NATO if you have an active um, uh, border dispute.
It's true
on the border, right? So that doesn't fly. So the only acceptable because any sort of armistice and sort of temporary ceasefire will ultimately be followed by Russia breaking that agreement and then just continuing.
Well, like that's what I'm saying.
Because
If that
what
happens, then now
hang on,
you can ask NATO to send you weapons because that actually happened. Like again, you know,
yeah,
we sent weapons
yeah.
once, and we don't want to send any more weapons, and Russia doesn't want us to send it. But if it happens again, we definitely have to. Is what I'm saying. Even though they're not NATO,
What
It,
do,
it is
wh-
it
what do
is
you
in
mean?
it is in the national security interest of the United States to neuter Russia's ability to pull this crap again for 15 to 20 years. Period. Right? I mean, they're not a good actor. They are a stated enemy. Putin has already stated multiple times that he felt that the fall of the Soviet Union was a tragedy, and that his vision, sort of almost explicitly stated, is he would love to reconstitute a modern version, a reimagined version of the Soviet Union, which would mean ultimately Moldova, which would ultimately mean Lithuania, which would ultimately mean Poland, and those are NATO countries.
and
Which
Estonia too.
involves
That's
itself
why they're
in an article and Estonia. So you're talking an Article 5 declaration. We're in a hot shooting war in 4 years and have to revisit this again. So that the most cost-efficient way to deal with this is to essentially ensure that they are defeated on the battlefield and the Ukrainians are ejected from what is Ukraine, which is Crimea and the Donbass. I'm sorry, Scott, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Just no, you're right. I mean, people are concerned that if NATO does get involved, then China's going to get involved, and then it's just going to be shit show.
Well, you're jumping over a lot of facts on the ground, and a lot of recent history in the last 2 years. Ukraine was negotiating heavily with Russia even after the start of the full-scale invasion. And it was only when, and they were even willing to give up territory, but it was when Russia just decided to walk away from those negotiations that they realized that Russia didn't want to negotiate. So there's no real basis for negotiation at the moment, even if Ukraine was willing to have an armistice. They don't trust the Russians to. Well, the Russians aren't even interested in that at the moment. Even to keep the territory that they have invaded, that they occupy. They're not willing to just have an armistice, and so there's no basis for negotiation. But Ukraine was willing to negotiate and still is. I mean, they have a peace plan and they're going to meet in Switzerland this summer. But Russia doesn't want to negotiate, and walked away from the earlier negotiations in the battle. In terms of the Western countries not wanting to send weapons, or having them violate another agreement and then justify NATO sending weapons. NATO is sending weapons right now. All the countries of the NATO Defense Pact are sending weapons, not as NATO, but as individual countries that comprise NATO. So we were just talking earlier in the program before you joined us that it's too slow. Zelensky said that last night he said, every weapon system comes about a year too slowly.
Yeah, you guys need some time. He has to wait until we can stock back up, get a little bit of ammunition. This all started because Britain needs gas. The Queen started this before she died. See what I mean? That's this all started because the pipeline situation. Britain is starving and they need gas from Ukraine and grain from Ukraine. That's what this all started because of Britain before she died. And now we're over involving NATO and everyone.
What is your source for that, my friend?
Yeah, I'd like to see a link on that one.
There's a long story behind that, but I know what it's about. I know why it started, and we understand why Nord Stream was bombed. It's not like rocket science, but the whole thing is started from these oligarchs, and we have no diplomacy and nobody trying to come to the table. That's what people are concerned about. It's just going to escalate.
It escalates. Like I said, Russia can't take Kharkiv city, which is less than 40 miles from the border. So they don't want any sort of NATO smoke at all their way, because it would be over. It would be over quick. I mean, that's. I mean, it would be game over. So uh, I think somebody said on this space, one of the analysts said that if we ever had to declare war on Russia, by the time we would actually finish a declaration in Congress, the polls would be in Moscow. So yeah, I mean that's. I don't think you have to worry about that aspect of it. Russia does not have they're. I think somebody said they're the second. They're the second best army in Ukraine right now. So I think that's kind of where we're at. So we got a couple of other speakers here. So let's see. Let's go with Dawn. Hey, Dawn.
Oh, hi. I'm over in the UK. I'm not starving. Nobody's starving here. In fact, I'd actually say there's too many fat people. If you ask me, then a few of them need to get on diets, never mind starving. Start. I stopped Queen starting it, really. All right. Thanks. Ah.
Yeah, that was actually kind of amusing. Karen, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I want to make a gentle suggestion without singling anybody out that it's always nice to raise your hand before you break into somebody's remarks. And that's all I'll say about that. But I would like to point out the fact that Romania has one of the very largest concentrations of hydrocarbons in Europe, not just Eastern Europe, but you're in Europe. And they are finally, I wish that Iana was up here because she could tell you a lot about this. So could David Arfire. Not only oil, but also natural gas. And so I think that all of Europe is in the future is going to benefit. And as far as the UK goes, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the UK get a lot of petroleum products from Norway?
I don't know what their main supply of source of supply is for their oil.
It was Halliburton. It was Halliburton for a long time, and they want to make it like Blue Genie now. But yes, they do get a lot from Norway. The Bering Strait. There's a sea right there. It has a lot of gold and all that stuff. Not the Bering. I don't know what the North Sea over by Russia and on the Netherlands. But yes, you're right. I'm just saying Ukraine sells gas for cheaper, and then they can resell it to Finland and Denmark. That's probably why Nord Stream was bombed. It's just these assassinations are happening. People are just going crazy watching the news.
Yeah, well, who's going to be going crazy is Russia when they get kicked out of Ukraine. So I think we need to stay focused on the prize, not get involved in the hysterics about World War III and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's not happening. So we just need to stay focused on the goal, keep the pressure on, keep the arms flowing, keep the ammunition flowing, keep the sanctions up because they are making a difference in Russia's economy, which also no one's talking about, and also their rate of attrition on their military, in particular, also their tanks and their other vehicles. They're pulling stuff in storage from Elvis Presley era, it's they're losing. They're losing. So
what's going on with Turkey? Does anybody hear from Erdogan? Because I think he's pretty much in charge right now of the Middle East.
Hey, List. You've had a kind of free reign. We gave you a long leash.
Yeah, bro, I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. You know what I like? I like nannies. I like nannies that suck my fat dick, dude, and come from Ukraine, from the Kabad Jews. You Jew faggots. Fuck all of you. I hope you all get nuked.
Thanks. See you later. Yikes.
So I'm going to blame you, Scott. You seem to have attracted all of these nut jobs tonight. It must be nut job night tonight. So I think it's your fault, Scott.
You're welcome. I like to have trolls up or confuse people, but he kind of showed his true colors at the end there, didn't he? Let's go to For Every Child and then to Will.
No, I'm in a state of shock over the last 3 minutes. Let someone else go.
Okay, Will.
Well, I mean, you said it. I didn't say anything for quite a while, but I was talking in the back channel about him being, folks. That was an anxiety troll. A guy who comes in, appears to start like reasonable arguments or reasonable discussions about things he's concerned about, and what about this or what about nuclear weapons or what. A person who's trying to generate anxiety amongst Ukraine supporters and push Russian disinformation, like why doesn't anybody want to come to the table to negotiate? So spot the signs when you see these people coming, and note that they'll shift around on their the points they want to talk about. They want to talk about this, disturbances in Serbia and Kosovo and Transnistria and all these different things, because they want to spread anxiety about how bad things are in the world. You want to make the world a better place? Oh, by the way, Halliburton is not an oil supplier. Just listen to these folks for a while, and they will try to cover subjects that they don't know anything about. They'll oversimplify things like the Nord Stream explosion. I was wanting to jump in and going, so yeah, that concerns me too. Who actually blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, and how could it all be so simple as just to be about where Britain's getting its gas? Because guess what? Britain cut off all of its gas supply from Russia at the beginning of the war, when Russia said that they were all going to be freezing and eating their gerbils and stuff at night. And as the lady from Britain just came up, yeah, that none of that happened. So you just have to spot these things as they come, and as you guys did, manage. Don't let them jump around to too many subjects, and don't let them oversimplify. And when they eventually show their true colors to you, you get ad hominem attacks. Like, I won't even repeat what he said, but I'm pretty sure Brian isn't Jewish. I'm pretty sure Scott isn't Jewish. I sure as hell ain't Jewish. And to call us all, whatever anti-Semitic rambling he did at the end there. Thanks for coming, Listo, and we'll keep your name on our list. Folks, don't be too worried about just anxiety trolls. If you want to solve all these problems that he was raising as big problems in the world, and manage escalation, take on bullies. That's my message to the world. Take on bullies early, and take on bullies forcefully the first time, and you need not deal with bullies later on down the road. NATO will be fighting Russia itself if it does not arm Ukraine to the teeth.
Well said. Well said, my friend.
Thanks, Will.
Mocker.
Hey,
About
morning.
About time you guys, are you going to sleep all day? We're only trying to fight a war here. I mean, you can't spend all day in bed. Come on now.
Yeah,
I mean, let's go.
I'll be honest, Brian, Scott, don't worry about that guy. We have had them all week. And I mean, for about the last week to 10 days, ever since the Kharkiv offensive started, I think, actually, we've been having just odd requesters all the time, brand new accounts, people who seem reasonable and then turn into a-holes like that. And I've just stopped letting them up. So anybody who has an account that was created this month, who isn't a known fella, just don't bring them up. Quite simple. Because, yeah, we've had a lot of it all week. And I feel as though it's actually a planned campaign. Somebody is trying to bug us. And, best way to deal with that, not deal with it at all. just leave them in the cooler. So yeah, just a little word there of basically any new accounts, just don't let them up because they're untrustworthy. Sorry guys if you've had to create a new account recently.
Go ahead, Karen.
Well, just so you know, I have pet gerbils, and I want you to know that they're offended.
And they're tasty with a hollandaise sauce.
Oh my God. I hadn't planned on drinking tonight.
I told you I need a trigger warning. Just be big here.
Now Karen is traumatized. Well, come on. Come on, man.
Alrighty then.
Well, you've wasted another perfectly good 3 hours. No, that's just a car talk thing. Thank you guys. We're coming to the end of Brian and my shift. So, Brian, let's talk a little bit about the fundraiser, shall we?
Yeah, so you'll see the tweet, the second to last tweet in the nest. This is a fundraiser that we're running for solar-powered generator systems. And these are small systems that are used for specific applications. And in this particular instance, this fundraiser is to fund solar-powered generators for use in supporting hospitals in hospital in Kharkiv. Kharkiv is near the Russian border. They've been undergoing a lot of bombardment and shelling, damage to their power infrastructure. And so these solar power generators would actually be used to keep critical monitoring equipment and other hospital equipment operating while they're in a war zone. And so that we partnered with this company based out of Washington State in the United States. They have suppliers from all over the world that they utilize it, and actually some of the final assembly is done in Ukraine. And they've actually done some, I think also, if I remember correctly, the CEO was on this space and he was talking about they've made some specific changes to some of the technology, some of the solar panels to be more resistant to shrapnel to prevent them from being taken offline. And so they're smaller and harder to target by the Russians. And so it's a helpful situation for these hospitals. We've actually already procured a number of generators as a result of this fundraiser. So it's something we're doing as we go. It's not something we're waiting on until we have a large sum of money and then procuring. We're trying to, as soon as we get the money to purchase a particular generator that's being requested, that we would go ahead and purchase that generator and have it installed on site in country. And so we will take any sort of donation that you can offer, small ones, large ones, because even small micro donations do make a difference when they're aggregated across, hundreds of people over a long period of time, several weeks. And so this is something that is would be used to power critical hospital equipment, and this is something that's needed. And these doctors that use this equipment actually came into this space a few weeks ago and really expressed how valuable this stuff was to them, and all the support that they get. And they are refusing to leave Kharkiv because that's where they want to live, and they want to be there, and they're going to be there for the duration to support their patients. So, if nothing else, also, if you can't afford to do anything at the moment, if you could just take that tweet and retweet on your own timeline, that also is helpful to get the word out and encourage more people to participate in the fundraising. So that is where we're at with that. Karen, go ahead.
I thought I would just come back with some facts. We were talking about where the UK gets its hydrocarbons. I'm glad I looked it up because I had no idea. But the UK gets the volume of its crude oil from the United States. And it also gets a significant amount of gas from the United States too. And then second to that is Norway. Norway, they import nearly as much from Norway as they do from the US. But it looks like Romania has not come online as far as selling its products to Europe yet. So at least not to the UK. I forget, the UK isn't part of the EU, so maybe I need to do some more fact checking. For Will, do you know anything about Romania and its oil development at this time? Because they've got a lot of hydrocarbons there. Thanks.
Yeah, so I mean, the Ploesti oil fields, which featured heavily in the Second World War, and the refineries down there were, yeah, there is a sizable amount of hydrocarbon in Romania. I'm not sure if it is easy access hydrocarbon anymore. I think they got most of the easy stuff through conventional drilling back in World War, in the World War II time. But I know, almost all countries have an amount of hydrocarbon under them in the form of gas, oil, or coal, or a combination of those three. But whether or not you can extract it easily is usually the kicker. And I don't know anything about the geology of Romania other than to know that it's pretty goddamn mountainous and it's full of vampires. So I wouldn't go there to develop oil.
Well, from what I've read, it's the offshore drilling is where they're getting a lot of natural gas. Again, we're just going to have to wait until Liana and maybe David Arfire come up because they really know these topics well. But yeah, I'll do more searching. Thank you.
And if everyone could please retweet this space, it helps us to get more people in here and to participate in the discussion. If anybody has a question, even as we're about to do a co-host change, I'm sure. So who's coming up? Is that you, Mockers and
Mockers and
who's
Prince?
Mockers and Prince. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah. So
I'm going to say goodbye, Brian. Thank you all for listening, and thank you for a rousing discussion. And thank you, Brian. Pleasure as always co-hosting with you. I look forward to it all the time.
Same to you, my friend. Absolutely. We'll have to do this again sometime. I'll be on here tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
All right. Thank you. Slava Ukraini, everyone.
Heroam Slava.
Heroam Slava.
Somebody needs to talk, of course, so I suppose that'll be me, huh? It's a good job I was sat in the loo when Scott told me he was leaving then. I was like, whoa, I've got 3 minutes yet. 3 minutes.
We haven't had the loo conversation, have we? Oh, good Lord. Hi, Brian. Thank you so much for for co-hosting tonight and for a couple more nights so that I get a short day, and I appreciate it so much. I have gotten things done that have been put off for a while.
Well, I am happy to do it. I am at my hotel room in Greenville, South Carolina. Just got some time on my hands, so I was happy to come in and fill this role. So yeah, absolutely. It's been definitely a pleasure hosting everybody, and I appreciate what we have. 100, almost 200 people in here, and you guys could be doing anything with your time, but you're choosing it to spend it with us, and so we appreciate that. We appreciate your support of Ukraine. We appreciate your support of this space because it matters. just by being here, you're supporting Ukraine. Whether you're just here in this space, whether you're asking questions, whether you're taking information you learned here and cascading it to people in your personal lives or your business colleagues, people in your church. This is it's all important, and I throughout this time I've been very conscious about that I will be asked probably someday by my grandchildren, what did I do? What was it like during the Ukraine invasion? What was it like? And how did we respond? And definitely, and one of the things I'll say is that part of the reason why I'm here is that I don't want to have to send my son, who is 14. I don't want to have to send him to go fight World War III in Europe in 2028 because we were too stupid to not have learned our lesson from 2 world wars, a Cold War, and 120 years of history. So we're not gonna do that again. This time we're gonna nip this crap in the bud before it metastasizes. So with that, I will take my leave and leave you in the capable hands of Mockers and Prince Heather. They'll take good care of you as they take it from here. And Slava Ukraine.
Slava, thank you. And let's see if I'm a little afraid to ask, but what I am going to bring up and what I am going to say really quick here. Thank you again, Brian and Hirom Slava. And what I am going to say is I had somebody, I was talking to somebody yesterday, and I had a very, very sincere question. How do you co-hosts manage to go to the bathroom when you co-host for that long in a row?
Quickly.
And quickly is the answer. Quickly, coordinated, and you really get to know how long certain speakers are going to speak. There were a couple of times yesterday when I was co-hosting with Will, when I was able to go to the bathroom, drive around the walk around the house a bit, get myself a cold refreshment, and get back into my seat at my chair, and he still kept on going for about 5 minutes. So if I'm co-hosted with Will, you can pretty much guarantee you're gonna get an opportunity to go to the bathroom without even thinking twice. Other people, it just all depends, but you get to know speakers, you get to know co-hosts, and sometimes just say, I'm heading to the loo. Take it, man. And that's how it goes.
In my defense, that was all high quality gear.
Yeah, of course. And then there are some times when you are sitting on the loo and somebody says, so what do you think, Heather? And you're like, I think that's an absolutely fabulous thing. And then you mute yourself again and finish going to the bathroom. And it happens. I think it has happened to just about every co-host when somebody has tried to talk to you while you're sitting on the loo. And you just figure it out.
I'll be honest, Prince. I had a good one yesterday. Right? I literally said, I'm just going to hand over to you for a couple of minutes, right? Which is my code for I really, really need a wee. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
That's code for I'm desperate for a week, folks. You've got to talk for a moment. Right. So I did that. And you know what I got back?
What?
A question. A direct question. And I was like,
that's always
hang about. I've just given you the code for I need a wee. What are you doing?
Well, some of us are a little thick in our defense.
Oh, honestly. Anyway, it made me laugh. I was just like, what? I've given you the code, surely.
I remember one time that I knew I had to make a trip, and I sent a message in the background saying, you're gonna have to cover for a minute, I'll be right back. I didn't explicitly say I was going to the bathroom, but that's where I was heading. And the person hadn't read the message, and just as I was walking to the bathroom with my legs crossed, they said, So Heather, what do you think? And I'm like, you're going to have to take this for now. I will get back to you in just a moment. Yeah, it was every now and then. You just, yeah. And then, we have had flushes on air. And these things happen. But I don't think anybody has ever done what was that stupid guy who was running for president's name?
Vivek, Mr. Smarmy.
Yeah, Mr. Smommy. Nobody, I don't think, has ever pulled a Mr. Smommy. Except for Mockers made me laugh last night. I do have to say that. But yes.
Was that the incidental hot mic moment?
Yes, it was the incidental hot mic moment. Yes, it was the incidental hot mic moment, and I got a good laugh out of that. And thank God you and I are still, still have the sense of humor of pubescent boys, because I may be in my mid 50s.
Don't mind me. I was just muting everyone for no reason. Carry on. Now she can't unmute, of course, because she's just been
No,
made
I
into
can.
co-host. So there you are. Carry on.
There I am. I was talking to a muted mic. I may be hitting the upper 50s here soon, and you are rounding the corner towards 50. But we have not lost our prepubescent boy charm and sense of humor. Did you see the really good poo fountain today too?
Oh, I didn't. You haven't sent it me. I'm hurt. I spent last night gaming because I just needed to, just have a complete brain cleanse. And yeah, so I had a brain cleanse with some killing of demons. That was fun. Now then, I'm just loving this. The Moscow Times have reported that Russia has unilaterally decided to redraw the maritime borders with Lithuania and Finland in the Baltic Sea area, and also the Gulf east of Gulf of Finland. Oh, as well as near some cities in the Kaliningrad region and its internal seawaters. So basically, they've just said, we own this now. Now, I ain't being funny, but they are taking the airfitting wee out of the lot of us at this point. What we're going to do, we're just going to let them have it. We're just going to let them have it, aren't we? We're just going to stand back and go, oh, it's a bit of a bully. I hope not. We better not, because they're trying to now not only take on what's it called? Oh, yeah, no, they're not only taking land, they want to take the sea space as well. Bunch of little shizers. So anyway, sorry, just catching up on some news at the same time. But yeah, anyway, the absolute little thieving doodahs, get your hands off anything that isn't yours at this point. And, this is part of them using this GPS thing, that they're making some of the water sort of untenable as well. And then they're like, oh, by the way, that's ours. I think not. I think not, folks. For every child?
I don't know if this is kosher or not, so I'm just going to say it in a very vague way, but there's 3 soldiers that are going to the front lines in 2 days that need helmets, and I don't know if anybody has a fund for something that quick.
Unlikely, every child, I'll be honest. If they need helmets and they're going to the front, they will be given them. They won't send them without them. This is the 21st century. But yeah, if they're going to the front and they need helmets, they definitely won't be sent without them, because they won't be allowed to send them without them. So I would say, trust in the armed forces of Ukraine. If somebody is asking you to stump up money quickly for them, don't, is the answer. Because, when somebody puts you under a time pressure like that, guaranteed they're trying to get past your critical thinking skills so that you will just hand them over money. So yeah, just be careful about that sort of thing. Yeah, I would say any guy going to the front will not be sent without a helmet for every child.
I hear you. This is somebody that's trusted in the space, but I do hear you that helmets will be assigned. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, they may not have the best ones, you know. They probably want the I think they're called fastback or something like that, fast helmets anyway, whatever they are, because they have a load of bits and bobs that, you know, can easily attach attachments, if you know what I mean. They're the ones that they prefer because they're actually useful, whereas the other ones will just, you know, protect your head. So I get why they're asking for better stuff, but they won't go without. So, oh, on some networks here, the head of Iranian intelligence was found dead yesterday.
Dun dun dun.
It seems they've got a few problems. You heard that, did you?
I heard that actually last night around this time. I heard that he was found with like 7 bullet holes in him, and someone wondered if there's some kind of purge happening. And I didn't hear any more about it until now, and I assume it's the same guy that I heard was killed yesterday. But yeah, it makes you kind of wonder: are they going to end up with some internal problems? And I personally am going to keep an eye on this. I believe today is also the day of the funeral, and I don't know if Putin's already taken that flight or not, but I'm waiting to hear him just praying for a crash.
Well, these things do happen, don't they? Now, I actually think that it's it's catching this issue, and I've got some stuff to talk about this morning because I actually did a little bit of research last night about what new defence minister doing. Yes, and I will tell you about that very shortly because you know what I think the defence minister is doing. He's a placeholder for the next guy. And the reason is because this fella is allowed to fail. And, well, I'll tell you why I got to that conclusion. But first, my loves, you know, you've got to do some retweeting because I've got some numbers and I won't read them out until you've done that. So, you know, get on with your jobs, folks, and join me in the retweeting. I'll even do it myself, you know, just to show you that I'm that kind of girl, woman of my word and all that. So what will I put here? Ooh, whoa. And booms. There we go. Because that's what's coming. Whoa, and perhaps a few booms. So, I'm just looking at Harkiv. What an absolute effing. And I would also like to point out that people are already denying the fact that Russians have killed people in Volchansk. Well, I can assure you they have. Remember the Russian aircraft that ran over a technician the other day on the runway? I don't know if you were here when we talked about it.
Oh no, I did not hear that, but that is hilarious. Sorry.
Well, he won't be going off to the war, this guy, because he's just lost his leg. Yeah, they had to amputate his leg.
He can still fight with one leg.
Well, he can. He just can't run very fast. So, yeah, this happened on May the 19th in the morning. A Ural Airlines hit a technician. Now, I thought it was, you know, more frightening, like to ride upon a Russian aircraft, but apparently just being near one is, you know, dangerous enough. Yeah, just saying. If you go anywhere near a Russian aircraft, be ready. Be ready for them to jump out and cause you damage. Because yeah, apparently you don't even need to get on one now. They're just dangerous in general. And obviously, if you can't fly one or you can't taxi one without running over some poor bod, then well, you know, maybe you shouldn't be flying at all. Excuse me. I'm now going to cough my head off. 1 second. Okay, just didn't want to do that in your ear. Right. So, oh, I tell you what, we've got a lot of this flipping, ooh, Ukraine isn't holding elections narrative coming up again. I have noticed that. Can I just point out that Putin has been the effective czar of Russia for how many years? Just 22 years? Just 22. Yeah, just 22. So take that narrative, roll it up tight, and stick it where the sun don't shine. So yeah, if you see that narrative, just 22 years. Yeah, I know. Shocking, isn't it? 22. So Finland is thinking about abandoning the Russian rail gauge. Now, remember how this was a big thing in Ukraine. That the Russian rail gauge is slightly bigger than the European rail gauge, you know, because they're all about size. Indeed, big size queens and all that. So anyway, so that is been a problem for Ukraine receiving some stuff via rail, and they had to actually fund new projects to provide the European rail gauge. So there is a sort of a bit of a mismatch in Ukraine in some areas, I would think, but in areas where they need to ship stuff faster to the EU, they have installed some of these European rail gauges. Sorry, keeping the things in the right order in my head. So let's provide a little bit of perspective. Finland have been thinking about this for some time, and now they've joined NATO. They kind of feel like it might be the right sort of time to implement this sort of thing. So, excuse me, coffee. So, sorry, I'm trying not to start hiccuping, and my body is not necessarily agreeing with me. So, I want to provide a little bit of perspective. First of all, Finland did think about it before. They're still thinking about it. And so this is not the first time. Now, it would absolutely be a massively expensive and large project, but let's look at why they might do it. You see, many big projects get the funding they might normally get when they're justified as necessary for national defence. And, well, we can see what's happened in Ukraine with the rail gauges and how Russia was very happy to use Ukraine's rail to attack them. And obviously still is in some places. So, let me just see. What happens is, when you make it a national defence issue, funnily enough, money suddenly drops from the heavens, especially in places like Finland, because let's face it, they're pretty well prepared for all eventualities, I would say. Now, some defence funds can also be used to allocate towards it and help construct it. And in this case, they could indeed argue that it is absolutely vital to their defence. And some of the 2% GDP defence spending commitment could even be used on this project because it is for their defence. You see, railways, as we know, are a fast and inexpensive way to move a lot of stuff around, especially equipment and supplies. So Switching gauges for Finland would completely deny access to Russia for any future or possible planned invasion. So that's obviously, it would just cut some of those legs off. And it would also, because the rest of NATO does have this gauge as well, it would speed up all the, deliveries and transfers within NATO. So basically, in the event of an attack, Russia wouldn't be able to use their train lines, and we would. And it would mean that I say we, right? When I say we, I mean NATO. NATO would, sorry. I'm all like, I'm best buds with all those guys, Sorry. So it would mean that NATO would be able to turn up an awful lot faster in order to help them. Now, with Finland joining NATO after staying out for so long, this is not a temporary decision for them. You know what? There's one thing about the people of Finland. They don't tend to razz off doing crazy things unless it's with music. Most of the time they are quite measured, even-tempered, terribly sensible, and, they go wild with their music, and that's great. So, of course, this sort of thing, being ultra super duper sensible, will really appeal to them, I would think, as well. So now they've joined NATO. It's not a temporary move. And this is a long-term and large project. But you know what? Finland can do it because they're going to be members of NATO now for ad infinitum. So sometimes you do need to think in the long term. And sometimes these big projects are really good for your country. They help you modernize and be better in the future. So a lot of people, people believe that there is ways to bargain out of situations, and or that they're shocked that you can bargain your way out of situations. People don't like change, basically, is what I'm trying to say here. People don't like change. One example is believing that there is some way to bargain with Russia within Ukraine. That there's a way to exchange land for peace, which is absolute bull crap. And I will tell you now, that option does not exist. As per Russian propagandist Dmitry Stechin, those who do not want to live with us in Europe will be shot. I wouldn't call that a strong negotiating position for the people on the other end of that gun. And that's what life in occupied territory is like. So how can anyone ask Ukraine to leave their citizens to this fate of being treated like just horrendously? If they're not already being tortured, being shot just for not wanting to be part of Russia. And don't tell me it hasn't happened. So if given the opportunity to continue, Russia will eventually attack Finland. Because, well, you see, there's one thing we can trust Russia is to be a terribly untrustworthy neighbour. So they'll have to spend money anyway, either when they're attacked or now. And, planning ahead sounds like a good plan, doesn't it? So if given the opportunity to continue, Russia will just continue. So when we're thinking about financial costs, have a little look at what it's going to cost, or what it costs to replace Bucha, for example. And I don't say replace, like rebuild. Rebuild some of the places in Bucha. And I can guarantee you that not all of that place is perfectly rebuilt by now. And some of those places, they've had to build new stuff because, well, there's nothing more that you can build there but a memorial, because nobody's going to want to live in that land after what's happened there. So Anyway, unless you want that, just think about how much that would cost. I think the cost of preventing that, you could say, I'd be willing to pay a big bill to prevent that shit. So, you know which one you'd choose. And by making it much more difficult to invade you, it also provides a huge deterrent because it'd just be loads of trouble, wouldn't it? So another thing to point out is that Russia already thinks in decades, right? They think in the here and now. They think in just a little bit machinations, what are going to happen just in the near future, and way ahead. The consequences bit, they just ignore the bit in the middle. But could Finland just remove the track that connects it to Russia? Seems like a cheap idea, yeah? But all Russia would need to do is move in far enough to get where the track begins again and just rebuild the section. And they're very good at rebuilding rail super duper fast as well, you may have noticed. So, gauge changing trains and rail cars exist. Can't we just use those? Yes, you can, but you have to go through a gauge changing system, which slows everything down, as Russia have. And Kazakhstan, I believe, are currently one of the places where they have to do a lot of swapping over from one gauge to another. So, the equipment that allows the wheels to be one or the other adds loads of extra weight. Increased weight means increased fuel needed to move the load. Not only increased fuel costs, but in war, fuel is a strategic reserve and you would want to conserve it. And even so, let's not spend fuel where we don't need to. Let's buy the lightweight stuff that works properly. So, yeah, considering the added weight, it would be more cost effective just to buy new freight cars, basically. And to be fair, the gauge changing and stuff adds so much more hassle. It would just be easier to transload. In fact, some places have found that they're not going to bother and they're just going to load from one to the other, just swap the stuff from one rail car to the other, because that is actually faster than fannying about changing the gauge. Would you believe? So, would gauge changing cars even be available? Because, well, there's some, and it's possible. But remember, dragging the extra gauge changing capability is much heavier and much more expensive to operate. And you wouldn't do that unless you had to, yeah? Now then, looking at the map of gauge systems of railways, it is not only Finland that has this problem. There are a number of other countries who also would benefit perhaps from not being on the same rail gauge as Russia. It's important to consider the variations of terrain in Finland versus the Baltics. Well, somebody's been looking at Finland and said, if they're considering changing the gauge, they should do it and they should do all of it. None of this being half pregnant. Do it and get it done. And as long as Russia exists, that is actually a really good idea for their safety in the future. And there are projects for improving infrastructure in 3 other areas via the 3 Cs initiative, you'll be glad to know, including the construction of a north to south highway. The other thing to consider is whether, if at war with Russia or a certain Iron Curtain type situation, would be enough to demand the support and manufacture and supply of equipment like rail cars and locomotives if it's not much used. What does that mean? Oh, well, if all trade was cut off from Belarus and Russia, would there be disadvantages to continuing to produce that equipment to be used only in small locations when practically everyone else you're allied with is standardized on the European gauge. Exactly. There's a really good reason why rail gauging in Finland, it would be worth changing it. And the closer and more physically interconnected NATO countries become, or Europe even, the harder for Russia it is to wage war effectively on them because they're together. And try and, like, put wedges in between them, try and reverse the fall of the USSR, occupy the territory again as it was before. They can't do that stuff as easily because they can't just roll in. So these are the reasons why Finland might choose to move forward with the project. I mean, obviously, it's still their decision. They haven't made it yet. But there are a number of really good reasons why they should. Last Sniper, hello.
Hello, good morning. I just wanted to come back to this topic regarding Russia announcing some border movements and so on. And the Finnish foreign minister had, I also posted in your DMs this Twitter statement from her. And Ms. Elina Valtonen says that following, I translate on the fly, so I hope it will go okay. According to media information, Russia is possibly redefining the or adjusting the maritime borders in the Baltic Sea, and the Foreign Ministry is clarifying the details. According to UN's Naval Rights General Agreement, I guess it's called something like that. This contains the definition criteria, how the borders are defined in naval areas, and also regarding their readjusting. We go from the assumption that as a party of this treaty, Russia will also act according to that. It is to remember that also causing confusion is hybrid warfare, and Finland does not get confused, period. That's what she says. I think that's pretty well said.
Aye, absolutely. And yeah, well, protection of Finland, I would say, yeah, you'd be finding that quite important. Sorry, I'm finding a few things funny because of what I read yesterday. So let us do the numbers, and then I will deal with the whoa, what's going to happen with the Russian offensive. It's going to fail. I'm pretty sure now they're setting up for an expected failure. So numbers. Yes. Let's have a little find of those. Sorry.
If I still can add, especially I like the last sentence, that the last three words, Finland doesn't get confused. So I think that expresses our stance quite well. Like there are the regulations say that the Russians say that they would hand in these suggestions possibly to UN in 2000, and they would come into force in 2025 perhaps. But depends on if they are redefined according to regulations. Of course, there's nothing to say about it. If UN says that the Russians have measured correctly and so on, then so be it. But but basically, I think that this addendum, which she added in the end, that we should keep in mind that also causing confusion is hybrid warfare and so on. And Finland doesn't get confused. I think that's pretty much in the core of it right now. Sorry for coming back again. So.
Oh, you're all right, Life Sniper. Always welcome. And yes, you're absolutely right. It is just another form of hybrid warfare. Because, if they want, if you give them anything, they will rip your arm off. Even if you hold it out on a long stick, they'll still take your arm with it. So, yeah, you got to be a little bit extra careful with that shit. So, where was I? Oh, numbers. We have 496,000. 370. Ouch. An addition of 1,300 personnel, liquidated personnel today. Good. What I said yesterday about them slowing down a bit in a number of areas. Have a listen. So we have 6 tanks, 22 armoured personnel vehicles. Still not exactly a small number though, is it? 41 artillery systems. Still doing very high numbers there. 1 anti-aircraft system. Just sneaking that one in. Crikey. 56 UAVs and 1 cruise missile. I think we can say right now that Russia doesn't seem to have a lack of UAVs. Certainly not the, Shahed type. 59 vehicles and fuel tanks. So again, very high numbers there. And 5 more special equipment. Just chugging away there, doing the business, and that's a lot of stuff again for the Russians to be losing, and all of those people as well. Just absolutely, just what a waste, what an absolute waste. But you know what? That's up to them, isn't it? That's what they want to do. Just pure genocide. Wherever Russia goes, death follows them, doesn't it? And I'll tell you what, North Korea doesn't tell Russia that they can only use their missiles inside Russia, do they? Just want to point that stuff out. Oh, by the way, I've already heard that the UK laser weapon has been handed to Ukraine, but it hasn't. I'm pretty sure it hasn't. Or at least if I see them using it, I'll be really, really happy. But other than that, yeah, I don't think so. Some people got very excited yesterday on the internet, and I saw 3 reports of it being handed over to them, and I was like, yeah, no. So one of our new things. We'll sit on that effort until we've perfected it to within an absolute point of perfection, and then we won't use it. Then we'll go, look what we have, and we'll sit on it and be proud. Yes, absolute idiots. By the way, while there's a war going on, would you believe Nova Poster manages to get a package from an actual war zone to the US in under a week? Just thought I would point that out. What an absolute amazing whatever. Just incredible work. Now then, I did some research last night. Oh yes, I did. Yeah, I know, even though I did spend most of the night gaming. And I've got a question for you, Prince, if you're there. I've got a
Where else
question
would
for
I
you.
be?
Just checking. I've got a question. Could the son of a colonel in the Russian army become a general? What do you think?
Could a son of a colonel in the Russian army become a general? Of course. Depends on well, yeah, they have enough
No.
money.
No, because
No.
the general has a son already.
Could the
You see,
Okay.
the general's going to put his son in that place. Nobody else's.
Oh, yes. Okay, there you go. Yes.
So it's a Soviet joke, and it's just a little lead-in to what's happened here.
Well, because my thought was, if they have enough money, sure. But then if they had enough money, why is the colonel already a general?
Exactly. He'd be higher up, wouldn't he? So, sorry, it's a little Soviet joke, and the answer is always no, because somebody else will always be above you in the queue. So, the defense minister, yes, this Belousov guy, who's an economist, right? I've seen all these reports of, he's going to come in, he's going to fix their economy, He's going to, try and make the war more efficient, and he's going to cut all the costs and cause the war machine to be more productive. Yeah? No. The answer is no, for many reasons. You see, you would think, as the defense minister, you have the largest power in Russia. You control the military, yes? Now, military men are trained from birth, basically, to follow orders. So, if you order them to attack Ukraine, they run off and attack Ukraine. You order them to attack Chechnya, off they go. What if you ordered them to attack the Kremlin? Just saying. Anyway, that's just a thought in my head. However, let us get on to the new guy, Belousov. Oh my God, something just crashed in the kitchen. Thanks, cats. So the new guy, Belousov, suddenly, he's come out of this economist position, and he's suddenly been getting his butt kissed, something terrible, right? So this man has been put in place, and all these people who didn't even know him previously are now making out that he's the man to fix everything. He's, he's going to get everybody efficient as possible. He's going to sort all these problems out because he's organized and he's into
He's
his
the Messiah.
Yes, that's right. He's the Messiah that's coming to help us. Now, this guy is actually a brilliant economic scientist, but he's not a military man. You know what he loves most of all, more than anything else? He loves planned economies, and he has spent his entire life in that effort. You see, planned economies are where the state controls everything. They must control everything. If anybody wants to just check in history how planned economies work, you might want to just see how the USSR fell apart. Oh, that's right. That's the very same thing that killed off the USSR. Just saying. Now, Belousov has always in the past favoured all these mega projects, right? So he liked to plan and approve mega projects. You know, all the ones where they stole all the money. So every single one of the projects that he's ever been involved with beginning has failed because they stole all the money out of it and either built something that wasn't suitable for the job or just didn't build it at all. So he's had these wild ideas that have never come to fruition. So nobody remembers him for any achievements because all of his achievements have been ruined by others. Now, he started advising Putin on the economy in 2008, right? When did the Russian economy stop growing? When did it begin stagnation? Oh, yes, that's right, in 2008. And has it happened to get any better since? No. In fact, there's been 16 years of stagnation. To be fair, if he was planted by Ukraine, he's doing a good job. So, now he's been given this massive amount of real power, but he's not up to it. He's never been the man for this job. So it seems crazy that he's in the job. But I'll explain. So he went to Parliament and he gave a talk as the new defence minister. And do you know what he talked about as the new defence minister? That's right, he talked about the economy. Why? Because he's an economist. He did not give a defence minister speech at all. So he's been given the unenviable task of reorganising this massive mess. Why put an economist in charge? Well, there are a number of reasons. One of which is telling us that the economy is in big, big trouble. You see, they wouldn't be cutting costs anywhere if they didn't have to. And they've been cutting costs not only in, regular stuff, but also in some of the major building industries, some of which support the armed force. So, cutting costs, how are you going to do that? Well, this is proof that the economy is free falling. Otherwise, they wouldn't be considering cutting any costs from the manufacture of their war machine. So how would he do it? I suppose the first thing he would do is he would go to the weapons factories, yeah? He would speak to all the bigwigs there and he would review the budgets and the targets. Now, as an economist, he's been put in place to demand lower prices, starting with probably the largest companies and, then going down the line. Make more, make faster for lower prices. And remember how Russia demands things that they can't possibly achieve? Well, this is one of them, because there's a guy, he's called Sergei Chemtsov. Sergei Chemtsov. Have you heard of Chemtsov, Will?
No.
Well, let me tell you who Sergei Chemtsov is. Sergei Chemtsov is one of Putin's very good friends. And I do mean very good friends. Back in Berlin, these guys used to live next door to one another in the KGB apartment buildings. And apparently, they spent a lot of time hanging out. For whatever reason, I don't know. But both, obviously, the KGB spies going back to the KGB HQ in Berlin. And so you can imagine that he is a right good friend of Putin. Such a good friend that Putin gave Chemtsov everything. What do you mean? What do you mean, everything? Well, he gave him Rostec. Rostec makes these things: Su-31s, MiG-29s, IL transport aircraft, Tu bombers, nearly every tank, trucks, APCs, vaccines, guns. Yes, that's right, they make Kalashnikovs. Energy equipment. I could go on, but you see what I mean? They make everything that's required for the war. And I do mean everything. Now, Chemtsov is not one to be bullied by anybody, as you might imagine. He has quite a lot of power. So what the heck does Belousov do? He knows this guy supplies 80% of everything to the war, right? They employ 590,000 employees, and 1/3 of all military spending goes to Rostec. So they are somebody to definitely be reckoned with. And Sergei Chemtsov is not to be bullied. In fact, so much so that he decided that he would come out on the attack first, seeing what Belousov was planning to do. So, Sergei Chemtsov, the reason you don't know his name, Will, is because he's one of these shadow figures, and he's always been happy to sit in the background and just line his pockets and live his wonderful life. But he's also very, very powerful. And he gave an interview recently, which is unheard of. It may be one of the only interviews he's ever given. And as you can imagine, it was highly, highly promoted because he has lots of friends in the media industry, and Putin, obviously. So it was highly promoted to make sure that everybody who was in the know, everybody who was anybody, made sure they saw this. And he gave this interview to a very large publication. And he went on to say, Rostec production has decreased due to the fact that we've been holding up the war for 2 years. You see, it's very expensive. And we've had some terrible problems because when the state defense order is given to us, we work that defense order for either no profit or even sometimes at a loss. And of course, I intend to speak to the new defense minister about how we're going to be able to continue to supply the war in the future. Now, that sounds reasonable, but doesn't it? But basically, he's just turned around to Belousov and said, don't even think about asking me to lower my prices. In fact, I'm thinking of raising them. So don't take me on, you little weasel, is what he's saying. Now, like I say, he's an old KGB agent. He has a lot of support. And guess what Rostec also has? They have their own private army. Of course they do. So one of the things has been noted that this Chemtsov guy, he seems to have gained an awful lot of power recently. In fact, his previous employees have started to gain government positions. For example, the Industry and Trade Minister, the guy who would give money to big project funding, yeah, he's Belousov's man. He's his man. And also, the guy, no, not Belousov, the other guy, Chemtsov. He's Chemtsov's guy, right? So Chemtsov's got like a team around him. So that guy's been put into big project funding. And Belousov's old job as economy minister or whatever, that's been taken by another of Sergei Chemtsov's men. So, as you can see, Chemtsov has a team around him, a team of buddies. And Putin has been an absolute git to Belousov. He's not put a team in place with him. He has literally stood him out there on his own to dry. Because people like Shoigu, for example, right? Shoigu, he's got a team of buddies, right? Throughout his entire life, he's greased all the right palms, he's made friends with all the right military men, and he's got a lot of support. So there is no way the ship can go down with Shoigu taking the blame. And do you know why? Because Shoigu knows where all the bodies are buried. And his people around him are such that if he was to be disappeared, it would be much more difficult for Putin just to paper that over. So here we go. Belousov, the new defense minister, is now in a position where he doesn't have a team, he doesn't have any clout, he doesn't have any way to pressure Chemtsov, who is pretty much telling him, you're going to pay me more, dude, never mind making savings, F you. And he's got no possibility of making any military decisions because none of the military guys will listen to him because he's an economist. He's been hung out to dry. He really has. He's out there on his own with no possibility of fixing the problem. This poor guy is just going to lose his mind at some point. I wouldn't be surprised if he shoots himself or with assistance at some point, you know, but he's not going to gain any respect from anyone. He's got no respect from the military. And the guys in the upper brass don't know him. He's not a military guy. Because he's an economist, he's never needed a team of big, you know, helpful friends. Because he's been doing this lowly job for, well, you know, this basically ignored job for trying to pretend the economy's okay for so long. That, yeah, he's, well, he's like toothless, defenseless. Wouldn't he be the perfect person to blame for the failure of the army? He really would be one of those people. I'm just going to say that if you want to come up as a speaker, you probably need to have a different thing written in your bio. Thank you. Sorry. It was rude. Rude. Now then, Shoigu's team is being taken down, though, isn't it? He is being effectively neutered. But he was too much of a strong man to stay in the defense minister's position and take all the blame. If he'd have taken all the blame, he'd have taken other people down with him. Because, like I said, he knows where the bodies are buried. Probably literally as well. So, remember his friends, the money men, Ivanov and Kuznetsov, those two guys that got arrested, well, they were cleared out and arrested because, again, those two know where the money is. They know where all the secrets are. In fact, they know far too many state secrets. So ousting them from their jobs, well, they had to be arrested or murdered. There was no other way. Because, there's no guarantee of them being loyal now. They've been kicked out of their positions. So that's why they found themselves arrested. The awful thing, though, for Ivanov is not only has he been arrested, but his entire family are missing. And I do mean from the second he was arrested, his wife, his family, his cousins even, and their families all disappeared. God knows where. Don't know where they've gone. But it's just like him and his entire family were wiped off the earth, and he's the only one left, and he's in prison. And it all seems very suspicious anyway. So obviously he was used as an example for others, basically. So soon after that, everybody else who worked for Shoigu decided to just resign, because I'll tell you what, I have the job. It's not worth my entire family going missing, including my cousins. And what that shows is that, well, it shows the people who remain that their army is leaderless. They've had their head cut off. So all the generals that remain, it's amazing that they're still actually making decisions and keeping the offensive going, because they've basically been shown that they are leaderless by what's happened here. All of the key positions have been cleaned out, and people are now fighting for those key positions. Internally, there is a lot of machination, shall we say. You know what it's like. So, who's going to lead the army? Who? It's not going to be Belousov, is it? He's a bloody economist. He's here to sort out the economy. So who's giving the rule? Who's giving the orders? Gerasimov from God knows where. Where's he? I have a feeling this is why Surovikin has started to be sort of revived, because they do kind of need somebody in a position to tell the army what to do. It would help, wouldn't it? Anyway, as you can imagine, the armed forces, the guys at the bottom are still sort of doing their jobs. The guys in the middle are just pretending everything's still okay. And the guys just above them are in absolute chaos. So we will expect more arrests. Oh, what was that I spotted yesterday? Did our friend Popov get himself arrested? Yes, he did. Funny that. And basically, there will be a lot more tea and windows for generals, because they're fighting for the positions, for the money stream that comes to them in those positions. Does that make sense?
Yes, it completely makes sense.
So I was not surprised at all to see our friend Popov get himself arrested. It was only a matter of time, really. I'm surprised yet that he's managed to keep his head above water, because basically he was chucked out of Ukraine for being too concerned about his men and telling the truth. And gosh, you're not allowed to tell the truth, are you? So apparently he was packed off to Africa to do some little like menial type things, and then now he's being arrested, and this is so he poses no further threat, because unfortunately for him, his army dudes really liked him and respected him and looked up to him, and actually made a video saying, if you hurt this guy, we will revolt, every last one of us, because he was nice to us and all the other generals are horrible. So, sometimes there is, some good that comes back to you from being nice to people. But of course, they've left it so long now. It's been about a year or so. So, of course, he's not as important now to the people on the ground. Probably a lot of those people have died by now anyway. So, it's not going to cause the same uproar at this point. And it's the perfect time to start reeling in these problems. So there you go. Popov has popped off. And I can guarantee you he is not going to be having a nice day. There's a little roundup here from Konstantin from inside Russia. So, saying he was fired last July, right after his public speech telling the truth, and sent to Syria. Oh, it was Syria for a minor job. Now then, he would have been arrested there and then, was it not for his regiments. The soldiers filmed the speech threatening another mutiny if their general was harmed, so he was left alone. But these things are never forgotten, and certainly Putin is not one to forgive. So almost 1 year later, he's been arrested on theft charges. Most likely, he is one of the ones who is much feared by the leadership because he was good at his job, and he actually cared for the people that worked for him as soldiers. He needed to be made an example of. So he was pushed away by the leadership, isolated, sent on a sort of punishment job, and now he'll be made an example of. So if you're a Russian general, you can't just go against the party line and start speaking the truth. What kind of example is that to others? So if they all started speaking the truth, where on earth would that lead to? They're already in turmoil. But we shouldn't feel sorry for Popov. Just make your popcorn and enjoy the show. So there you go. That was his take on Popov. But can you see how the army is being set up to fail? And I don't think that's being done without a purpose. I think Shoigu has been moved out of that position so that there is somebody who could be put in as a fall guy, take all the blame, and it's not so important to the clans and the people in power, because Belousov is a very unimportant person, or at least he was, until he was made the most powerful. Except he's not, because all the powerful people around him who are well established just won't play ball with him. So he's not going to fix the war economy at all. In fact, if anything, he's being put in position so that when it all falls down, he can take the blame. So there you go. That is why I feel the Russian army will at some point collapse in incredible fashion. Did you like my story?
I always like your stories, mockers. I always like your stories. Who doesn't like a good mocker story? I mean, mockers, you made it into the Daily Fella.
Oh, no. Well, you see, I like to find these funny stories, and that's the second time now the Daily Fella has asked for a little intro to where I found that information. So, yes, I'm very proud that I'm helping to provide them with content as well, because, I like to bring these laughable things to us, and it's something that it keeps me going, that the crazy absurdness of everything kind of keeps me going, because I see the horror and the terror and just what's going on every day in Ukraine, and I have to find a way to cope with it. And you know what? In all these terrible situations, if something terrible happens right next to me, for example, I'll jump in and I'll try and help, but I will be grinning and giggling because I am that person. I can't help it. And in fact, it's almost like automatic. I had a friend lose a leg in a car accident. And what I said to them at the time was, this is not a good way to lose weight. And yeah, exactly. It actually, they laughed, even though they were in masses of pain and ambulance and all that. It was a motorbike accident. He found that funny because it kind of was. But probably not the most appropriate time to say it. But I tell you what, it stopped him from being in pain for a second.
Yes, absolutely. And I have to tell you one thing that, when I asked my mom if I could start calling grandma Peg because she lost a leg, I got shut down fast.
Oh, well, guy was my neighbour, and he had a car accident well, no, a motorbike accident outside the house and lost his leg. But yeah, of all the things to
Yeah.
say to him, it just came out my mouth
Yeah.
without even thinking. Well, this is a terrible way to lose weight, and you just think, oh, that was really heartless of me. But no, that is just who
No,
I am in a crisis.
no. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I get it. Yeah.
So I bring that same level of humour here because there's a crisis going on, folks. Ukrainian lives matter. Hello, my lovely.
Hello, I happen to have been writing you a DM as you wrapped up the story, and I'm feeling chatty today, but I'm alone. So sometimes I get in these moods, as you may know. But I have thought since since I very started hearing you, that if I had a radio station, I would recruit you, because part of the reason you have to go on and nobody has anything to say, in my opinion, is because you are so fun to listen to. You're delightful. You've got a nice voice, a great cadence, great inflection, word choices, subject matter, delivery, and so on and so forth. I feel like you missed your calling. So I just saved me the trouble of writing a DM. But I think I just really appreciate what you do, and I think that your talent is wasted doing bureaucratic type work. I've done it myself, working for the state and stuff. We have to make a living. But yeah, just wanted to say that I just think I think you're great. I think you're a great co-host, and that's it for so many reasons. And that's it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, bless you, my love. I'm here like blushing and everything. That's so sweet. You know what? If anybody knows of a radio show or any audiobooks or anything like that, I'm quite happy to consider a new job role at this point, because yes, being a bureaucrat for the council, it doesn't give me the joy that it used to give me, I'll be honest. I've got too many other things that I care for these days. So thank you very much. And, I really should look into that. Now then, do you remember me telling you about all the elevator failures in Russia? Because I've not done with my tales of woe today. Oh, no.
Well, we do love the tales of woe, and tales of woe regarding elevators have got to be absolutely the best.
Well, you see, they haven't put any money aside to repair any elevators, and
I'm
all these.
shocked.
I know all these buildings that have. Go on.
I don't think you were here when, I like to talk to Yana about Bratislava, Czechoslovakia, because, well, it was Czechoslovakia in 1989 when I was there. And, we came to this conclusion, I think. The hotel we stayed in, they told us, this was 1989, before the revolution in Czechoslovakia, and it was still a communist country. And it was still a very, very closed country. We had a curfew. We had to hand in our passports, the whole 9 yards. Yeah. Anyway, so when we got to this hotel, nice hotel that we stayed in, by the way, I learned all about bidets, that they can clean the ceiling. But when we got there, they told us something very important. They sat us very carefully down and said, now, these elevators are dangerous. Use them to go up and down into your room. But if you see somebody like that's about to get to the elevator and the elevator door is closing, don't stick your arm in the door, because these elevators don't open again like the ones they did, that like the ones at home. when you stick your hand inside in an elevator door, it'll open up again, right? These will just continue to close, and it will not be fun and will not be pretty. So they told us that. Well, Yana doesn't remember anything like that. So what we decided and what we figured is that these old Soviet elevators at this point were so broken down, and that was a problem with them, that nobody took the time and nobody put the money aside to fix. So how to it was the how to lose an arm in an elevator story. And yeah, but that was the conclusion Yana and I came to. So it doesn't surprise me that how many years later Russia is not fixing their elevators. What we called them suicide doors.
Well, yeah, indeed. This time, an electrician was brought in to try and fix an elevator. He was electrocuted and then died after falling down the elevator shaft. So,
Sorry. I shouldn't laugh, but that's funny.
kind of is. I guess the electrician was not practicing safe work, is all I can say. Yeah, just whatever. So it's becoming a real problem, really, for them. Now, apparently, this is optimism. That's right. The first assessments of the sector's situation in May, however, don't really give reason for optimism. There is a noticeable decrease in industrial optimism because industry is losing demand. So, the first estimates of the survey indicator of the industrial optimism in May 24, made by the Institute of National Economic Forecasting of the Russian Academy of Scientists, previously carried out by an institute called GAIDAR, I think, or GAIDAR, 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 maybe. Anyway, they record a noticeable decrease in the indicators in May. So, there is, phrases that people use when referring to economies, such as overheating or cooling, but they are generic definitions in the mind of what people actually mean. Well, it's difficult when it comes to Russia to use either of those words because, well, this is just in the extremes. So, Sergei Tushlo notes that it is difficult to unambiguously interpret the May estimates in finished product industries by enterprises in conditions of heating, overheating, cooling of the economy. You see, the balance of these estimates after 6 months of being in a modest plus went again into a minus. So from redundancy to insufficiency. The industry has again lost confidence in either its ability to provide sufficient supply or to maintain the same level of demand for its products. You see, their situation, well, they can't be sort of put side by side with the Western equivalents. Russia's current situation isn't even analogous to Russia in the past several years, pre-2020. Difficult to use that terminology, but it's just to be aware that things are definitely different in their economy. It's a very unique case, and it's also a sign that the sanctions are working because their economy is in some sort of free fall, and I don't think there's anything they can do to stop it. So, fun times, fun times. And this isn't going to help. Remember that migrant shortage, that labour shortage, sorry, just general labour shortage that they're having. Well, in the Leningrad region, Russia, more than 700 migrants were checked at the construction site near the Volkanskoye highway. A third of them were taken away by police. So there you go. You were having your road rebuilt, and now you're not. Well, let's just go into what their economy might be doing. You see, they sort of give off pyramid scheme energy right before things get exposed, and the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service of Russia issued a warning that due to the fact that the forecast of rising food prices made by the founder and CEO of the information and analytical agency Infoline, Ivan Fedyakov, was published in the media. Sorry. Remember how in December 23, they decided that they were going to prohibit any foreign researchers from researching food prices in Russia? I kind of felt like they had something to hide. And then they banned foreigners from analysing the Russian economy at all. Anyone think they were trying to hide really bad news? You know, like stop talking about eggs, for example. Anyway, the Anti-Monopoly Service issued a warning in connection with a public statement about rising food prices. Such forecasts were voiced in on May the 20th. So that's what he's bringing up on May the 20th. The media quoted a statement forecasting an increase in prices for the most popular and cheap products, the service said. And there was some sort of basically warning about telling the truth. So, yeah, this is basically a warning saying don't tell the truth about food prices going up. They explained in statements about the expected increase in prices may be perceived as an incentive for market participants to increase them, as well as promote rush demand from customers. All is well, folks. Don't panic. At the end of April, the FAS reported that more than 10,000 organisations had entered into agreements with regional authorities to stabilise product prices. Temporary agreements were put into force in 27 constituent entities of the Russian Federation. The list of goods that became the subject of the agreement includes types of meat, fish, chicken, eggs, vermicelli, rice, flour, butter, milk, tea, bread, sugar and salt, and certain categories of cereals, vegetables and fruit. Now, remember how we've been warning about Russian inflation? Didn't we say that messing with food was a really bad idea? Well, yes. They've squeezed the farmers. They've put pressure on companies to keep prices unreasonably low, which is actually unsustainable. And they nationalised a pasta company. They've messed with grocery shops, seized foreign property, angered international business communities. The list of examples continues. And remember, Russians are struggling with foreign companies they bought out because they can't meet any of their targets that they agreed to. And now they're getting more and more concerned that the government's just going to nationalise this stuff. And this is a recurring theme. They aren't fixing the root cause of any problems. No, they're just buying them off and burying them instead. Things might be bad now, but they're threatening the ones who actually are putting their hands up and saying, hey, things are bad, we need some help here. So rather than providing them with assistance, they've just issued a blanket threat, basically. You think it's bad now? Watch this space. It is a kind of, pyramid scheme, bit of a Wizard of Oz situation. Don't look behind the curtain. You will also note, remember we were talking about software yesterday and how they're really struggling to develop software? Well, the successes and difficulties of software import substitution were discussed at CIPR. I'm assuming that's their people who discuss that stuff. Now, Mushushtin guy, for some reason, at this meeting, had a massive photo of himself on the wall, looking down on everybody, and it was kind of terrifying. But anyway, it looked a little bit Wizard of Oz. So yeah, just wondering if that was on purpose or not. So, oh, I've done that one. Right, okay. I have another story here from an economist. Interesting tale, I'm told. So let's see what it is. This guy is called Igor Lipsitz, something like that. He's a Russian economist, and he's registered as a foreign agent by the Russian government. You know, that foreign agent law. Even though he's not foreign or an agent, he's just a Russian economist. Anyway, and he says this: what truth about the situation in Russia can be gleaned from the Forbes 23 billionaires ranking? Billionaire who more than doubled his assets to 3.2 billion is Sergei Studenikov, the owner of the red and white alcohol chain. I'm sorry. Only the booze producer is making more money. Now, it's no secret that people in Russia do like to consume their alcohol, don't they? And it would seem that people are drinking more and more. Alcohol consumption has been recorded at a record high for 7 years. So shares of alcohol producers are rising strongly. I'd just like to point out that while the consumption of alcohol is going up, the actual amount of people consuming that alcohol has gone down. Gosh. So they really have upped their game. Now, number 2, the owner of the store chain for the poor. Now, they tactfully call it a discount chain. It's called Traffic Light. He's Sergei Schneider. He entered a list of the dollar billionaires this year with a figure of $1.4 billion. This chain has been the fastest growing for the past few years, which is understandable because beggars and choosers. People have little money, but the problem is there are more and more people now who have less and less money. So these dollar stores or cheap shops are becoming more important in the market. The result on the scoreboard, what does this tell us? From an economist's point of view, I immediately see impoverished, increasingly heavily drinking Russians creating dollar billionaires for those on the top. And somebody's just suggested maybe it's Medvedev keeping the alcohol businesses running almost by himself. And it's very possible. But again, you see the continued degradation. It's not getting any better, is it? Oh, I found out what Popov was charged with. He was charged with theft of scrap metal. So there you go. That is obvious load of crap. He's, you know what? This is also having a dig at his reputation as well. They already had a dig at his reputation by sending a naked photo of his wife that she sent to Popov's brother, apparently.
No, that was Toplinsky. That was Toplinsky of the VDB.
Oh, was that Toplinsky? I thought it was this guy. Sorry, I forgot. Either way,
but they'll probably get Popov. They'll probably get Popov for both the taking of money from the scrap metal scheme and probably also colluding to generate too much scrap metal.
Yes, indeed. Somebody just asked me, did he take a turtle tank home? No, I don't think they existed when he was on the battlefield there, but that is a good point. Yes, you could take one of those with you. But yeah, apparently theft of scrap metal. I don't really buy it, you know. So yeah, just let's remember that that is absolutely nothing to do with him. It is very much to do with they want him arrested, and you know, theft. That shows that he's not such a good guy after all. Hey, it it is fun. It is fun. There's so much bad news coming out of Russia that I sort of I have to revel in it because well, otherwise I'd just be very, very sad. So shall we go for a wee fire? There are some warehouses burning in Makachkala, that place there. Can't imagine. Say cars, but when I look, well, the cars must have been parked next to the warehouse because the warehouse is definitely on fire too. Maybe the car set fire to the warehouse. I'm sure that's the cause and effect. I'm sure
Yeah,
that's what happened.
I'm sure that's it. I am positive that's what it is.
Also worth noting that this archpriest Andrei Tkachev, who said it, he's heavily supported by the Russian Orthodox Church. And
I'm shocked.
so, yeah, this particular guy as well says it is known that the Russian Orthodox Church. Oh no, sorry. The whole point is it is known that the Russian Orthodox Church propagates war. For example, this guy told everybody that he knows how to properly load a Grad MLRS system, and then he went into detail about how to launch the Grad MLRS system and how to cross yourself before it fires. So earlier, the same clergyman, nice guy he is, at a meeting with Orthodox youth.
Wait a minute. So
Yeah.
wait a minute. So how to cross yourself appropriately?
Yes, cross yourself appropriately before it fires. Yeah.
Okay, so did the guy go left right instead of right left?
I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention.
Because there is that difference, right? You know that, right? So like the Roman Catholics, they cross themselves left side first and then to the right side, and the Orthodox religions cross themselves right side first and then to the left side.
Well, every day's a school day. I did not know that. Just got to be
Yes.
different, haven't they?
Yeah, well, it's not just the Russian Orthodox Church. It is other Orthodox, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, which is considered an Orthodox church, also does it that way. So yeah,
Just little differences everywhere. I'm sure there's a reason
right.
for that as well. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm thinking perhaps the guy crossed himself incorrectly. He went left right instead of right left.
Oh well, maybe. Anyway, earlier, this same clergyman at a meeting with Orthodox youth stated how best to deal with women. And his actual statements are this: you need to break a woman over your knee, beat off the horns. Hold on. Oh, he also suggested washing off all the pornographic paint applied to her by modern civilization. In his opinion, if this is not done, the woman will command the man and turn him into a henpecked husband. He also proposed conducting raids on Moscow nightclubs and sending mature horses with dilated pupils to the front. I think he means anybody on drugs. Well, one priest did speak out against the war. Well, no, he didn't actually. He didn't actually speak out. All he did was refuse to read a war prayer. And he was defrocked for that. And guess who got his job? That's right, this guy. So that's why he's in his position. So he's telling the people of Belgorod that they need to pray a bit more, and they won't get bombed as much. Except for yesterday when they got bombed 3 times again, or the day before, in fact. Oops. So, meanwhile, in Belgorod, the head of Shebekino area was outraged by the townspeople who asked him to build shelters instead of flower beds. Because basically they've said that they're going to redevelop a certain area with some flower beds, and everybody went mad and said, why don't you build us some shelters instead? Why would you want bomb shelters in Belgorod? Don't be ridiculous, people. Why would you need that sort of thing? Yeah. So they're still, really not acknowledging the problem. I think that's part of it, Prince. They just don't want to acknowledge the problem. Oh,
Hey,
Will,
hey,
go ahead.
Mockers, he could add to that. They could do the flower beds, and then I hear there are some coffin-shaped park benches that are going begging in Moscow.
Oh, I saw those. I'm sure that's someone trolling. It must be. That's got to be like, a activist trolling in some way. I wonder when they turned up, whether they just turned up overnight. I bet you they did. Now, remember that inflation that I was talking about, and the fact that their economy is absolutely heft and all of that? Well, now they're thinking of planning further tax increases. I said this yesterday. Watch it. Taxes will go up, fines will go up, everything will go up in price because they need your money. They want your money out the mattress, basically. So they're going to find all sorts of ways to get hold of it. You see, Russian resources are not unlimited. And it's very much evidenced by Belousov's appointment. Like I said, if the economy wasn't in free fall, they wouldn't be bringing in an economist, would they? Another indication is Russia's contemplation of raising taxes again. So they're exploring substantial tax hikes to generate up to 4 billion rubles. That's 4 trillion rubles. That's 44 billion in freedom pounds. In response to the financial pressure stemming from, guess what? Their unfortunate war in Ukraine. So discussions include tax increases for corporate profits and high-earning individuals. They're thinking about taxing the rich. Oh my God. Putin plans to overhaul the tax system with proposed changes such as reducing the threshold for the highest personal income tax rate and raising it to 20% for incomes exceeding 5 million rubles, which will impact a much broader section of taxpayers. You see, the poor people at the bottom have run out of cash. So he's having to go up the ladder now. You know, all these billionaires who complain about paying their fair share in taxes? Well, in Russia, you've got a choice. You pay it or you pay it. So perhaps they shouldn't whine so much after all, eh? I mean, at least here they're able to, you know, tax haven themselves to ridiculousness and pay like $70 worth of taxes in a year, whereas the rest of us obviously pay every month, probably about that. So, you know, just saying, they're now finding themselves under the thumb. So, of course, what's happened is the war in Ukraine has resulted in a surge of wages having to be paid as recruitment intensifies, exacerbating the shortage of workers back home in the Russian economy. And, you know, these high wages that they promise, they do pay some of them. So, you know, some of it happens. It is a drain on their economy, but of course, this is also why they're not paying them. Well, one reason is the money man at the top has been ousted. So there's nobody up there sorting it out. That's not going to help, is it? Anyway, officials are expected to determine the price levels of tax increase during the summer. The beginning of the new presidential term is always seen by the government as a chance to implement some very unpopular reforms. And the financial pressure from military expenditure and international sanctions has necessitated the need to provide significant further revenue. And, well, you know what I'm going to say. They are fecked. Absolutely fecked. And that cheers me up. It really does. Because, well, we aren't supporting Ukraine hard enough, as far as I'm concerned. And so, you know, if Russia completely and utterly falls apart, that would be very helpful at this point. And I don't know what we're doing trying to prolong this war, but that's what we're doing. And it seems like a really bad idea to watch people die just to bleed Russia that little bit more slowly. Makes me want to vomit. Now then, the Russians are writing that 4 F-16 fighters from the Netherlands were deployed to Romania and Poland, and they're capable of carrying nuclear weapons. Our nuclear weapons exercises will take on a new meaning. But for real, there can be training on military infrastructure facilities in Poland, Romania, and in Ukraine. You know what? They're really crapping themselves about the use of F-16s. The sooner they turn up, the better, because jeepers creepers, I have never seen something take so damn long in my life. I mean, I'm 84 years old here. Or at least I feel it. Ruh. Oh, you'll be glad to know. There
You
has
are
been a
so
total... What?
I'm 84 years old here, she says. Good gracious, you are so
It's a meme. It's a meme somewhere about waiting for something for too long. But yeah.
Oh, that's freaking hilarious, though. It's freaking hilarious. I'm dying.
Yeah, well, I wish Ukrainians had F-16s 2 days ago, 2 weeks ago.
Well, we
years
all
ago.
do. We all do. What have I been saying for almost a year and a half? I have a
know.
dream.
They better be turning up soon. I'm going to be real mad if they don't.
It was on Martin
Don't know who
Luther
I'm going to
King
be mad
Day.
at.
Yes, it was on Martin Luther King Day in February of 2023, where I went off on the I have a dream that one day the F-16s will be flying over Ukraine. Oh, I have a dream that one day I will wake up and F-16s will be flying over Ukraine. And that is, you know, I still have that dream. I feel like it should be closer to reality, but I don't know where. It's still just a dream, and that just, yeah.
Well, one thing we can say is that the Netherlands announced yesterday that 10 Ukrainian pilots have fully graduated on the F-16, which tells you something, doesn't it? It tells you that they must be getting very close now. Oh, yes. And you know me, I can't wait because of this. There has been a takeoff of MiG-31K carrier of Kinzhal, full air alarm throughout Ukraine. So, yeah, there'll be much less of that when the F-16s turn up. For sure. Now then, here's something. Let me just see the latest version. So, after months of failed assaults, the Russian forces have actually managed to establish themselves in a small piece of territory, about 200 by 200 meters of the Canal sub-district of Chasiv Yar. However, that is still on the far side of the river, and they have blown up the bridges over the river there. So it would still be quite difficult for them to get a lot further in, but still. It's worth noting that it's not all going Ukraine's way at the moment, and we really need to continue to support them as much as possible. One thing I'm very happy about is seeing that the US has agreed to, well, they've started this 2-week, whatchamacallit, where they are every 2 weeks they're going to be putting together a new package, and it should be continuous flow of ammunition, basically, like you say, Will, XXX amount of bullets and ammunition for everything, and I'm sure hoping that that continues. Oh, and at the dog park in Odessa, the dogs are howling along with the air alarms. Nice. Now then, because there was no response to the blocking of GPS signals in the Baltic Sea, guess what? Russians are now doing it in Romania. So they're jamming systems in Romania and regions from somewhere in the Black Sea. And guess what? They're jamming signals right next to the NATO base there. And there is an article here about it, if it translates it for me. No, thank you. I don't want that. And I don't want that. Thank you. Oh, yes, it has. So, the Euro-Atlantic Centre report, Russia has launched new electronic warfare in Romania. So, Russia has already operated electronic warfare, active in the Baltics, and according to a report on May the 10th, the eastern area of Romania is now being affected. This has been announced by an official institution subordinate to the Romanian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Euro-Atlantic Centre for Resilience, a structure of expertise based in Bucharest, which operates in support of NATO, the European Union, and other international partners. So they've made a 44-page report, mainly talking about the danger being posed by the use of advanced electronic warfare capabilities developed by the Russian armed forces, representing a threat to global navigation systems, using advanced jamming and spoofing techniques to disrupt their operation. The authors claim that electronic warfare, which involves the use of electromagnetic signals to identify, intercept, and disrupt operations of the adversary, has now become a central element of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but they're also now using it to attack NATO states. That doesn't sound good, does it? So the document talks at length about advanced electronic warfare capabilities developed, including the use of the R330ZH, Boris Glebsk 2 and Zhitel systems to jam GPS signals and protect their own strategic infrastructure. So the report is called "How Dangerous Are the Electromagnetic Attacks of the Russian Federation for Our Civil Defense?" It's been published under coordination of the two authors, both experts with training and expertise an experience in the field of military and defense intelligence. They state the deployment of GPS jammers in the coastal areas of the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea compromises security and optimal functioning of ports, creating risk of spoofing telecommunication systems, and in more serious cases, leading to collisions, most likely between ships. This would disrupt cargo loading and unloading procedures, has the potential to generate losses in the order of hundreds of millions of euros. Moreover, jamming affects drones and aircraft operating in the areas, thus compromising air safety as well as maritime safety in the region. In the medium and long term, the electromagnetic interference from the Russian Federation can significantly destabilize Romania's navigation systems, especially in Dobrogea and Moldova, thus affecting the safety of flights and navigation. Disruption to communications and navigation can increase the risks of aviation and maritime accidents, hamper transport operations, and cause significant economic loss. Such actions can also affect telecommunication infrastructure and undermine national security by gathering sensitive information and misleading defense systems. The report cites all the current published data on the jamming activity and states on May the 3rd, 24, areas of Romanian territory, there was massive disruption of air navigation systems, mainly in the border areas of Galați, Bacău, and also in Constanța. On the 2nd of May, they were considered to be in a red area of disruption. The only dates where there was oh, no, sorry. I was going to say there were dates of less disruption, but no, there were dates of more disruption. The 15th, the 21st, and the 22nd of April, when the red map system interference was much larger. But Galați, Tulcea, and Constanța are the most targeted, being in the red zone almost all of the time. Between April the 9th and the 10th, GPS interference signals also appeared in Lassi, say the authors of the document. The report also quotes a statement from September 23 by General Daniel Petrescu, the Chief of Staff of the Romanian Army at the time, who, during a forum of Euro-Atlantic Centre for Resilience, warned against the dangers of navigation presented by this interference and accused the Russian Federation of obstructing GPS communications, including for ships in the Romanian maritime zone. This, combined with the unrest in the Black Sea region, has turned the area into a centre of Russian military activity. The motivation behind the Russian GPS spoofing and jamming ranges from simple harassment to geopolitical national concerns, such as the support provided by NATO states to Ukraine to counter the Russian military aggression. The deployment of a US-supplied Aegis anti-missile system in northern Poland could also be the target for jamming, or one of the targets, posing a challenge to its radar-based interception systems. It's interesting to note that the Russian Federation itself faces incidents of GPS jamming and spoofing, mainly for purposes such as misleading their drones or protecting sensitive areas. Given that the Russian Federation has developed GLONASS, electronic warfare can disrupt or spoof GPS signals without affecting them at all. Also, it is noted that China have their own system. It's called Baidu, or Baidu, something like that. So, the Russian Federation are also exploring ground navigation systems, such as there's one called Shaker and Scorpio for military applications in signal-poor environments. So basically, they're causing the amount of disruption to everybody, and they're just, you know, the GLONASS system might not be brilliant, but it still works. And well, how do we know it's Russia? And it's getting more and more overt. It's getting more and more serious. And there is going to come a time where there's going to be an accident, a problem, a shutdown of something vital. And when that happens, will we call it an attack? Because Donald Tusk came out this morning, or maybe yesterday, and said that was it Donald Tusk? I don't know. It was somebody. Somebody came out and said there was a huge fire in a shopping centre. There's one in Paris and there was one in Poland, I think. Anyway, that these two things were linked and that they were obviously considered now to be Russians doing Russian stuff, creating provocations, burning things down, arson, and, you know, just generally big problems that will keep you busy and upset your population and make you feel unsafe. All of that nonsense. And so, you know, we're picking up these spies each and every day as well. And now we're just putting up with them also causing us problems with electronic warfare. I don't know, but I just think it's time to sort of hand more stuff over to Ukraine and say, I tell you what, hit them wherever you like with this, hard. Because we should be punching back, as far as I'm concerned. You don't just stand there and let somebody punch you. Well, I don't. Well, not if you want to survive for long, anyway. Put it that way. Yeah, let's just say that my ex found out that I don't just stand there when somebody punches me, because I punched him back about 50 times. Oh, I found out what the cat's destroyed. Now it's okay. It's only cardboard. I can live with that. Yeah, so, you know.
Are you building them a fort again?
No, I put all the cardboard in one place. I folded it all together and they decided to dig it all out and throw it all over the kitchen. Because, you know, cardboard.
Yes, cardboard.
Yeah. So, well, also, Zelensky himself is very frustrated by this, isn't he? He's been saying he's become Frank recently. So Frank Zelensky has been a bit spicy, and I can't bloody blame him. He's saying we can see these guys forming up over the border, ready to come and attack us, and we're not allowed to do anything about it. I actually heard a tale of one guy so frustrated on the front line that he can literally see them and can't do anything about it. They know exactly where they're being bombarded from, and it's just over the border and they can't fire at it. And he was in tears with frustration. And I can understand that, because I'd be big mad too. It's absolute nonsense. And what I'm also hearing is that apparently that these restrictions, you know, it's not just don't use our stuff over the border, don't use any Western stuff over the border, otherwise we'll cut off the aid that we're giving now. Now, if that's the case, I mean, you know, I'm not saying that that's the exact case, but if that's the case, I'll be big mad. I'm already getting cheesed about it because, well, I don't know, if they were attacking Finland, would Finland not be able to fire back over the border? Come on, get fucking real. Because yes, they would. Would Finland not be able to send a single boot over the border to, you know, go in and protect themselves? Well, get real. Yes, they would. So why aren't Ukraine allowed? It's almost like we're holding them to some, you know, ridiculous high standard. Oh, well, they've had corruption. Well, yeah, they have. They admit it. They're doing their best to deal with it. In fact, they're doing a bang-up job as far as I'm concerned. But what? We don't trust them to look after themselves. They're not children. And we treat them like children. And it just, oh, you know how much that annoys me. You can have this, but you can't use it. Well, that's not looking good, is it? I'll just put it on the mantelpiece and look at it. it gets very annoying. Shaggy, welcome up.
This topic. I'm wondering what Article 5 means. So if Russia, for instance, attacks a NATO nation, does that mean NATO can only respond to Russian troops or machinery that are on NATO soil and couldn't actually hit anything in Russia? Because, well, it's in Russia and that would be escalation of all that bollocks.
Well, exactly. Bollocks. That's what it is. Extreme, hairy ones. And there is a lot of pressure now being put on the US government to lift these ridiculous restrictions. I mean, fine. We're not going to send ATACMS to Red Square, right? I mean, come on, have a bit of trust. Because Ukraine aren't daft. They're only going to hit military targets. They only have hit military targets. That, they might do a little bit of trolling every now and again, but they play by the rules that they've been given. And the rules that we've given them are ridiculous, are too ridiculous. I mean, come on, just over the border and you can't do anything about it. And this is one of the reasons why Belgorod has been able to, sit pretty with their S-300s firing into Ukraine every fecking day and night. And Ukraine haven't been able to take them out. And that's one of the reasons why they've sent the Free Russia Legion guys in to try and do that job. And in some part, they've been successful, but they weren't fully successful either time. And it's bloody unfortunate because they're trying their best to protect this area in the north, and they can't. You don't understand how angry that makes me. You really don't. It's a damn good job they don't invite me to these meetings where they make these decisions, because I'd just walk around doing like, a whirlwind. I'd just put my fists out and just whirlwind around the room until they all understood how I felt. Because I'm a little angry person, and I can't believe how what a stupid thing to ask. Shaggy?
Yeah, that's the hypocrisy of it, especially from the US. I mean, the US strikes wherever the fuck it wants, excuse the language. So, like the war on terror, 9/11, striking on US soil. So, what did the US do? Did it only strike within the US borders? No, it went halfway around the world and started on Afghanistan, which is fair enough, actually. So, to get the source of the trouble. So, sticking these restrictions that seems to be stuck on Ukraine it is madness. It really, really is. It's just madness. It's almost kind of insane. Just scared and stupid.
Scared and stupid, exactly. And what are we to be afraid of? I mean, is America about to get invaded by Russia? Meh. But perhaps by some refugees trying their best to escape Russia, perhaps. But other than that, no. I mean, I have heard actually of an awful lot of Russians really, really wanting to go to America, not to be spies, but actually because there's freedom and opportunity, and it's the one thing that they haven't had or haven't been able to keep hold of. And so that is actually why there has been a surge of people trying to get there from Russia, just purely because it's a massive place. They can sort of blend in, and they've got opportunities which they never would have had before. And they just it's a place of opportunity for them, and that is one of the things that I think Putin really dislikes, the fact that there is this land of opportunity outside of their borders. I think it's one of the reasons they really dislike America, that they steal all their good people. They really do. Jenny?
So I can't explain what the US is afraid of. But the country that should be afraid, that have said, go ahead, use them wherever you want, we trust you, is Finland. I mean, like, the border is really, 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 really long between Russia and Finland. And there's a lot of forest there. So they could sneak across the border. And yet Finland was like, do whatever you want. So we can conclude that Finnish people are braver than Americans in this case, because Finland does not seem to be afraid of escalation.
The only escalation I have seen has come from Russia. And every time they escalate, we step up a tiny bit, but we don't meet their escalation. And, you know, we should meet their escalation with a massive punch in the face, as far as I'm concerned. But at least if we just went up to their level, Ukraine would be so much better off. You know, let's just put them on parity. And Ukraine would absolutely kick their backsides all over the place, as far as I'm concerned. Shaggy, go ahead.
That's how I refer to it. It's ridiculous. I'm kind of glad that President Zelensky has come out and put it on the table, as it were. It is starting to get. I've seen quite a few articles in the American press now, and there was that letter by some, I think, congressmen or senators or whatever, that was going around yesterday or the day before. So I think the pressure is mounting. Yeah, hopefully in the coming days or sorry, few weeks, there'll be, even if it's a phone call from Biden to Zelensky, a private phone call saying, okay, do what you want, take your gloves are off, as it were, and he didn't announce it, and in press conferences and stuff like that, they just skipped around it in their strategic ambiguity, but at least gave permission through the back channels. I'd be okay with that. I just want to see booms in Russia on the border of all the concentrations of troops and machinery and stuff like that just being blown up. That's all I'd like to see.
Well, it's stupid to have it right there, and not be able to do anything about it. You know, to know exactly where you're being bombed from, to know that you could hit it, but you can't because somebody's tied your hands behind your back. Yeah, it's being held hostage all over again. Disgusting. Now then, Helsinki fella, I've had awful trouble bringing you up, and I can't tell whether you're actually a working speaker or not at this point. Are you here? I'm going to take that.
Maybe I'm
Oh,
here.
oh,
Can you hear
there you
me?
are. I can hear you now.
Excellent. Let's wait for Marika to show up, I guess.
Oh, and just as you said that.
There
Look
she
who we
is.
have here.
Marika's just joining.
I will go ahead and change the title, Ming. Carry on, my lovely.
Morning, Marika. Welcome up. So kind of you to spend some time with us again today. So what's the general updates from Georgia?
Hello everyone. Thank you very much for hosting me again. Slava Ukraini. I hope all of you are doing okay. So the updates. Wait, what is now? Today's May 22, right? I was here on May 15th. Yes, so I think the basic update is that the president has put a veto on the law, on the Russian law, like the foreign agents, which of course, you know, we call it Russian law. So before I discussed the possibility with you, if you remember that there was a chance that there would be some amendments made into the law to make it somehow softer, which was the Georgian Dreams plan to trick the people and make some people go home, or like give them either sense of frustration or sense of victory, falsely, of course. and also to trick foreign partners that they were for some reason being good boys, and to just again delay the inevitable, because they have been doing it for years. They have been backtracking one step and then cracking down again 10 more steps. So that was quite a scary possibility that they would be doing that. And unfortunately, there were some signals from Europe, especially, and to some degree also United States, that the law could be softened somehow. But the pro-Western opposition and the president were very much against it. So the way the president put a veto on it is basically without any comments. She didn't provide any comments on the content, which means that the Georgian Dream now cannot make any amendments into the law. So they can either reject it or adopt it as it is. And they have already stated that they will be adopting it next week, so they will be overriding the president's veto very easily. And if and when they do adopt it in the current form, that opens the way for sanctions and travel bans against them, and also does not let the population relax in that sense. Well, to be fair and honest, she did put one sentence amendment into the veto, and she said that if the law is adopted, it should be active for just one day. Yes, I think it was necessary for her to write something as a comment, so that's what she chose to do. Let's make the law a law only for a day. So it was quite good trolling on her part. Now we are at this like transition phase, when apparently the huge grassroots movement it was a great success. I know that maybe for outsiders it doesn't really seem like success because the law is still there, so technically we didn't achieve the law being revoked or something, but it's definitely a huge success, because the effect it had on Georgian society, like our confidence is so much boosted, and our national pride is now there, and we see that we are capable of many things that we didn't think we were capable of. You probably remember from my first several spaces that like any demonstration of solidarity and self-organization was quite shocking in a positive sense for Georgians. Like, oh my God, they're distributing masks. Oh my God, like they are going on strike. So yeah, now we think that that phase is not over, but shouldn't be the main focus. The how to say, on the grassroots marches and so on. Of course, it should be there and it must be there. But now there's this really big request, how to say, expectation in the society, that this process will turn into a real political process, in the sense that the process will be channeled into support for political parties, and that political parties themselves will assume a more visible public role. Of course, they've always been there, but more behind the scenes than in front. And in my opinion, on that phase, that was amazing. It was great that the process were without any evident leaders. But currently, yes, everyone realizes that this needs some political channeling. And I would say that we are still very much in resistance mode. Our mood has not changed. It is absolutely not the case that we're either tired or we want to go home, or that we gave up and we are depressed. However, we are now searching for methods how to proceed next. And in a way, now there is a little bit of confusion, but I don't want anyone, friend of Georgia, to think that we are just like we gave up and went home. Currently, there might not be many rallies happening in nearest future, but that is also because people are like somehow waiting for what's next from politicians in this case, or waiting for sanctions, or just want to have some specific plan. What's next now if and when the law is adopted. I hope it makes sense. So as for the opposition unity, there are two opinions. I think the majority opinion, well, at least on Facebook and in the groups when they do polling, in protest groups, like they do polling what kind of unity they prefer. I think majority is that they want all opposition parties, all viable pro-Western opposition parties to be together uh, before elections, because so we have 5% threshold, and for most parties that is too much, and for that reason parties will have to unite. But also election blocks are now prohibited, which means that parties will have to be legally changed into one party, whoever wants to unite. So now many say, and there are many polls suggesting, not just the Facebook polls, but also professional sociological polls suggesting that full unity is necessary. But there are some people who would very much rather not see the United National Movement, the UNM, Saakashvili's party, in this big unity. And they're saying that let's not have UNM with us, let's have everyone else. And that UNM will run on its own, we will all run on our own. And that's it. From what I know from international sociological polling, that is not as effective as full unity. But I can't begin to describe how hard it is to negotiate all that process in Georgia and for all parties to come together because there are so many background grievances, and not even just the fact that like personal grievances, like I don't want to be with you or something. It's actually to some degree it's doubting who is who in the process and whether they're trustworthy at all or not. Let's just say that I'm very happy that I'm not personally involved in all that internal things and internal cuisine, as we call it, and that I mostly concentrate on external communication and you people and the journalists, because it would be frustrating to just put a lot of efforts in opposition talks and then things change every day. So tomorrow, no, not tomorrow, on Friday evening, people are calling for a big rally. Let's see how big it gets. However, even if it doesn't get really big, I'm pretty sure it's not the attitude and the vibe thing. It's the what's next confusion thing, even if it doesn't get really big. So on May 26th, Sunday, Georgia has Independence Day, and it is. I think some people expect that the president, she will be maybe announcing some plans forward on Sunday. There's a rumor that the Georgian Dream will be having a military parade this year, and they actually never had a parade after they came in power in 2012. They do display some military equipment, but it's just they're standing static. It's not a parade, and the celebration has been more like just like festivity and a big market. Yes, so during Saakashvili's time there were proper parades and so on, and Georgian Dream has been accusing him of militarism, of course, of irritating Russia, and they've been trying to downgrade the visual side and just general importance of the military, and they have been neglecting the military also very much. The funding has been going to salaries, mainly military salaries, and so on, rather than actual military equipment procurement. Oh yeah, in the meantime, the United States is initiating this Megabari Act, which is in Georgian, Megabari means a friend. So they called it a Friend Act in Georgian, which is really sweet. It implies exposing Russian influences, Chinese influences in Georgia, which are also on the increase, by the way, and also exposing Russia sanctions evasion by the Georgian government and other actors in Georgia. It also implies to strengthen and help democratic movement and society in Georgia, and in the run-up to elections, and so on. And of course, sanctions and visa bans on GD people and their families as well, according to some sources. And so that's the sticks part. The carrots part is that the US is offering liberalization on visa. I think it's not full waiver, so the visa will be there, but it will be easier to get. Some trade partnership, preferential trading area, as far as I understood, and some military aid to Georgia. The Georgian Dream answered that this is some sort of a blackmail and that nothing can replace sovereignty. And of course, these foreign agents will bring sovereignty if you ask them. And on the other hand, they pushed the US lift the visas for Georgians altogether, give us free trade altogether, and so on. And then there won't even be any necessity for the law. So so they did not backtrack on the law rhetoric, but at the same time, why would there be suddenly no necessity for the law if there are no visas to the United States and the trade is free? Anyway, it's actually, I know that I should be familiar with everything GD says, but at this point, I'm not going into every word of what they say because, I just can't really.
Marika, they seem to say a lot of nonsense. So the one that we had us all laughing a couple of days ago was the one about the Freemasons.
Yes,
who are manipulating you somehow.
Yeah, definitely. I know that woman personally, and it's really sad what she has become. But also it angers me. So there are people who, if they know someone personally, they're less angry, but I think I'm the opposite. When I know someone personally, I demand higher standards from them in that regard, just not to sell the country out to Russia, right? It was really really bad, but I liked the reaction that international community and the Georgians gave her because of the Freemasons. So, and another factor, there was a Venice Commission report that was issued yesterday, and they basically said no to Russian law as well, because they lashed out at the law and condemned it in all senses, like legality, legitimacy, proportionality, necessity, everything. And they said that this will just suffocate all freedoms in Georgia.
Marika, could we just take a little step back on that? It struck me as quite significant, given that clearly over 80% of Georgians are keen to join the EU. But if we could just explain what the Venice Commission is for the listeners and what their powers are. My understanding is that they're an advisory body, but it certainly deals a big blow to Georgian Dream's stated ambition that Georgia should join the EU?
Yes, so Venice Commission is the advisory body of the Council of Europe, and they are usually asked by governments, at least the governments in Georgia, to issue their opinion on some legislation, just to give legitimacy to the legislation and to ensure that for real this legislation is in line with European norms and standards. So unfortunately, the Venice Commission has no executive power. They cannot enforce their decision, but it's like election observations. If the OSCE says the elections are legitimate, the governments have a better arguments to insist they're legitimate. Whereas if the OSCE says the elections were bad and unfree and unfair, then of course the international community takes the OSCE side. Well, mostly. Same type with the Venice Commission. It cannot enforce its decision, but it makes it evident just how much the Georgian Dream is not in line with European standards. Sometimes, like for the sake of considering everything European and the advices of foreign partners, sometimes the Georgian Dream has said that they wouldn't be adopting some law if the Venice Commission rejected it. And I think they have also said this about the Russian law, but last time I don't actually remember. Anyway, whatever they say, they do not fulfill. And there is a very big track record of the Georgian Dream just outright lying and calling black white and calling white black. That's it for developments this week, I guess. So the overall picture is that the president put the veto, and she really cornered the Georgian Dream because, of course, we didn't know whether they were planning to go fully hardcore or to make the law any softer. But it kind of seems that they really hoped to make it softer, and she didn't give them the opportunity to deceive the public and deceive the partners. She was like, okay, either you backtrack and get defeated in this, or you take full responsibility for what happens to you and the country next. I'm not aiding you in those games. And she really earned quite some respect in society for that. And it's, I think, worth noting that people were also keen on not giving GD any negotiations or like tricking opportunity to the public. So people were not unhappy that a softer version wouldn't pass. Quite the opposite. They were really keen on cornering the Georgian Dream and really liked the president's step in that regard. I have not even heard a single person saying why did she corner them, why didn't she give them the opportunity to make amendments into the law. And I think that's quite telling in terms of not getting tired. But yes, it's probably that in nearest days there won't be much visually sensational pictures from Georgia coming. Maybe just on a Friday, and then let's see, because as I said, we are in some sort of transition phase, looking for new methods, and much will depend on opposition parties this time. I remain optimistic that everyone will ultimately decide for the best, but we have to agree what the best is. Is it full unity? Is it unity without UNM? Well, my party, DRUA, we and our alliance partner, Give You More Freedom, we think that full unity is the solution, and we back it with much evidence and polls and so on. So that's it. Maybe on a side note, I can also state that Zurab Girchi Japaridze, he's the leader of Girchi More Freedom, now partner with DROA, my party, and he's actually been a target of the Georgian Dream quite a lot lately. There were two attempts to attack him via Titushki, and both times he was holding a gun, which he has legally, unlike most other people in Georgia. And the second time, he even had to shoot into the air, warning not to get ambushed by Titushki. His brother was also one of the first ones who got attacked, and he had some head injuries and really badly bruised back. It was terrible to see it. Also, there's a smear campaign ongoing from the Georgian Dreams propaganda media that Japaridze, this man, he is somehow one of the key organizers of this bloody coup that is planned by the opposition and the West and the NGOs. And all things taken together, also the history of attacks against him last year, and yeah, just the propaganda now. And one Georgian Dream member even accused Japaridze of orchestrating a personal threat of killing his son. So he said that Japaridze is not the one who personally threatened my son, but he's behind those people who did. So all things considered, I'm now worried that maybe the Georgian Dream is trying to prepare the public to have Japaridze detained. Yes, I'm quite worried about that prospect. It should be noted that he is very popular among the young people, and now like disproportionately, really, like it's hard to find older generation who supports Girchi More Freedom, but among young he's quite popular, and removing him from the process would be well, at least the Georgian Dream thinks that it's beneficial, and it's never good when leaders go to jail, right? So, so as a warning, international warning, I would keep an eye on Zurab Japaridze. Yes, so there are two Girchi parties. One is this, Zurab Japaridze's Girchi More Freedom. Another Girchi is in the parliament, and I personally think that they are GD enablers, but I won't get into that now in the space. I wrote a post about it, so if anyone's curious, it's there. And it's hard not to, how to say, it's hard to prove that you are not motivated by party interests. And that is why I never comment anything much on Twitter about other political parties. However, this Girchi just pissed me off fully, and I allowed myself to comment about them and just them. I won't be smearing other. Well, it's not a smear. I'm not smearing Girchi either. I think I'm putting the facts out there. But anyway, I won't be criticizing publicly any other opposition party, even though I'm pretty sure that from today until elections, there will be a lot of frustration on my part caused by maybe some people in some parties. Yeah, that's it basically. I will be waiting for your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll go to Helsinki Fella in a minute. But Marika, I wanted to ask you about your tweet from last week, your post, which struck me as highly significant and very interesting. You said you'd been in touch with very religious communities in remote regions of Georgia who had indicated to you privately that they supported you, which struck me as a very important signal that the people who would be counted on as Georgian Dream's normal political base were cracking and were turning against them. Are you seeing more of that?
Yes, I think so. So it's always the moment that I don't want to trust my own eyes because, like, I'm trying not to get overexcited in that sense. But it does objectively seem like those people who would otherwise be GD supporters are not GD supporters anymore. But it needs a good channeling. It needs good channeling, and the GD will still be more like capitalizing on any remaining fears towards the United National Movement government. So they, in the last couple of years of their rule, they really did have a quite poor human rights record. But then there was this 12 years of propaganda, Kremlin-led propaganda against them. So you can imagine that in some segments of society, they are quite scary. And the GD has been disseminating that when they come back to power, they will just kill you all. And now they will also enter a war against Russia together with Ukraine. So what I mean is that people not voting for GD anymore does not yet fully translate into people actually going to vote for the opposition. Maybe some would prefer to stay home, or they would be observing what composition the opposition should be. It's not anyhow hopeless situation. It just needs good communication on our part and on the opposition's part. We have to communicate with people in terms of addressing their grievances, explaining to them how and why no single political party will be able to capture the state after this, because under a proportional system no one will get majority, and just in general to explain how things work now. Well, I mean, I must say that the desire to remove the GD is there, definitely. It's not apathetic, but I'm just underlying that we should still like not rely just on the desire to remove GD, and have things well explained and offered well to the society. And I hope that we will be doing that effectively, because how to say, yes, everything is very anti-GD right now, but the Georgian Dream has proven to be very skillful in turning tables again towards them. So maybe there will be something that they come up with to legitimize themselves. For example, there is this suggestion that the Georgian Dream will play territorial integrity card. So for the last couple of months, there has been information that the Georgian Dream is somehow like preparing a confederation with Abkhazia, the Russian-occupied Abkhazia, the territory of Georgia. And a few months ago, my party members just happened to be sitting in a cafe next to some GD official and Russian-made Georgian oligarch, like not Bidzina, but some other guy. And they were discussing this confederation with Abkhazia in a cafe, and my friends, they managed to have it recorded, and and then it went public. That was the first time when the confederation issue went public. So yes, there is this possibility that they will be positioning themselves as the unifiers of the country to just have the very last desperate attempt at some legitimacy. So I think that also should be communicated in advance to people what it means, because it's not what some might think it means. Confederation means that you first have to recognize Abkhazia's independence, and then once you enter confederation, Abkhazia has the right to secede again, but legally. If this time this is like for the law, it's illegally, then they will have the right to leave confederation legally. And it has always been Russia's trap, some sort of confederation scenarios, because they would have leverages over Tbilisi. And everyone knows, of course, right, that territories in Georgia or in Ukraine, it's not really about those territories. It's just about having leverage over our capitals and decision making nationally. So even if Georgia recognized Abkhazia today, Russia would be and South Ossetia, Russia would be occupying more territory, so that they would still have some leverage for Georgia. So honestly, I think that maybe this thing will not really be as effective as the Georgian Dream hopes. But the scary part in this is that if they manage to grip some part of population with this, maybe they will not be able to fool the majority, but they only need to swing back only a part of society, because it is very likely that with all the administrative resources and pressure and intimidation, and also maybe for some people a lack of an evident leader in the opposition is also still a problem. So overall, and some people are pro-Russians, like they're not many, but there are some. So there are also some who still believe that the GD wants Europe, but wants Europe without LGBT, unlike the opposition and things like that. And there are also some who still think that they're less violent than the UNM. So all things put together, and the state bureaucracy and the public sector who is really vulnerable to GD, the GD will probably have something in 30s percentage, in some 30s. So if they hit 40s, that's quite bad already for the movement. And yeah, I'm just saying that nothing should be disregarded, and everything should be expected from them. And if we do some communication preventatively, that would also be great. Like what this means, this will mean that Georgia would be somehow in a confederation state with Abkhazia, and but in the exchange, Georgia will be giving up on any Western integration, and the end goal will be that there will be no West in Georgia, and Abkhazia will secede again legally, and Russia will forever reign in Tbilisi again. So there are limitless resources for the GD to come up with some sort of treachery again to try to legitimize themselves. And that's what I mean by saying that anti-GD sentiments right now should really be strengthened further and should be channeled into opposition political parties, because 5 months is a long time, especially in Georgia. And yeah, it needs to be well managed. Yes, that's it.
I think it's particularly interesting that Georgian Dream were discussing a potential confederation with Abkhazia, because it all goes back to Ukraine. Abkhazia has become strategically much more important for Russia, seeing as Sevastopol has become unusable as a naval base, and even Novorossiysk isn't out of range of the Ukrainians. So they have this plan to build a new navy base on the east coast of the Black Sea in Abkhazia. I think is it Ochamchire or somewhere, Marika?
Yes, it's Ochamchire naval base. Yes.
Yes. So let's go to Helsinki, fellow. Apologies for keeping you waiting.
It's okay. I'm a patient guy sometimes. Yeah. So yeah. Good morning, Marika, to Tbilisi. Yeah, a couple of points. Yeah, of course, this is like this confederation thing is kind of like attempt to, weaken this sovereignty of Georgia, and it's a Russian, of course, Russian ploy to do this. And I have maybe three observations and then 2 questions. So first of all, it's important that we also keep the kind of like high level interest in this, that the mission of Gabrielus and the Estonian minister and others was good. So we should lobby for more kind of like high level visits and Western leaders showing their support to Georgian opposition. And in that way, important also, I would say, and it's like, tell me if I'm wrong, but the opposition should somehow join. I mean, I'm saying this quite clearly, that I know it's very difficult, maybe or maybe not, but opposition should join now to defeat the GD and defeat this regime, and then after Georgia has been liberalized from GD, then the usual politics and this kind of usual, I can very well understand that there is grievances and personal problems and usual political squabbles, but they should somehow be put aside and now concentrate on the greater goal of, like liberating Georgia from the grip of Russia and this GD, who is basically a proxy of Moscow. And the third point, I go to the question first. Who specifically in West is kind of lobbying the opposition or the GD to make the kind of softening of the Russia law, because that's exactly the trap that we were speaking about, that this is the trap that we shouldn't fall in. So who are these officials in Europe or US doing this kind of like work, which is very, very harmful? And then just like a kind of specific question is how, this TV rain, this Dost, there is this Ekaterina Kotrikadze. Is she just like a completely Russian lady or opposition lady? I think they are in Riga or Amsterdam or somewhere. Or is she does she still have, or the TV rain, does they have any connection with events in do they cover? I mean, do these people cover in a balanced way what is happening in Georgia? Maybe these are my. Sorry for many questions and comments, but I find it very important time for Georgia now. Thanks.
No, Helsinki fella, thank you for all the contribution, and happy to see you here. So I think the comments were quite on spot and great as for the questions. And sorry if I'm forgetting anything, please remind me later. There hasn't, no one has really said that let's adopt a softer version of this law, especially in the West. But there were these statements from the ambassador, EU ambassador in Georgia, Pavel Herchinsky, for example, that the law was unacceptable for European Union in its current form. And there have been some who've been saying like current form of this law. Even Jim O'Brien, Assistant Secretary of State, he also in his press briefing in Tbilisi when he was here, he's also stated the current form is unacceptable. So, and then there were just insider reports and rumors in Georgian society that the GD wanted to make amendments to make the law somehow softer, for a trap, of course, as you said. And that was quite a scary probability, but now it's not a probability anymore. So in that regard, we can relax, because the president really cornered them, and they can either not adopt the law or adopt the law in its current form, which is the worst outcome for the Georgian dream. Well, of course, for Georgia, it's also not good, but hopefully there will be targeted sanctions and travel bans coming, and also in the eyes of the population, they will be even further delegitimized. And as for sanctions, I will just repeat again that for Georgian people, it's not just some economic loss and tangible things for the GD. It's also a demonstration of Western support for Georgia, and we wait for sanctions as a demonstration of solidarity as well. But it will be quite effective, especially on lower level GD people. I think the more they are like average Georgians, like the low levels of the GD, the more painful the travel bans will be. And from Politicos Europe's information, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it also concerns family members of GD officials. And family members is definitely very painful. And I spoke about it before as well. because of course, like they all love to shop and have a vacation in Europe and United States, and they never think that whatever they do to the country will be punished. And suddenly, when they like wake up and they have travel bans from the United States chiefly, that's it's like it's bad practically, but also it's quite a big reputational damage and shame in the society for them. Yes, that was it. And and Helsinki fella, you had another question, I think, which now I forgot which it was. So I addressed who were the actors who wanted to soften the law, and the other one was, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry for the echo maybe, but the thing is, like, if the Western officials or the EU ambassador is saying current form, that's a bit problematic, because that gives the way that they somehow like they have option for making softer. But okay, you answer the question that President cornered them and they can just say yes or no for the law. But you know, like, just to comment, one comment more is the thing that the sanctions thing is a long game. And you know, I see that the Americans are being proactive. They are offering this carrot and stick, as you explained. But the European Union might be a little bit like a tangled this thing. Maybe Hungarians, Slovenians, or some, you know, like maybe even these European officials like Michel or somebody, they will just lobby for some sort of like dialogue and softening and blah blah. So I think the opposition there in the ground, you guys, you shouldn't wait at all for sanctions to come. If you say that people are waiting for sanctions and then they go to the streets or something, I think the time to, you know, like, my point is basically that West is slow to react and we are reactive sometimes. So if the kind of like democratic forces in Georgia can now seize the initiative, the rewards from West will follow, trickle down later. You know, what happened, for example, in Ukraine was that the Ukrainians fought there, and I of course never hope that it will come violent there. No, don't misunderstand me in any way, anybody, but just to say that if this liberalization from the yoke of GD and Moscow can be now, when the momentum is right, can be achieved, then, you know, the rewards from West will follow, the further integration to EU and all this American carrots which will come into effect. You get my point, kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely, you're absolutely right. And waiting for sanctions or hoping in sanctions should not, should not be done on behalf of activities within Georgia. So it would absolutely be a mistake to wait for external election, and in the meantime, either like sit still, or even to base your internal actions on the possible external actions. I absolutely agree that we have an internal agenda of our own. At least that we should be working to have a solid plan, solid action of our own. I was just underlining sanctions in terms of like what you and just the West could do and what people are expecting from them. But yes, you are absolutely right, and that comment was very, very relevant, and thank you. So yeah, again, we are very keen on getting to the October elections. By us, I mean the people and the opposition parties. But it should be, how to say, it would be very, very necessary for Western observers to do a long-term observation. And I know that they do have some missions ready, but they should just be put under a magnifying glass. All their attempts at pressure, intimidation, vote buying should be exposed well in advance to the elections, because they rig elections before the elections day happens. So it's not that much a problem of counting the votes rather than affecting the votes before elections. And
Sorry, Marika, just how do they do that? Is that just through controlling the TV channels? Is that just a constant barrage of propaganda? How do they do that?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. No, they get very personal. So they come to your homes basically, and whatever leverage they might have on you. Sometimes it's like so it's a carrots and sticks. Sometimes, for example, if you have your family member in jail, they tell you, "I will free your family member from jail if you vote for me." And very usually they require from people to take pictures of the ballots that they at the elections. Like they have to send the GD people a picture that they voted for the GD. Because you're just like putting the party number under circle with your pen on the ballot. So that is what you have to send to them. And I personally have been an observer at elections, and there have been quite a lot of ballots that first they vote for GD, so they put the GD number under circle, but then they have it crossed, and then they vote for someone else, and which means that yeah, their first option was GD, but they immediately deleted it and voted for someone else. And there have been like I have personally seen a few ballots which also have a comment that I'm sorry, please don't invalidate my vote. Please count my vote because I was made to vote for the GD, but then I changed it. And then yeah. And various things like if people they have some bans on driving cars because they had been drunk driving or something, they're promising to have it restored, the driving license soon. But the entire public sector is very vulnerable to pressure because if somebody is exposed that they didn't vote for the GD, they are aware that they will be fired even without the GD making any warnings of it at this point. Like there is this general understanding that a person voting for the opposition risks to get fired from all state funded jobs, and that is a really really large share of Georgian society. I forgot the number and I should remember it. I'll just check later, but yeah, that's it. And there's also some money and benefits that they just straight give to people on the ground. Yeah, I think now they announced that there would be some debt, like bank debts forgiven from people. It was a couple of weeks ago in 2018. Hundreds of thousands of people had some bank debts removed and cancelled before the elections of the president. So actually now the president, yes, she has been doing quite good job and much better job than I expected. But in 2018 her elections were probably the worst elections for GD in terms of legitimacy, I would say, because it was very visible that she was unpopular and she didn't get enough votes in the first round, and then before the second round the GD had to jump out of their skin to have the victory secured for her. They, as I said, hundreds of thousands of people, they were forgiven some debts, and that is a clear example of vote buying. But it's a macro level vote buying. There's also that they just give cash to people or give potatoes, and potatoes and onions are the most well-known cases. So the potatoes and onions, we're joking about it, especially potatoes. And the potato is some sort of a symbol of GD's pressure and vote buying in Georgia. Sometimes people call others to be sold on potatoes. Well, on the other hand, like there's also